.com Fan Highway Patrol presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get one premium hot or iced coffee and any two delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with two warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brewed beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
The Fun in the Sun event is on at Nielsen Dodge. Your new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram is here with 0 down payment, 0% financing available, and the credit help you deserve. Now that's fun.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X 4x4, just $359 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4, just $399 a month. Or choose from hundreds of quality certified pre-owned vehicles.
You can get up to $1,500 over book value for any trade.
On Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at NielsenDodge.com. A proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
So, for super hot deals and fun savings, remember,
fun is in the driver's seat. Make this the summer event.
With approval term Jeep 24 Ram 42 months due at sign, Jeep 4654 Ram 4989 and tax tag 498 dock and DFE fees.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Sal Licata. You definitely don't want your AC system to fail this summer. So call my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's air conditioning experts. Have them check your cooling system now. I know Edison Heating and Cooling. They are the real deal. Go to EdisonHVAC.com.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real fruit tea. Goes down smooth and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Please drink responsibly.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Also brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety and by Staples. Just a few minutes away from the Mets and Braves wrapping up this 3-game set at Citi Field. Mets come in having lost 12 of 14, including squandering a 6-run advantage last night. Kodai Senga's trying to set the tone. Hasn't gotten more than 5 innings since his return off the IL in July, pitching to an ERA north of 5. Mets staff an ERA north of 6 over the last 10 games. Atlanta counters with Bryce Elder. Brewers are off after pushing their win streak to 12, which also means free burgers. It's a long-standing tradition from the 1940s if the Brew Crew wins 12 straight. And one person seemed to take that very, very seriously.
Called 911 because they won't give them his free burgers for the Brewers game today. He was advised the game wasn't over yet. Not sure if the subject is still standing by.
No update if he got that free burger or if he will. That courtesy of WISN 12 News. And things still unclear on Malik Neighbors, that lingering toe injury. He'd seen him miss quite a bit of training camp, and Brian Dable, tight-lipped as always.
Yeah, not going to get into injuries. He's working hard to get back.
85 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. This is happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, let's do it. The 5-hour KM to AM. I'm back. I feel like I am here. I'm not here briefly, then I'm right back here. A lot of shows, different times. Let's try to have a good time tonight. The baseball teams, they stressed us out. I had a quick show last night talking about how New York baseball is cruel and unusual punishment. But you got to turn the page. We take it day by day, game by game, series by series, week to week, month to month. And there's not that many weeks and months left. We are halfway through the dog days. And dog, they're getting dog walked. The Mets and the Yankees together. But the Yankees can't hurt us tonight. And the Mets are a few minutes away from redeeming themselves. Yes, a chance at redemption, win the series. Kodai Senga pitch into the 5th inning. Clean. Offense. Come alive. Please, we need it. We need it. I'm listening to some of the calls to Positive Tommy, who was just on. I'm sorry, I'm negative Keithy right now. I'm negative. But I told you months ago, I don't think either one of these teams are winning anything this year. I don't think that they're built to win a championship. There were flaws that we saw, obvious flaws that we saw from spring training, and then injuries happen. And let's start with the Mets because the Mets are going to come on, and I'm sure any Met fan is going to be watching the game or listening to Howie Rose and those guys on Odyssey Mets radio call the game. They absolutely have to win this game. You can't lose to the Braves. Last night was rock bottom. Last night was the worst loss of the year. What a joke. A 9-run inning. Reed Garrett giving up a grand slam. David Peterson, who you think is supposed to be the ace, the guy that has pitched a complete game this year, who has given you length. He can't throw strikes. Too many walks. They got to pull him. And after a 2-hour rain delay, blame it on the rain. These pitchers are creatures of habit. If you want to make excuses for David Peterson, you could say maybe he was thrown off a little bit. It got late. But it's just not good enough, and it hasn't been good enough. And everybody is talking about this Mets rotation, this Mets pitching staff. And yeah, you built the super pen, David Stearns, but your plan for these starters has blown up in your face. 888-808-1019. And that's why it's hard for me to see this Mets team competing in the National League. That's hard for anyone to envision because when you get to the postseason, you need a game 1, 2 starters, guys that can go deep into the game, be lights out. You got to preserve the pen. And I don't see it. Who are they pitching? They're making moves like moving Frankie Montas into the bullpen. Scott Boras, what a scam. What a waste of money that guy was. But he fit David Stearns' mentality of not signing pitchers long-term. This is a veteran pitcher, a short-term deal that he'll take. Yeah, we'll pay him. Sean Manaea, I don't know if he needs to get his elbow fixed. I don't know what it is. He does not look like the guy he was last year. You can't rely on him. And that was a guy that you relied on in the postseason. They got to get him right. Kodai Senga was an all-star a couple years ago. He got hurt and hasn't been the same since he's been back. Big night for Kodai Senga. David Peterson was an all-star this year. It's just all fall down. It's all broken down on the Mets. It sucks. And I'm usually ready to troll the Mets and say it's just the same old Mets. But no, I'm in Yankee Stadium last night, and they're up 6-0. I'm like, picking up where they left off. Pete Alonso,
252, 253, 254, 13 runs, 6 homers. Juan Soto hits a homer. It's not a solo shot. They go up 6-0 off of Carlos Cookie Carrasco, and I'm thinking the Mets are about to cruise. They're about to cruise to a victory, and then they hit rock bottom. That's the worst loss of the year. 11 unanswered runs. It's something that you can't wrap your head around. It's like they lift you up to the highs of highs and drop you on your neck to the lows of lows, but got to turn the page. They've lost so many games in this stretch. Got to get a win. Winning cures all. And, I thought about it last night when I was in here and I was off no sleep. And I'm like, I guess, the only way is up. Rock bottom, a 6-0 lead, you got to win that game. They've blown 5-0 leads, 5-1 leads. You got to win those games. But the Yankees in the same regard have done the same thing. The Yankees in Miami going up 6-0, going up 9-4, losing those games. I don't feel confident in the Yankees either. I mean, I told you last Friday when they pitched Devin Williams, I was off the roller coaster. Because to me, it just felt like the Yankees rather be right than do the right thing. The Yankees rather stick to the script than feel out the game, the stadium, the fan base, their own pitcher who had no confidence in Devin Williams. They rather force Devin Williams into that game after he blew 2 games in Texas that same week. So I said, I'm done. I'm off the ride. I'll tell you when I'm off the ride. I was officially off the ride Friday, and I'm still off the ride. When I say I'm off the ride, am I going to watch the games? Yes, that's my job, and that's my team. I'm going to watch the games and root for them to win, but I don't believe. So we've reached this point where I think both Mets fans and Yankee fans, with the high expectations going into this year, $340 million Met payroll, $310 million, whatever it is, over $300 million, 2 of the top 3 payrolls in baseball. We're expecting these teams to be able to get back to the World Series, back to the National League Championship Series. They both had good leads in first place, a 7-game lead, a 5-game lead. And now we are literally just hoping to be the last wild card. It's not good enough. Unacceptable. Not good enough. When you have guys on your team like Aaron Judge, when you have guys on your team like Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor, Cody Bellinger, Brandon Nimmo, even a guy like Mark Vientos, what a letdown. You thought Mark Vientos this year was going to be a 30-home run guy. You thought Juan Soto, as clutch as we've seen him be, slow heartbeat, right? A guy that when the moment comes, he doesn't shrink in the moment. He has shrunk in the moment time and time again, and the Yankees have shrunk in the moment. I'm at the game last night. Joe Ryan on the mound, you knew the script. An elite pitcher on the mound against the New York Yankees, he's going to shove. These guys are going to be looking for walks. These guys are going to be looking at strikes. They can't manufacture runs. They can't put the ball in play. You know what I'm saying? They can't do what the Twins did to the Yankees when Yerry De Los Santos entered the game. And you know what? Santos has been good. I just this week was talking about, hey, Yerry, he's been sneaky good. I think the Yankees and their script, they tried to put him out there back-to-back nights, and it didn't work. But I'm not ready to fire Aaron Boone. Also, that fire Aaron Boone night Tuesday, that never happened. I'm not ready to fire Aaron Boone over the decision. He didn't get it done. He got hit. And credit to the Minnesota Nice Guy Twins. They gave us the first 2 games, and I felt like, again, blame it on the rain. Mother Nature, she didn't want that game to be played, but it did get played. I felt like the Yankees kicked up in the clubhouse. They put their feet up, and they said, we took the series already. Whatever. If these guys lay down, we'll sweep them, but we don't have to impose our will. Solo shot, that's it. A Cody Bellinger solo shot, it's not going to do it. How many times have you watched the Yankees live and die by the home run? It's not good enough. In the postseason, you're going to face ace-type pitchers like Joe Ryan. Last night, I asked you guys want to see Tarek Skubal? You guys want to see Framber Valdez? You guys want to see Hunter Brown? You guys want to name any of these? Look at the starting pitchers of the Toronto Blue Jays, or even the Mariners that are coming to town this weekend for the Mets. You guys want to dance with those guys? No, you don't. No, you don't, because this team is feast or famine. They can beat up some randoms coming out of the bullpen in the first 2 games for the Twins, but when it's time to show up to complete the sweep them so I know it's real. I knew it wasn't real. 888-808-1019. So where I am, yeah, it sounds negative. I don't believe in either one of these teams. I'm ready for some football. Last night I was like, man, I would love to see the Browns versus Jaguars on Thursday Night Football tonight. And we're going to get there soon. We're going to get there real soon. Football is going to enter our lives where if these guys don't get their acts right, who's going to care? It's just going to be less and less. Because, yeah, there's the core diehard fans. They know they've got you. They know you're going to go to the ballpark, and you should go to the ballpark. I've been talking about go get your bobbleheads. Go enjoy the weather. Go enjoy the camaraderie of the fan base and the season ticket holders that sit in your section or the people that you go to the games with, the familiar faces that you only see at your ballpark. Go enjoy that. But, like, don't put your heart into this to the point where it's messing up your whole day. Don't be so invested in this Mets and Yankees product that is not it. You know, all these little things. With the Yankees last night, it wasn't just going to Yuri De Los Santos and he gets hit around and the Yankees can't recover from that. Late in the game, we're in the ballpark and we're screaming, where is Paul Goldschmidt? And some people start talking about Paul Goldschmidt and how when he went to foul territory to catch that pop-up, he slipped. And you could see he kind of, his foot came from under him. He did something to his knee. But the Yankees, here we go with the Yankees, they don't tell anybody. They don't tell anybody until ball will find you. Ball don't lie. The game goes into a situation where Austin Wells has been dumpster juice. You got to pinch hit for him. People were calling for a Caballero. And you know what's funny? The way that baseball works, the baseball gods are cruel, man. Ahmed Rosario goes down. Austin Slater goes down. Two guys that you got at the deadline that hit lefties, right? The Twins bring a lefty out of, like, you don't have the answer. You don't have the answer. So you go down meekly, softly, and then after the game, while everybody's upset, why didn't you pitch Goldschmidt? Oh, Goldschmidt's got to go on the IL. So then that opens up the question of, okay, who's coming up? Who's coming up? Yorbit Vivas? I guess. But I started banging the table again for Spencer Jones. It's August 14th. Once we get past the 15th, there is no worry about burning his rookie eligibility. Why can't Bellinger go to first base and Spencer Jones play in the outfield? You want to ignite the fan base? You want to add some buzz, generate some buzz energy with the fans, especially as the Yankees are about to go to St. Louis, and I think Aaron Judge is about to be back in the outfield. I don't want to see them play too much more with Stanton in the outfield, definitely not outside of Yankee Stadium. But you got to win these games. You just lost one to a team that you should have swept, a team that is not playing for anything, a team that couldn't wait to get out of New York. They're sitting in that rain delay. They can't wait to get to the plane. You let them beat you 4-1. Now you're going to St. Louis, and they're not that bad. And their fans show up, and I think they're going to compete. Every time the Yankees have gone to St. Louis, these last couple years, they lose games out there. St. Louis, they bring it when it's time to face the Yankees. So I don't know if you win that series. Then you've got two in your building in Tampa at George M. Steinbrenner Field, and then you come home to face the Boston Red Sox for 4, and they have smoked you. They have owned you all year. So it could get ugly quickly. Why not call up Spencer Jones? Why not have some urgency? And like I said, I'm not killing Boone for the De Los Santos because De Los Santos was good. But when you actually think about it, as we were thinking about it last night, and I thought about it all day, I'm like, you had other options. You had a rested bullpen. You had an off day. That's not urgency. And then even with Cam Schlittler, I was fine taking Cam out. It's his 6th start, 86 pitches. I'm fine protecting the young guy. But I felt like we got to this point where it's like, okay, not so much scripts, analytics, lanes, pregame meetings. Let's feel out the game, right? I thought David Bednar was getting us there with letting Bednar stay in the game. Can we go batter to batter? Can we let the young guy compete? Even with Rodon, right? When Rodon came out, kind of gave Booney the fist bump, and they walked down the steps and talked about it. Then he came back out. Can we get to that point? Because there's not a lot of time left. There's not a lot of time left to lose games off of little decisions, lose games off of little mistakes. But the Yankees, they're so cavalier. The Yankees, they never have urgency. The math doesn't math to us. They don't think like us. I feel like the Yankees move like, we're a lock. We're guaranteed to be in the postseason. We don't have to win a division. We're going to get right. We've got the softest schedule. Well, you know what? You're one of the softest teams in baseball, and so are the Mets. Nobody fears the Yankees. Nobody fears the Mets. They don't care about your payroll. They don't care about the contracts that some of your guys have. I think that's even more motivation for a team like the Marlins to knock you off. You go to Milwaukee, the Met fan goes to Milwaukee, and the Mets go out there and get swept by the Brewers. They could have beat them all 3 games. They could have swept them. And the Brewers are rolling right now. Since July 7th, they have 7 series sweeps. They've only lost 4 games. They're doing just fine without David Stearns. And David Stearns is a guy that is very accountable. You know, he meets the media. He talks about what's going on with the team. We need answers. We need answers. They're about to throw this young kid, McLean, out there Saturday against the Mariners, who the Mariners just went on a run. The Mariners have Cal Raleigh, Eugenio Suarez, who struggled, but I guarantee he gets right when he comes here. Like, it's not a guarantee that this young guy comes out here Saturday on Juan Soto bobblehead day and doesn't get rocked in the first, second, third inning, right? How many times through that Mariners lineup is this young guy going to be able to survive? So, you know, it's not going to get better until it gets better. I'm in here watching Kodai Senga right now. 1 on, 2 outs. I definitely got to lock in on this game. In an hour, John Harper will join us to talk Yankees and Mets. In 2 hours, Mike Sando will join us to talk about the QB tiers list. I've had him on the last couple years. You may have seen him. He's making his rounds. He writes the QB tiers for The Athletic as far as going through the tiers of quarterbacks in this league. I can't wait to find out where he views Justin Fields in year 1 as the Jets quarterback. I can't wait to see what he thinks about Russell Wilson in year 1 as the Giants quarterback, and those guys at the top, the Josh Allens, Lamar Jacksons, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes. So we'll get the baseball conversation going first. We'll get into some football. The NBA schedules are out. We'll do a big shot of the night. Hopefully the Mets win, and we can celebrate the win, and fans can call in from the stadium, from the ballpark, talk about what they've seen. And then it's open mic the rest of the way. This is a 5-hour show, 5-hour sprint, streaming live on YouTube for the first time. I see you guys on the YouTube chat. I'm going to get with you during the break. If you want to watch the show, myself and C-Mac will be on tonight. WFAN overnight live on the WFAN YouTube channel. Go there now if you want to see us. But if you're in the car and you're just listening, that's fine. If you're old school and you just want to listen, that's fine. Dial 888-808-1019 if you want to talk to me. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. We've got plenty to do tonight. Don't go anywhere because we're coming right back.
From the first pitch to the final whistle, WFAN delivers wall-to-wall Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets coverage. Because in New York, every game matters. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. If you're caught driving impaired, you'll face hefty fines, a suspended license, and maybe even jail time. Worse yet, you might cause a crash that could devastate someone's life. Be responsible. Don't drive impaired. We are all counting on you.
Calling all parents and teachers. At Staples, your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button, with supplies as low as 25 cents. Plus, laptops are up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Cattina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
Want to take your cooking to the next level? Here's what Master Chef Tom Colicchio had to say about made-in cookware.
I always tell aspiring cooks, focus on mastering your technique, hone the muscle memory, and use the highest quality tools you can get your hands on. I use Made-In both at home and here at Kraft in New York City. They're beautifully made, and they let my team and me focus on making memorable meals night after night.
Learn more at madeincookware.com. That's MADEIN cookware.com.
Total Orthopedics is Long Island's premier immediate orthopedic practice. Whether it's a sports-related injury or something far more complex, Total Ortho has locations throughout Long Island with diagnostic equipment on site. Now, Total Ortho Express offers 4 convenient walk-in service with no appointment necessary. From the field or sports court straight to a top-rated walk-in orthopedic doctor. Visit TotalOrthoExpress.com. That's TotalOrthoExpress.com, because time doesn't heal wounds, they do.
Wait, you're leaving us? You're matching pajamas.
Matching silk pajamas, babe.
You discover Heineken and now you go out to, watch live sports?
We were literally made to wrap you in luxury, to vibe, to recharge your soul.
And your weighted blanket is here.
It's like a blanket, but so weighted.
Don't listen to your PJs. Head to the game with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Record numbers of residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you recently had a major life event such as marriage, pregnancy, or insurance loss, you may be eligible to enroll now. All health plans include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Find out if you qualify at getcovered.nj.gov. That's getcovered.nj.gov.
Come visit the engagement experts at London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
And we're back. Working the kinks out with this new live feature. But good to be live. Keith McPherson on the Fan, another 5-hour KM to AM. Is that a double play? That's a double play. End of the first, scoreless in Flushing. The Mets strand 2 runners at the corners. Same problems. Runners in scoring position. Can't drive them in. It's tough, man. What I'll say is, this is where I'm at. And the same way I say let people enjoy things, also let people hate things. Let people, at this point, you can't talk somebody into believing. You got to believe. You can't talk somebody into, it's going to work out. Come on, man. Look at the American League. Let people hate. Let people enjoy. Let people fan. Be a fan how you want to be a fan. Use your own eyes and your own experience. That's where I've gotten to. My own eyes and experience. I watch baseball. I look at other teams. There are other teams that are managed better. there are other teams that have better guys in their rotation, in their lineup. There are other teams that, it's not feast or famine as far as, hitting home runs or nothing or not being clutch or, it's crazy. The Mets lineup gets right and they can't pitch at all. Early in the year, the Mets pitching carried them. We were talking about Jeremy Hefner's pitching lab and Griffin Canning, and everybody was taking their turn from Tyler McGill. So like Frankie Montas wasn't back. Sean Manaea wasn't back. We're talking about Clay Holmes is working out, and it's a long baseball season. But, something I keep citing is when you go to Fangraphs, if you do that, which I don't do it very often, but if you go to Fangraphs and you look at the team stats for hitting and you click average, and as we're in this time where all of these people are telling you that average doesn't matter, just look at the top teams in batting average. They're all either in first or battling for first. Toronto, Milwaukee, Houston, L.A., Boston right behind them, Philly and Boston right neck and neck. Team batting average at 253 and 254. You still need to hit. You still need to hit for average. So 888-808-1019. Let's get to the phones and the calls and talk through this. I think it's probably going to be a lot of Yankee calls, like I said, because the Mets are on. But we'll do both. We'll do both, and then we'll talk to John Harper about both teams. As it is kind of crazy how in sync both teams are. Even a couple nights ago, they both went down 1-0, and then they came back. And, two completely different losses last night. But you've seen the Mets lose a game 4-1. Michael Harris, foul ball. That looked like Michael Harris hit a homer. You've seen the Yankees blow 6-0 leads, and it's just crazy because they have way too much talent. Two teams that were in the Final Four of baseball last year and expected to go right back there, and they're not looking like it. But what I will say before we get into the calls, too, is, for the glass half full people, it's baseball. It's unpredictable. You can't predict baseball. Anything can happen. You just got to get in. And it sucks that we're not really thinking that these teams are going to run away with the division at this point, and they had it at one point. But that's another reason why I don't care when people are telling me, oh, look at the standings. There were some Met fans saying a couple weeks ago when I got on and I said that the Yankees' struggles are shielding the Mets' struggles. There were some Met fans saying, well, we're in better shape than you. Well, what say you now? Misery loves company, but this is miserable. And the only thing that can change it is performance. So all of these guys got to perform better. It's right in front of them, literally. And anything can happen in baseball. Other teams can slump. Guys are going to get hurt. But maybe the starting pitchers perform better. Maybe these guys hit better. And maybe our fortunes change. But right now, I wouldn't bet $1 on it. John in Maspeth on the Fan again. What's up, John?
What's up, good? What's up, Keith?
Watching this Met game, talking through these struggles of New York baseball, cruel and unusual punishment for the fans.
Listen, this troubles for now, but, it's going to be singular soon. Once we call up Spencer Jones, baby.
Yeah, they won't.
Right now it's time to call him up, We got that 45-day window. I think it starts on Saturday where he can play the rest of the year out and keep his rookie eligibility next year.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I think it would provide a spark. I think he's ready. I know he can defend, and I know he can hit.
Yeah, this team's, pretty serious now about putting out his best players. And we know, it's why not give him a try, Why not put him out there in center, put Bellinger at first. We know Bellinger can play first.
Who's in left?
Seems pretty much set on not playing Dominguez anymore, which is fine, as long as we can, go ahead.
I'm putting Spencer Jones in left field. I'm putting Spencer Jones in left field. Yeah. Trent Grisham, they don't ever want to move him because if they wanted to move him, he would have played left field over Alex Verdugo last year. But you're right as far as they cut DJ LeMahieu. They cut Marcus Stroman. Jason Dominguez's time has diminished because we don't have time to waste with poor performance, with ground balls getting under DJ's glove or the ball going over Dominguez's head.
Finally putting Devin Williams in the 6th inning, and
low leverage.
Exactly, this is what we needed. We needed this team to start being serious about making adjustments and putting the best possible team out there. And if this guy Goldschmidt's going to be on the IL, which seems like he is, they like to put Ben Rice at catcher too. They're starting to sit
Austin Wells, not good enough.
Exactly. So this is what we've needed. This is what we need to be seeing more of. And, I really hope they give this kid Spencer Jones a chance on Saturday. We see the Mets taking a chance on Nolan McLean, so why not bring up our guy?
Yeah, it's time. We're close enough to September. Thanks for the call, John. 888-808-1009. I don't believe the Yankees are going to do it. I don't believe the Yankees are going to call up Spencer Jones. I think it's the right thing. And similar with Nolan McLean, there's something about these guys who are paid $30, $40, $50 million a year that are going out there and stinking up the joint. There's something about them seeing a young guy coming in and making his debut, right? The Yankees just had it with Cam Schlittler. Now you kind of just look at Cam Schlittler like he's been here for a while. He made his 6th start last night. You kind of forget. He pitched well, too. Like, he had his stuff going. The Yankees let him down. The offense let him down. But there's something to be said about bringing in a Nolan McLean on Saturday and then everybody raising their game to not let that guy down, right? Let's pick this young kid up. We need help. Let's get it done with this young guy for his rookie debut. And same thing with Spencer Jones. As hyped of a prospect as he is, he's 24 years old. He absolutely crushed it with the Rail Riders. Send him. Send him. You're running out of bodies, but I just think they'll probably get through this weekend and the 2-game set at Tampa. I don't know if they'll add Braden Shoemake or Yorbit Vivas. I don't think they want to call up Spencer Jones. But Ben Rice at first, it's tough because, who will play first base now with Goldie down? Ben Rice has become your starting catcher, getting more time than Austin Wells. Now, see how Brian Cashman, come to the front of the classroom. See how roster construction comes back to bite you, depth comes back to bite you. David Stearns, you come up as well. Not enough depth, not enough starting pitching depth. When we're in the dog days of August, it's getting tough here. Where, guys that aren't cutting it are going to be forced to play. So, Ben Rice yesterday, got to make that scoop, man. Volpe makes that play. You got to be there. You got to be there. Volpe has cleaned his act up. Volpe is not the whipping boy anymore. Austin Wells is. Devin Williams had it for a little while. Now, Austin Wells is getting the booze. But, yeah, Volpe makes that play. Ben Rice, you got to scoop that. You've played enough at first base. You got to have it. But I know it's tough. The kid goes from, calling games, squatting behind home plate, hitting, to now we're asking him to play first base. He's going to be asked to do that. Put Belly there. It makes too much sense to me. Put Belly at first base and call up Spencer Jones. And then if Judge can go this weekend, you have Judge in right, Trent Grisham in center. And then you have, you know what they're going to do. They're going to put Caballero out there, who the first time they put him out in right field, he ran past the ball. Ahmed Rosario's down. Austin Slater's down. We'll see how it shakes out. 888-808-1019. Mike is in Stony Brook next on the Fan.
Hey, Keith. Thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
You were talking about batting average before, and the Yankees are certainly one of those teams that don't put any weight.
Yeah, they don't even put it up on the big screen. They put up the OPS in Yankee Stadium now. Forget about these guys' averages.
It's ridiculous. And, it's a problem for the sport. I don't mean to sound like an old man, but in 95, that great Indians offense, that had Manny and Albert Bell, they had 7 guys with batting averages of 300 or more, 300 or higher. The whole American League this year has 7 guys with a batting average of 300, and it really impacts how the fans enjoy the game. There's no action, less action, certainly a lot less than there was. Just people on base as a whole. And, I think in the long term, it's still a problem for the sport. And, to be fair to the hitters, everyone seems to throw 100 miles an hour. I'm sure they'd love to make more contact, but it's certainly a problem for the sport. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Yeah, I agree. When I'm watching the Yankees in Yankee Stadium last night, I'm like, they have no way of manufacturing runs. They have no way of putting pressure on the defense. They're hoping for walks. These umpires are trash. They're not giving you anything. You got to go and put bat to ball. You got to swing the bat. Ben Rice, Jazz, Joe Ryan is filling up the zone. He's getting these low outside calls. He's getting those strike calls, and you know that. You got to try and swing, put the ball into play. Have a 2-strike approach. Get on base, right? What the Twins did was just hit the ball. They jumped all over Yerry De Los Santos, and that was enough, right? They put pressure on the Yankees defense. They were able to score 3 runs in the 6th, and they wouldn't need anything else because the Yankees weren't doing anything at the plate because they don't have enough guys that can hit for average. And what's crazy is, like, here comes Stanton. Stanton's a 300 hitter for a day. Judge coming back, getting back into it. We obviously know he hits for average, but, yeah, it's not good enough, man. OPS is great and all, but you need more hitters that can slap a single through, that can just, like, a hustle single, a hustle double, like Volpe had the other day. Peter's in Yonkers next on the Fan. What you thinking about, Peter? You there?
Hey, I just want to get back to that. Yeah, hey, Keith, thanks for taking the call. My apologies.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to touch up on the batting average. Like the last caller said, watching these Yankees, it's become, almost like the same thing, always and always. If they don't hit the long ball, they're screwed, man. And I'm born in the Bronx, diehard Yankee fan. It's hard to watch these guys. It's hard to continue to be a fan when the same thing every season goes on and on and on. I'm tired of the sluggers. Bring in the small ball guys, and we can have fun and win some games.
Yeah, we've got enough guys that hit home runs. But then people will tell you, that's how you win in the playoffs, Keith. Postseason baseball, home runs win the games. Yeah, well, you got to get there. You got Austin Wells. He's got a 206 average. Volpe, for, what he's on pace to do with the homers and ribbies, he's still batting 219. Ben Rice, as much as he's been unlucky, he's batting 233. There's not many guys batting over 250 in the lineup. One of them is Dominguez, and he's not in the lineup. He doesn't get an opportunity to play enough because his defense isn't good enough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if batting average is really the focus is that they didn't hit well enough last night. It doesn't matter who you bring out of the bullpen. Mark Leiter Jr., Luke Weaver, whoever, one run isn't going to beat anybody. And so now let's see what they do in St. Louis. Let's see their approach. It can't just be the Bronx Bombers, home runs or nothing. And your pitching isn't good enough. You did get some good performances from Will Warren, from Carlos Rodon, and even Cam Schlittler. He didn't go deep in the game. They didn't allow him to. And I'm fine. I'm fine protecting the kid. But, yeah, one solo shot from Belly, it's not good enough. Against the measly Twins, your besties, your BFFs, your pals that literally come to town for you to beat them. And, man, I'm watching the game yesterday, the first inning. All the outs were made in the infield between Ben Rice and Cam Schlittler. I'm like, oh, they're swinging the bat. They want to get out of here. They want to get on the plane. This should be an easy one. Fooled me. No such thing as an easy one with Joe Ryan on the mound, because when they face elite pitching, they had 9 strikeouts. They were 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. They left 5 on, and they go quietly into the night. Josh is in Sheepshead Bay on the Fan. Josh, what's up?
Hey, Keith, what's going on? I'm thinking about why can't the Yankees make a maneuver on the roster? 2 things. One, why can't they make a maneuver on the roster to try to add this kid T.J. Rumfield to play first base? He's an actual third baseman, 310 batting average, almost 400 at-bats, 892 OPS.
They could. They might be thinking about that. That's a name that I haven't mentioned, and I've seen people talking about him online. They could do that. It's only temporary.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe he could stick. I mean, he actually is a first baseman instead of fooling around with the lineup.
They brought up Ben Rice last year, and we were all like, Ben Rice, I don't know how fast this kid has moved from AA to AAA to the show, and look at him now. Yeah, I'm with it.
I'm a geek, so I was all into about Ben Rice. He was. You
saw his hard hit rate. You saw the numbers it was projecting. Yeah,
not even a hard hit. He looks like a hitter. He's in there. He works. And number 2, I don't think Boone is going anywhere. I don't think Hal is going to pay him to sit at home. I don't think Cashman's going anywhere. He's a family member. But what about someone else in the front office? I know BT was he gave Michael Fishman a nice a nice tongue lashing a couple of days ago, and that's another guy I've been very, very. The guy irks me. He there's no way.
You hang out with him, Josh? Thanks for the call. The guy irks me. We don't ever see him. I met him once. I met him in Cashman's suite. Seemed like a nice enough guy to me. We just get mad at the players not performing, right? Is it Michael Fishman's fault that Ryan McMahon has come here with a 220 average, hasn't homered yet, has been invisible at the bottom of the order? It's not Michael Fishman's fault. But because he's the head of the analytics, and analytics are to blame for these lanes and these scripts and all these different lineups, Michael Fishman's got to get fired. No, Michael Fishman is the one in line to take over as GM when Brian Cashman bows out, if he ever bows out in, 2030 something. I have no I have no issue with Michael Fishman. He's behind the scenes. It's not his fault. He doesn't grab the bat. He doesn't throw. He's not even the manager on the field making the call. They're not firing anybody. The Mets aren't firing anybody either, as we hear. They need to fire Eric Chavez. They're not firing him. They're not firing Carlos Mendoza either. This too shall pass, they hope. And what I hope is that the Yankees just find a different way, a different approach, man. It can't just be everybody swinging for the fences. I get so frustrated watching Jazz's at-bats, man. Jazz 0 for 4 last night, 2 strikeouts. And, like, one bad strike call can take him out of the entire at-bat. One borderline call. Like, where has he been? You know, this is a guy that we got at the deadline last year. Oh, impact player. This is a guy when he came off the IL. This year, we're like, look at Jazz. In his last 7 games, he's batting 160. Nobody cares about batting average, but yeah, yes, you do. Because he is trying to just hit the ball out of the ballpark so he could do his celebration. It's not good enough. When you get to the postseason, it's not good enough. That's not what's going to work. Nick is in Jersey on the fan next. Hello, Nick.
How are you, Keith?
I'm good. The Yankees can't hurt us tonight, but this is one of those mental health breaks where we talk about everything. We go through what we saw. Just as soon as they give us a little bit of hope because they hit and they pitch and the Minnesota Twins are playing for nothing, they can't sweep them. They can't complete the sweep. And the same things that have plagued them, rear their ugly head again.
I just have a question. When did the Yankees change the type of ball player that they thought would be the best ball players to play for them? When they had their championship teams, they didn't lead the league in home runs. They played small ball. Guys got hits with 2 outs. They used their speed. We don't. Now they use their speed a little bit, but nobody gets base hit. If they're swinging for the fences, there is no small ball. Nobody knows how to bunt. They don't play defense.
Yeah. You know what? Recently, Nick, Eric Bolin was on the Foul Territory podcast talking about the minors, the development. You guys going to call for Damon Oppenheimer's job next? And they're saying it's what they teach these kids about hitting the ball hard and launch angle, and the fundamentals are not there. And Clint Frazier now has a podcast where he's talking about stuff that goes on, and all these other voices have popped up, like Lance Lynn from when he was there, or Jabba Chamberlain. And it seems like it's open season on the New York Yankees. Joel Sherman, he can't wait to break down what the Yankees are doing wrong and why the Yankees aren't the Yankees anymore. And a lot of people are saying that it starts from what they're doing down there in Tampa. What they're doing I don't know, man. And most of these guys that are on this team didn't go through the system. Trent Grisham, Cody Bellinger, Giancarlo Stanton, Jazz Chisholm, Ryan McMahon. These guys aren't homegrown Yankees. Path to pinstripes.
I know the game has changed and everybody now swings for the fences, but those championship teams were based on small ball. They hit a home run once in a while, but they did the fundamentals well. They played good defense. They ran.
Yeah. As much as the game has changed, it's still the same. Thanks for the call, Nick. 888-808-1019. Another reason why I don't believe in them. Because what happens every October, folks? Man, they did that in Game 3 of the World Series against Walker Buehler. I'm in that stadium like, they're not going to give you anything. Put the ball in play. Hit the ball. Stop looking for walks. Stop looking to get ahead in the count. There is no automatic balls and strike system yet. You can't challenge the call. And with the framing and with how, all of these umpires are, their strike zones are all over the place. None of them are good. Every night it's an adventure. So if I'm a major league hitter, man, I'm stepping in there, man. Anything in the zone, maybe the first pitch you take, but anything else in the zone, I got to take a hack at it or at least fight it off, right? They don't do that. They keep the bat on their shoulders so much, looking for gifts. Looking for balls that get called strikes, and then they got a hissy fit about it, and they put their head back and they're looking for Boone. Now Boone's got to go tighten up the ump, and he's getting ejected. How many times have we seen that? It's not a recipe for success. Their bats go cold every October. I was just talking about performance being the thing that could change. Max Fried can turn back into Max Fried. I don't know what he's got to do. Heal up the blister, get a sensu bean. Carlos Rodon. His last outing, there he is. That was his best outing in almost a month from the outing he had against the Cubs that Friday night. Will Warren has been great for a young guy. They've developed him. Can't take a shot at the Yankees farm system and development with this young guy, he's been good, even Cam Schlittler. And now you're about to get Ryan Yarbrough back and Fernando Cruz back. And I think they're going to have enough pitching with this bullpen, too, and the additions of Doval and Bednar and using Devin Williams only in low leverage, using Luke Weaver for maybe 4 outs. Like, they're going to have enough. But you know what's going to happen? They're going to get into some type of series where they're facing, I don't know, the Toronto Blue Jays, and Chris Bassett is just going to mow them down. And they're going to be looking for balls and walks, and it's not going to be there. And they're going to be swinging out of their shoes, trying to hit a home run. And then you got a team like the Blue Jays, especially if you got to go to their building, because you watch them play. All they do is put bat to ball and beat you to first base. Are you sleeping over there? They're running full speed. They're legging it out. And then next thing you know, your pitcher's on the ropes. He's not hitting the zone. A walk, another single. They're scoring runs. Right? Vladdy got paid all this money. When we come back, I'll actually talk about Vladdy and Pete in a little bit because I do want to talk about Pete Alonso. I know these Met fans are watching the game. But like Vladdy got paid all his money. He's supposed to be a power hitter. He's slimmed down. He's got one more homer than Anthony Volpe. Their approach is different in Toronto. Is that Don Mattingly telling them, hey, just put the ball and play on this turf. You don't have to hit it out of the ballpark. All of you guys are athletic, and, it'll come. It'll come because once there's some traffic on the base paths, these pitchers got to throw it in the zone. Then George Springer's going to mash. 888-808-1019. I got about a half hour until my first guest comes through. Keith McPherson on the Fan, BRB.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
How the hell is it that the Yankees accept this type of play? They accept it. The owners accept it because Cashman is still here all these years. Boone accepts it because he never holds these guys accountable. And clearly the players just continue to do it.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This August, Route 22 Toyota is closing out the season with end-of-summer savings. Flip your current car into a brand-new Toyota with available zero-down leases on the area's largest selection of new Toyota models. Qualified buyers can score 0% APR financing for up to 72 months on select new Toyotas. Huge savings over the life of your loan. And if you're shopping pre-owned, Route 22 Toyota has all the makes and models of used cars starting under $10,000. Get them while they last. End-of-summer savings at Route 22 Toyota in Hillside, New Jersey.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
Give me those sauces, grab the chicken strips, let's dunk them in there. There's nothing like it. Hey, I'm Joey. And I'm Josh. And we're team members at our local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing you'll love about the Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in our sauces. My sauce is the barbecue sauce. If you wanted to add sweet, tangy flavors, there's nothing like it. I love the garden herb ranch sauce, but if you want a little bit more kick in the spicy side, you can mix it with buffalo sauce. Dipping them in our sauces, it is perfection.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Team members paid for their testimonials.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntal and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
WFAN congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of turning car donations into supporting children. Cars for Kids has helped more than 100,000 kids nationwide. Donate your used car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million proud donors making a real difference.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get 1 premium hot or iced coffee and any 2 delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with 2 warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brewed beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
As I was waiting, Francisco Lindor just hit a solo shot to put the Mets on the board 1-0 to right center, a little bit over the reach of Michael Harris. So the Mets are winning. Better vibes when you take the lead, and let's see if they can build on it from here. Bottom of the third, 2 outs. But we're talking about the Yankees, talking about where the Yankees are right now. Not completing the sweep, not being able to string together hits, pulling the starter in the 5th inning, going to a guy out of the bullpen that many people wouldn't have preferred be the first guy out of the pen, and that's the game right there. I don't know, man. They're running out of time. You know, a lot of people are looking at this stretch of games between Minnesota, St. Louis, and Tampa, saying you got to go 6-2. Well, that would mean they only have 1 more to lose. So that means you got to take 2 out of 3 from St. Louis or sweep St. Louis and then take both in Tampa. I think it's more likely that I don't know. I think they lose 1 to Tampa, and I think they go 5-3. They lose 1 to St. Louis. I think they can beat the St. Louis Cardinals. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Maybe you know. 888-808-1019. Let's talk to Mamadou in the Bronx.
Salute, Keith. Salute, man. I'm a big fan of your movement and how you work your way up, man. I've been watching. I've been following, bro.
Thank you, sir. What you got?
All right, man. I'm following on the YouTube, man. I feel like you hit on some points, man. You got Jazz and Volpe. You guys batting 240, 220, 230. Jazz will be the first one to tell you I'm fast. Can't nobody throw me out. I'm this, my speed. Then why you batting with such a low batting average? Use your best asset, get on base, create havoc. I feel like these guys don't play up to the biggest tools in their game. But
you're right. They want to be. They all want to be the hero. They all want to hit that homer.
Yeah.
They want to use the short porch. They want the fans to give them all the adulation. It's like, man, pass the baton. Get on and pass the baton.
Absolutely. It's knowing your role. Like, look at how well Judge and Soto mesh last year with knowing how to I'm set up and benefit with batting in front of Judge. I feel like now we lack a leadoff hitter that could just set the tone, get on base. Like nowadays with these modern baseball lines, I think that's been one of our biggest flaws as the Yankees, man. With this not having a leadoff hitter, not having certain things, these rosters. But Boone with the urgency, nowadays, lanes. What about urgency? I get we have the lanes. I get we have guys who fix. Let's this predetermined stuff. Where we're gonna go with this one and that and this and that. But you gotta be able to do that, but also watch the game and know, this is the game we need. It's 1-1, 6th inning.
Right.
Bet. Let's go.
Bring out somebody that didn't pitch the day before. Bring out somebody who's been here that wasn't, away from the team for so long. I don't know. That little move didn't bother me until it bothered me. Until it didn't work. Then it's all right, we could have went elsewhere, but we know you scripted that. We know that was the plan. Okay, let's have Santos come out.
Exactly. I don't mind the script. I get Boone's job. I get there's certain things that and Clint Frazier's that podcast revealed a lot. He was spitting some facts, but he was talking about what goes on behind the scenes, what Girardi Clint said Girardi told him, listen, the bench coach is more of a manager. I'm just here for this and that. I was like, Clint was speaking
Boone? Because Girardi, Clint never played for Joe Girardi. You're talking about Boone. And what he said was that Boone works in...
he said Girardi, bro. In the video, he said Girardi pulled him. I believe it was when he was in spring training.
Maybe when he was coming up. Maybe it was coming up.
Yeah, bro. He said he pulled him. He said that the Yankees players wanted Rob Thompson, but Rob Thompson said, I'm not going to do much different than what Girardi did. And Clint said that's why Rob Thompson didn't get the job, because he said that he wouldn't do much different.
Yeah, he wasn't going to deviate from what they already were doing.
Clint was spitting some facts, man. He was spitting facts, and he was hinting at things that behind the scenes I think goes on with this franchise. Where I get it, analytics, but you got to be able to teach it. You got to be able to have the other side of the game and balance things out. To first have the players understand this information, but also buy in. Look at Sonny Gray didn't work here. Look at Devin Williams not working here now. I get it, you're not going to hit on everybody coming to this market and coming to the team. It ain't going to be for everybody. And we do make some players better and maximize them. But then again, you got to have the information, but also know how to mesh it well with what you're doing and have another aspect of developing guys. But listen, man, Keith, I'm a big fan. I'll be listening on the YouTube channel, all right?
Appreciate it. Yeah, I think the Yankees are struggling a little bit now, combining the feel part of the game, right? Joe Torre was just here for Old Timers Day talking about how much feel there is in the game, and that's why he doesn't like analytics. I think the Yankees are not able to find a happy medium between veering off script, feeling out the game, and that's where they get into trouble. And also the guys got to perform, man. What you just said about players coming here, that's a tough part of the equation too. How do you look at a guy in Milwaukee and know whether he's going to be able to handle the Bronx? How do you look at a guy in Pittsburgh like David Bednar and know that he's going to come here and be a dog and want the ball and be able to handle it? It's a tough part of the equation to really put your finger on and say yes or no until you find out. And Sonny Gray is a guy he's a great pitcher still. It didn't work with Larry Rothschild, and he got on the podcast with Ryan Rucco and CeCe Sabathia, and he said the Yankees wouldn't let him throw the pitches that he wanted. Look at Devin Williams. Devin Williams had his little bit of success when he started calling his own games. I don't know, man. They got to play better. They got to make better decisions. But ultimately, I don't believe that, even if they do figure it out, I don't think they have it. You even talked about, and we got to go to the break here, but you even talked about the leadoff hitter, right? Not having a true leadoff hitter. Well, Goldie has led off games for you. You don't have that option now, so it's Trent Grisham every day, huh? I guess. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Marco Belletti with the update. We'll hit that right now.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Francisco Lindor getting things started for the Mets. A solo shot in the third. His 22nd of the season as the Mets lead the Braves 1-0. They're in the fourth. Kodai Senga has given up 3 hits. He has struck out 4 through the first 3 and a third innings. This after coming in with a 5.31 ERA over his last 5 starts and going just 4+ innings. He had another strikeout there. So 2 outs in the fourth, nobody on. 5 Ks for Kodai Senga through 3 2/3. Mets have lost 12 of 14, lead the Braves 1-0. And still nothing coming from Cowboys camp with the Micah Parsons contract dispute lingering. Jerry Jones, Parsons still haven't had any new discussions. So what's just preventing them from just sitting down and hammering this thing out?
Again, really nothing.
So why don't you talk?
Again, nothing would be that, and we might or might not talk. And the rest of that gets in what we do every day.
85 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, boy. Inside the 8 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York. Just when you need a response, a shutdown inning, Ozzie Albies, that little bugger, he matches it with a solo shot. 1-1 now. Braves versus the Mets in Flushing. New ball game. Kodai Senga throws one middle, and Ozzie Albies does not miss it. Keith McPherson on the Fan, talking to the Yankee fans. Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, John Harper from SNY will join us to talk about the Yankees and the Mets. New York baseball is just not great as we are in the middle of August, and we were hoping for better. Hoping for a lot better. Let's take the rest of these calls before we bring in the first guest. Let's talk to Neil in Irvington. I'm back on the Fan. Neil, what's up, man?
What's up, my man Keith? Hey, Keith, I ain't watched the Yankees since they lost that Friday to the Astros. They're going to give me a heart attack. So you know what I do? Yo, Keith, I'm going to wait to the Boston series. That's going to determine where they're going. When they play.
You're right.
And Keith, I didn't know.
4 games against Boston.
You heard me, Keith?
Yeah, go ahead.
Aaron Judge is hurt?
Yeah, Aaron Judge can't throw. He's just been DHing. So that's why they've been putting Stan out there in right field. But they're saying during this next stretch of games between the 15th and 20th, 3 in St. Louis, 2 down in Tampa, Judge should return to right field. Now, will he be tested? Of course he will. Ball will find him.
Keith, I'm going to say one of your sayings. Don't down my back and tell me it's raining.
What is that?
Good for that? They are good for that.
So what do you feel like that? What you think they're not telling the truth about Judge?
Of course. The Yankees had an injury in a minute. And then they come up later on. Yeah, Judge had a ACL tear or something in his arm. Keith, I don't trust it.
UCL. Yeah, I don't trust it either, but we got to see it. I mean, if Judge can't throw, pack it up. We can't have now we're down Goldschmidt, Ahmed Rosario, Austin Slater. Like, if Judge cannot resume playing the outfield now, we can't keep running Stanton out there. Dominguez is a liability, and you don't have any more outfielders.
They need. You know, baseball's funny, Keith. I ain't gonna put them down yet. Not baseball. You get hot, you'll beat anybody. But I ain't good.
Yeah, we can't quit on them completely yet. Neil, thanks for the call. I don't think that they're lying to us. Sure. You know, we have trust issues with the Yankees. Why? Because Goldschmidt gets hurt, and they don't tell us that he's unavailable, and then we get into the game, and we're like, where's Goldie? And then after the game, oh, yeah, he hurt his knee. Which one? When? What? How come this wasn't told to everybody? Oh, we thought we could kind of get by without. As far as Judge is concerned, I think they've been pretty transparent about Judge. He started some type of throwing program. The aim is to have him out there this weekend. We'll see. When the lineup comes out tomorrow, will he be in right field? I hope so. I don't want Stan out there in Busch Stadium in right field. You know, with Stanton, it's like easy now. Yes, a couple nights ago, he had a great game. He kind of came alive, and there was conversation about him playing both sides of the ball and kind of unlocking something, going back to when he was an MVP, like, being in the game and how that helps him at the plate. But if you have a plan on doing anything in October, you need that guy's bat. So you got to tread lightly with that. Judge got to be in right field. And let's see if he can throw. I don't think they're lying about that. I think that we have to see him soon. And let's see who they call up with Paul Goldschmidt. And let's see how this rotation responds. There is not a lot of time left. They have to win, 10 more games than they lose the rest of the way. They really got to win. They got to win like anywhere from like 24 to 27 of these games to kind of lock it up and be sure that, hey, they're in. So, no, you can't quit on them yet. They should make the postseason. I don't know if they're winning the division. I doubt that at this point. They should be a wild card. That's going to be a lot of anxiety. That's not going to be so fun. But this is why we watch, and this is why people bet on this stuff, and crazier things have happened. Maybe something clicks here. I just don't have that much faith in it at all. Anthony is out in Omaha, Nebraska on the Fan in New York. What's up, man?
Hey, Keith. Big fan of yours. Been listening to the show all night, but yeah, once again, talking a beating record, like talking about the Yankees here.
Yeah, it's the same things. It's the same things. That, a couple good nights, and then you're reminded, like, this is who they are. And when someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Well, it's crazy to think. Like, I understand the game, how it is with analytics, man. But, man, just to think about it, it's a kid's game. Like, see the ball, hit the ball. Like you said about Jazz, man. Like, seeing him swing for the fences every time on a breaking ball or a fastball just gets on my nerves. It's like a Willie Mays Hayes situation that you put the bat on the ball and get it on the ground. Because, God, man, when he's on the base path, his speed shows it, man. And I'd rather have the speed and get the small ball going than hit the long ball. We got plenty of that. But it's a kid's game, man. These are major league players. They got to at least, play the kid's game, man. See the ball, hit the ball. Not all about the angles and the trajectories and all that.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right with that. Thanks for the call, Anthony. There should be, like, guys like Volpe, guys like Jazz, they should know, hey, I just got to get on. It's not about me homering. Let the big fellas homer. Let Judge and Stanton and Rice, hit the home runs. And Grisham, too. But even Grisham is good for some singles. Grisham will lay down a bunt as your leadoff hitter and a guy with speed. But, yeah, guys like Volpe and Jazz, even McMahon now. McMahon, I'm starting to look at. McMahon was a guy that I was happy about that they traded for. He can play the hell out of third base, but his left-handed bat is supposed to play in Yankee Stadium. He hasn't homered yet. He hasn't been good. He had the one walk-off hit against Tampa, but he's come up small. And, we knew he was a strikeout guy, and honestly, if you look at Eugenio Suarez, the other, top third baseman prospect that was out there, he's been striking out a ton. But, yeah, McMahon's got to give us more. And these guys got to think more about, hey, what do I do here to get this pitcher on the ropes? What do I do here to have a competitive at-bat instead of just sitting there waiting for the umpire, to give you ball four? Because they're not going to do that. Joey Clams in Brooklyn. What you thinking about the Yankees, Joey?
Hey, how you doing, Keith? What's up, my man? Listen, this has been a mess for 8 years, and it's getting worse and worse. And it came to a head last year in front of everybody in the World Series where we looked like a bunch of a clown show, Mickey Mouse operation on the field. And you knew what you were bad at last year, and you didn't do it in the beginning of the year. You should have got a third baseman, and you should have got a first baseman. You got a first baseman who's 37 years old. Don't you know in the dog days of August he's going to break down? And, Keith, you've been on the point, and it's in front of us every single night. We got runners on base with less than 2 outs, less than 1 out. We never get them in. First and third, the other night, Volpe's up. Put the bunt down. Get that runner. We needed the insurance from. Now hits into the double play.
Yep.
Bases loaded twice. I know we scored all those runs. Bases loaded twice the other night. We're 1 out. We don't get the run in. We never move the runners over. And I'm tired of hearing the excuses. Well, they don't bunt. You're a major league coach, and you're not teaching them how to bunt the right way. Yeah, they bunt, but they're not bunting the right way. They don't.
Yeah, they gotta practice it. It's and we've seen some of that, Joey. Like we've seen them come out and do some fundamental drills and some PFPs. And I know it was reported the other day that Ryan McMahon and Austin Wells were getting some extra work. I guess that's some urgency. Thanks for the call, Joey. I mean, it's not too little, too late. It's never too late to work on your game. But man, I feel like they are up against the clock and kind of scrambling here, and it's going to be a close one. It's going to be a close one. I guess that's entertaining, not what we thought it was going to be, but it's going to keep us kind of on the edge of our seats. Now, joining us next will be John Harper from SNY, New York baseball columnist. This guy can talk Yankees, and we'll talk a little Mets with him. And if you're on hold, stay on hold. We'll get back to you. I just wanted to bring in someone with a little bit more expertise than myself to have the conversation with. This is Keith McPherson on The Fan. We're streaming live on the free Odyssey app, but also live stream on WFAN YouTube right now. So let's take this break. When we come back, more baseball talk right here on The Fan.
Going on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Yankees head to St. Louis to meet up with the Cardinals. 8:15 tomorrow night. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Al Licata. Get your game on at Wing Creek Bethlehem. Play the hottest slots and table games, or go big in the poker room. Feel the thrill of live dealer stadium gaming. Try axe throwing or virtual golf. Dine at their classic steakhouse, chop house, or enjoy contemporary urban cuisine at Urban Table. Cap it off with cocktails and a stay at Wing Creek's AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. Play online anytime in the Wing Creek Casinoverse. Learn more at wingcreekbethlehem.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The Powerball jackpot is up to $565 million. With a win like that, you could have the power to change your life forever. Take a chance on Powerball and pick up a ticket at your favorite New Jersey Lottery retailer today.
The biggest football contest in Vegas, Circa Million and Circa Survivor, are back with a massive $21 million in guaranteed prizes. Circa Million. You pick 5 games against the spread each week. 126 ways to win with $6 million guaranteed. Circa Survivor. 1 pick a week, no point spread. Last the longest to win it all. $15 million guaranteed. Enter in Nevada, play from anywhere. $21 million guaranteed. Visit circusports.com for details.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Push your summer fun to the limit at Nickelodeon Universe at American Dream, a mega indoor amusement park with epic coasters for thrill seekers. Over 25 rides, slime-worthy attractions starring your favorite Nick friends from SpongeBob and Patrick to Paw Patrol and the Wild TMNT crew. Don't miss free shows and meet and greets, and grab a slime slushie for the perfect chill. Blaze through the ultimate indoor playground at Nickelodeon Universe at American Dream, with tickets as low as $49. Buy now at AmericanDream.com. No matter the weather outside, it's always cool inside.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims.
The home of Yankees radio, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
And just like that, we're back. Pete McPherson on The Fan joining us right now. Thanks for giving us the time. My guy, John Harper from SNY. We're going to talk a little New York baseball. What's up, John?
Hey, Keith. How you doing? I'm good.
I'm good, too. I'm watching the Met game. I'm talking to the Yankee fans. A couple quick questions about the Mets, and then we'll get back to the Yankees. What did you think about, all of the things that came from Pete Alonso, 253, 254? Let's start with Gary Cohen's call. What did you think about, him having his own private iceberg?
I don't know. I felt a little too scripted for me, Yeah. I don't know. I mean, listen, Gary's an all-time great, but I thought that was a little much, I could have done without the private iceberg.
No, I agree. I mean, Gary is, that doesn't take anything away from Gary's greatness, but when I heard it, I just was like, the theater of the mind of it, I'm like, his own private iceberg.
I know.
The polar bear.
Yeah, I know. You're reaching a little bit there, and that's not typically. I don't feel like that's typically his style. He usually such a good at reacting to the moment. I think he had been thinking a little too much about that for a long time.
Yeah. So, what did you think about Pete Alonso? Down goes straw. There was a lot of conversation about him writing that on the baseball.
I didn't get that either. I mean, listen, he's a kind of a goofy guy in a funny way, and maybe he thought that was funny. It doesn't seem appropriate, really, to me. But I think, especially Darryl was so great about the way he handled it. He's been in Pete's corner for years now. I'm not sure what he was. Maybe he was just trying to be humorous or whatever, but it seems that seemed a little offbeat too. I mean, that was kind of weird to me.
It missed the mark for me. Darryl was on with BT and Sal today, and he was all class. And he said he wouldn't have done it, but he didn't mind it. He didn't take it personally. He didn't take it any kind of way. And I'm like, down goes straw. Doesn't that come from down goes Frazier, like a boxing match to knock a guy out? Like you're not knocking out Darryl Strawberry. Strawberry is a great in his own right, and. Darryl talked about, the number being low because of how long he played here and, even, how it could have been 500 and how he was always rooting for Pete Alonso to get that number because he's, a prolific power hitter.
Hey, listen, there was a time Darryl would have had he would have had a strong response to something like that, in his younger days. He was when you're on the beat with him, he was a guy you could always go to and you were going to get some kind of a good quote. I love covering the guy. He was so colorful and so interesting, and you never knew when he might just go off at any time. But he's obviously, he's changed the way he lives about his life and everything. I'm sure that plays a part in it. But it didn't seem to strike the right tone for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they fumbled this whole thing a little bit. Even, Mad Dog came out and had a rant about, the number and then who cares about the number. And they did a whole ceremony. And what did you think about the ceremony that actually got pushed to today because of the rain? I think it's just the Mets coming into their own under Steve Cohen, under David Stearns, and, giving the Met fans something to celebrate. They can't celebrate championships and other things like that. This is a organic moment from a homegrown player. It is kind of odd because he isn't signed. But what do you think about the ceremony and how they kind of stretch this thing out from a T-shirt giveaway to, I think they have a commemorative ticket that they gave out tonight.
It does feel like they're trying, to create a little bit of out of every possible avenue they can. I'm okay with them having a little ceremony for one, but it's not like it's 500 home runs. I think that's fair to say. It's not an all-time total or anything like that because Darryl didn't stick around long enough. So, but at the same time, I think Steve Cohen is trying to do the right things. He's retired these numbers. I think he's trying to build I think he said it. He said he wants to kind of end the misery that Mets fans feel about the team sometimes. So right. I guess this is all part of it. But you're right. You got to win championships. That's what's ultimately going to do it. All these other things they're nice and they're fun and all that. I think Mets fans do appreciate having maybe a different culture for sure now. But you got to go out and win. And, right now they're not doing that too much. So that's a problem too.
We're on the phone right now with John Harper from SNY, New York baseball columnist. John, you just mentioned winning championships and coming off of being 2 games away from the World Series last year and going out and getting Juan Soto. That's a big piece. And then, you bring back Sean Manaea, you bring back Pete Alonso, Jesse Winker. You go out there and get Jose Siri and AJ Minter and all these different, got Clay Holmes. And now here we are in August and some of those guys are hurt. And a guy like Frankie Montas you signed, that blew up in your face. What is David Stearns going to do the rest of the way? I feel like he's got to have a plan and another plan because the plans from the winter have not turned out. Juan Soto is not the player that we saw last year or years before. And this pitching, I feel like, his way of putting together a rotation, it has completely failed. The Mets they went from having the pitching lab and one of the best ERAs in baseball to one of the worst. So what do you think David Stearns is going to do here to try and right the ship?
I think he's going to pray that these young guys are ready to pitch in the big leagues. McLean's starting Saturday, and I would think you might see Sproat at some point because really I think that's, and look, Senga's pitching pretty well tonight so far. And I think there's still, Manaea's going to get it back. He got such a late start. But they got major issues in that rotation, and he did. It's fair to listen. I gave him a lot of praise when it was working, so it's fair to criticize him because it does feel like he, a little bit thought he could make anything work with that pitching lab. And the Montas thing, I never got. I think we might have even talked about that. I never understood that. It was such an early signing for that kind of money. I know from what I've heard, people in Milwaukee that he still knows there were telling him that Montas at the end of the year changed some things in his delivery and stuff, and he was really looking like a different guy. But he still had a history of injuries, so. He took a chance on that, and he tried to do it the low-key way, which with depth, and the depth has kind of disappeared on him as well. But at some point, I thought they needed to make a trade for a starter at the deadline. There were only a couple starters traded, and the prices were pretty high, I guess. But even if Charlie Morton would have helped this team, he was traded to the Tigers. I know that the Texas Rangers gave up a lot for Merrill Kelly, but so there wasn't a lot available that was within, I guess, reasonable price, but. I think they need something now. I think it really is about these young guys now, and I think they got to get creative. I think it's time to get Holmes to the bullpen, maybe make him a bulk type reliever. They need multi-inning guys because they have all these. He acquired all these high leverage 1-inning guys. You got to have some guys that are going to be able to fill those gaps because even if these young guys come up and pitch well, they're probably not going to go more than 5 innings because that's the way they're trained in the minors. So you got to have guys like Holmes and maybe even Montas, and maybe Blackburn, somebody like that. The hope that you can. It's almost like a piggyback situation where you're kind of going from one to another to get to the deep end of that pen because you can't use those guys every single night the way they have been.
Yeah, I feel like he's got to get crafty now. I mean, it's gonna have to be a mixture of getting back into the pitching lab and getting who you have right, get those guys corrected, get those guys right, and then also getting these young guys prepared and also protecting them, not letting them, completely have their confidence shot. Like they're bringing McLean up Saturday to face the Mariners. The Mariners have been winning and hitting a ton. They have Cal Raleigh. Like this kid's got to face he's got to face the home run leader in baseball, this weekend. That's tough. But, what do you think about them exploring doing things like the Yankees just signed like Kenta Maeda. Chris Flexen got released. Noah Syndergaard got released. There's another name, I think Johnny Cueto or somebody else is floating around out there. What do you think about them going to find, guys that are, former major leaguers that are just like on the fringe and barely there anymore just to try to get by the rest of the season? Because I was talking last night about this stretch that the Mets have. I don't see them surviving the schedule that they have just the rest of this month where they play from the 19th to the 3rd of September, the 19th of August to the 3rd of September without an off day. What do you see them doing to get through that stretch with the starting pitching? Because none of these guys can go deep into games.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem right now. I mean, you can always try and bring somebody in, but I think they probably feel like they're going to get something out of McGill again. I guess he's pretty close. And then, I think they're pretty high on these young guys. That's what Stearns is saying. That's what I've heard from other people over there, that's one of the reasons they weren't willing to give up much in the way of prospects for starting pitching at the deadline. They feel like these guys are ready to contribute. So we'll see. I mean, that's what they're banking on. And I think, as bad as Peterson as that was last night, you still got to believe he's going to give you some good solid starts down the stretch. So I think there's enough there if these young guys contribute. But you're also, I think you got to get something out of Holmes and Montas, even if it's out of the pen, to kind of fill in the gaps there depth-wise. Because they do. They got to, as you said, they have a tough stretch coming up for sure.
Let's switch gears to the Yankees. We're on the phone right now with John Harper from SNY. As you know, the Mets have their struggles, so do the Yankees. Both teams are looking like wild card teams. Is that good enough for the Mets and the Yankees to just get in? Is that good enough for the Mets and the Yankees to be the third wild card team?
Well, not on the surface, no. I mean, they both should be winning their division. They have the talent to do it. But, as we've seen in recent years, all you really have to do is get in and be playing well at the time, and anything can happen for you, especially for the Yankees, because the American League just doesn't seem as strong. It's maybe a little better than last year, but still not really deep in terms of that playoff field. So I think either one could get on a run. And they both have, well, the Yankees in particular, if you get Fried going again, I mean, you're never sure about Rodon, but you have the high-quality top starters at the top of the rotation that could get you into the playoffs and go a long way.
Coming off of the Astros series and the way they lost that series, the first game with pitching Devin Williams in a tight spot, and then absolutely getting rolled on the Sunday game, barely hitting a home run, Trent Grisham to take the lead in the one game they won. We heard a lot from Willie Randolph about how no one fears the Yankees anymore, and how these guys got to be ready to be in a dogfight every time, they step out there. Jorge Posada talked about these guys need to be angry. They need to stop being so buddy-buddy with everyone, stop being everyone's friend. And, Joe Torre told a story about how George Steinbrenner used to keep Don Mattingly on his toes. He felt like players needed to be on edge, whether it was messing with him about his hair or what he did in a game, or, just kind of always checking on him like, do you think that the Yankees are broken? Do you think that the Yankees fundamentally are broken? The farm system is broken, the culture is broken, and now we're just in this country club era of the Yankees, and they can't get right, they can't go on a run, they can't get back to what they used to be?
I don't know if I'd go that far, but it has been, kind of, I guess maybe disturbing is the right word. Some of these quotes in recent weeks from players that were in the organization that say that fundamentals aren't stressed in the minor leagues. I mean, I'm shocked to hear that, because Cashman has always talked about that as being, one of the tenets of the organization. So I don't know, but it shows up. I mean, it's not showing up. The fundamentals, we talked about it a lot, the lack of fundamentals at the big league level. You would have thought after what happened last year and all the talk from the Dodgers that they would have made sure that everything was buttoned up this year, but you've seen all the same type of things, the base running, the mental errors. And I really thought, I thought Boone had a chance to make a statement with that Jazz Chisholm play where he got picked off for this pop-up at second base.
Yep.
We know Chisholm had the explanation of what he's trying to do, but I don't care. You can't do that. If he pulls him out of the game, I think he has a chance to send a message. At some point, you got to tell your team, I'm not putting up with this. I know the big thing from him is he feels like there's so much pressure on these guys in New York that he doesn't want to put more pressure on them, but at some point you got to send a message. And I think that's probably what you're hearing from guys like Posada. You want to see a manager react in a way we're going to let these guys know it's not good enough. And maybe that in a way lights a fire in some way, because it does feel like sometimes that the Yankees need a little bit of a spark. I think Judge is a great leader, but even he could occasionally say something here and there to make them feel like we got to do more.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like it should have been Yorbit Vivas the first game out of the All-Star break when he didn't slide and get down and he's kind of just casually running into third base and Ronald Acuna Jr. throws him out from the corner of right field. I'm like, that is the opportunity to take a kid out of the game and sit him down and make an example out of him. But they don't do that. So here's my last question for you. If the Yankees miss out on the postseason, are they firing Aaron Boone? Is Aaron Boone gone?
I think it's got to be. He's got to go. I mean, I know Cashman doesn't want to do it. He believes in Boone. But I can't believe Hal Steinbrenner is going to let that slide. We know it's not Hal's style, nothing like George, all that stuff. But he's still there's going to be. I mean, if they miss the playoffs, that's going to be a complete catastrophe. And I think at that point he's got to react. I mean, really, at that point, what are you losing by changing managers? You're not getting. You obviously would not have gotten the most out of this team if they missed the playoffs. So at some point, you got to try something different. I absolutely think Boone will be gone.
John, you're the man. Thanks for joining us tonight. We appreciate the time.
Hey, anytime, Keith. Good talking to you.
888-808-1019, a little ride-along update as Kodai Senga has pitched into the sixth inning. At 93 pitches, he's taken out a little bit of trouble as he gives up a single to Marcell Ozuna. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. He's coming out of the game. Let's see who Mendoza brings in next. It's still 1-1 after Lindor homered and Ozzie Albies matched him with the solo shot. Correction on that. It was actually Michael Harris that singled after Marcell Ozuna struck out. So runners on the corners here, 2 outs. And Tyler Rogers is the first guy up to get this last out and keep the score at 1-1. Got eyes on the Met game, got eyes on this call screen with all Yankee fans. Yankee fans, call me up with your questions, thoughts, concerns about Aaron Boone, about the fundamentals, the development of the players, about Judge's injury and him coming back. Now Paul Goldschmidt going on the IL. What do they do there? Who do they call up? How do they pivot here? And, what the Yankees got to do the rest of the way to make sure that they are in the postseason. It's not a lock. It's not a guarantee. They missed a big opportunity last night to gain some ground. And I just don't have much confidence or faith in them. We got to take it day by day, but it's not looking very good, and it's not looking really assuring that they're a lock to get in to the postseason. Again, dial 888-808-1019. We are streaming on the Odyssey app, and you can watch on WFAN YouTube channel. Just go to WFAN on YouTube and look for WFAN Overnight Live. Myself and Big Mac will be on the screen. I will take a break here and start interacting with some people in the chat. Don't go anywhere because we're coming right back.
Baseball or football, WFAN runs the city. Yankees bats, Mets heat, Giants defense, Jets dreams. It's all here every day. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
The Fun in the Sun event is on at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want. With 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. At Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Make this the summer event.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Some of the finest dishes in restaurants around the world are made in cookware. Not surprising, since Made In is crafted by chefs for chefs and designed for restaurants and home kitchens alike. Discover all their cookware at madeincookware.com.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get 1 premium hot or iced coffee and any 2 delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with 2 warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brewed beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
DQ presents The Sound of Happy. Hear that? That's the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Kohl's Back to School sale is here with deals on looks your kids will love all year. Because even though they're sad summer is ending, let's be real. Some of us are ready. It's time to trade the all-day PJs and always damp swimsuits for styles that'll keep up and hold up, so your kids will be ready too. Shop Kohl's Back to School sale and bring on the new year. Select styles, prices good through August 17th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports, sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands. The Division I college soccer season kicks off tonight. The University of North Carolina is the top-ranked team, and last year they took home the program's 23rd national championship. The Tar Heels will be led on the field by senior Kate Fossey, who is the reigning Mac Herman Trophy winner, awarded to the best player in college soccer. She scored 20 goals last season, which was the most in the country. Fossey and North Carolina played a few preseason matches to tune up for their title defense.
My takeaways so far from the Expedition games have just been, honestly, learning and growing off of one each other. We're a young team, so just building that connection early off has been awesome. I think we came out strong in both games. Getting both 2 wins under our belt was really good and building our confidence as a group.
Fossey and the Tar Heels start their season tonight on the road against Tennessee. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Erica Herskowitz on Westwood One.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents the sound of happy. Hear that? That's the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Only $7.49 for a limited time. We're talking 4 100% white meat seasoned chicken strips served with fries, Texas toast, and DQ signature country gravy. Yeah, you heard that right. For crunch time and no time, it can only be the DQ Chicken Strip Basket. Just $7.49 for a limited time. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal, and I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com.
The
Powerball jackpot is up to $565 million. With a win like that, you could have the power to change your life forever. Take a chance on Powerball and pick up a ticket at your favorite New Jersey Lottery retailer today.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Yeah. Right back at it. Guess who? 8:40 on my watch. Keith McPherson on the Fan, watching the Met game, talking in the chat. Shout out to Chris in the chat who said, hey, Keith, are you going to take stuff from the chat and bring it to the station, bring it to the airwaves like you usually do? I say, yeah, that doesn't change now that we're streaming on WFAN YouTube. So the conversation we were having in the chat, a couple conversations about the Mets, about the Yankees. We're talking about their strength of schedule the rest of the way. And, you can't predict baseball, but there's always this thought that, like, oh, they have a soft schedule. The Yankees, let's focus on the Yankees, right? The thought that the Yankees have a soft schedule the rest of the way, I can't subscribe to that. They are the soft schedule. Nobody fears them. They are the team that is being circled right now. Those bum teams that we're looking at that aren't playing for anything, that are supposed to be a pushover, right? The Baltimore Orioles, the White Sox, the Nationals. No. Like, don't start thinking, and we go to Minnesota again too. Don't start thinking, those teams are just going to lay down for the New York Yankees. They're not. They're looking to, their seasons are over, right? They're looking to play spoiler. They're looking to knock the Yankees off. And there's some young guys that are going to get called up that are looking to make a name for themselves. Like, have you guys been paying attention to Jacob Marcy? This Jacob Marcy kid, I keep calling him Marcy, Marsee. He made his debut in center field for the Marlins against the Yankees. He got on base 4 times. He balled that series against us. He hasn't stopped balling since. In his last 15 games, right? And I don't even know how many games he's played total. Not that many. He's got 42 career at-bats. He's played 14 games. He's batting .408. This kid's going crazy. He's got 13 ribbies, 3 homers, 9 walks. He had a bunch of walks against the Yankees. So, like, the Miami Marlins were looking at the Yankees like, hey, you're coming into our building. There's going to be high attendance here. We're coming after you. So there's no guarantee that anybody does any favors for the Yankees and just lays down so the Yankees can get these games. And they always find a way to kind of screw it up. They always find a way to not, like, you couldn't complete the sweep against the Twins. I'm not subscribing to the soft schedule stuff. Scott in the chat says 10 games with the Astros and 10 games with the Reds, or 10 games with the Astros and Red Sox. If they go 0-10 in those, they can't lose a series the rest of the way. And you can bet that those teams will be ready to play the New York Yankees. 888-808-1019. Speaking of being ready to play, the Mets are ready to play tonight. So I think before the break, I told you Kodai Senga came out of the game and Tyler Rogers would enter the game. Ozzie Albies, he's on demon time. I think the second pitch he sees from Tyler Rogers, he singles and he drives in that run. As I told you, there were runners on the corners. That gave the Braves the lead. But the Mets would follow up against Elder in the bottom of the 6th here. Lindor would single. Lindor steals a base. And then putting pressure on them, Lindor ends up on third with the throwing error from the catcher. They just throw down a second again. Juan Soto steals another base. His career high just keeps going up. And then Brandon Nimmo with a sac fly, some situational hitting would score Francisco Lindor from third. So it's 2-2. And there are 2 outs with a runner on second as Juan Soto just stole, I don't know, probably his 20th stolen base. How many? I would assume Juan Soto's got to be at 20 stolen bases by now. He's having a big year on the base pass. Something about him working all those walks. I think he came in with 18, so I think that was his 19th stolen base. 888-808-1019. Keeping an eye on the Met game. I do want the Mets to win. I just want some Met fans to, have a night where they can at least have some relief and not lose the series and turn the page from last night. And it's a brand new game again here in the bottom of the 6th. Kodai Senga, he had one of his better nights, one of his better outings in his return since he's been back from that injury. He was able to go out there and strike out 7. He got into a little bit of trouble, and Mendoza's got to manage the game where you got to stop the bleeding. But he goes 5 2/3, and he hadn't gone 5 2/3 since June 12th. And that's before, the whole June 13th. There you go. Pete Alonso, the polar bear on his own personal iceberg, drives in the run, the go-ahead run. It's 3-2 Mets. He drives in Juan Soto after Juan Soto got in the scoring position. 888-808-1019. Still taking calls from the Yankee fans. That Call the Fan to talk about everything from Brian Cashman, Michael Fishman, Aaron Boone. Some of y'all want Brad Ausmus to be the manager. I don't. To, the captain Aaron Judge and the type of captain he is and how Giancarlo Stanton has been out there leading the way. And, yeah, let's see what the Yankees do the rest of the way. They got to rip off a winning streak, man. A game here, 2 games here is not enough. They got to roll. It's the only way to kind of give themselves some cushion. It's the only way to kind of, shore this thing up. Or, we're going to be waking up every day waiting for these games to come and being on edge that, hey, they might not make the postseason. Lou is in a story on the Fan. Welcome back, Lou.
Hey, Keith. How are you? How you doing?
I'm good. Good. Glad to be here. Good to hear from you.
That was a private iceberg that he just hit.
I'm just going to keep dropping that every time because it's just such
I know, but listen, and it was done. Listen, Gary's a great guy, a great announcer. It was all done for fun. You guys had taken to another level. Okay, even your Harper guest that you had there, it was not done malicious. It was done for fun. Okay,
sure.
If race could go down, okay, I can understand that, but that was just, this is a different world. I mean, you guys can just take it to another level. I don't know why. He didn't. Actually, this was not.
We critique everything. This is the opinions business. We give our opinions on the broadcast.
Thank you very much. It's America. If you done down in Cuba, they would have shot you right in the head. This is America. We can have some fun. Okay?
All right, yes.
So anyway, on the Yankees, okay, you had a caller that told you about, which I've been telling you for years, that the minor league system is not doing the right job by teaching these guys how to make contact, be patient. He stop that launch angle. Okay, he was right about that. And Evans come up and talk about Alex Rodriguez being the manager of the Yankees. What a joke.
Yeah.
Alex Rodriguez would never, he would never stop doing what he's doing. The only way he might take this job is because he wants the GM, which he hates, who benched him on purpose, which told the doctor to say that he was not ready to come back and put him in the IL.
Yeah.
He was suing the Yankees because of it, okay? Because Brian Cashman was trying to save the owner $7 million if Alex Rodriguez would have hit 700 home runs, okay? So stop it. He's suing the Yankees, and he stopped because he wanted to stop.
There's no way Alex Rodriguez, and thank you for the call, Lou, and bringing that up. I had that in my notes. I think Evan knows how to play you guys better than anybody. He'll say something like, where's Pete Alonso going to end up next year? The Yankees. No shot. No shot. Zero chance. No. The Yankees will run Ben Rice out there. They'll bring back Cody Bellinger. They'll go sign somebody else before they don't want Pete Alonso, the all-time leading home run hitter of the Mets, and they're not going to pay Pete Alonso what Scott Boras is going to be looking for. They're not going to give Pete Alonso the 5-year, 6-year, 7-year deal that Pete Alonso was looking for, talking about how he wants to play till he's 40. And you know what Scott Boras is going to use? And I wanted to talk about this earlier. Vladdy Jr.'s contract. He's going to use Vladdy Jr.'s contract and try and get Pete Alonso somewhere close to that. Not going to happen. Vladdy's a little bit younger, 14 years, $500 million, and they did that because Toronto can't offer anybody to come north of the border. He's a Canadian. I think Pete Alonso's contract is going to be similar or closer to maybe a Matt Olson or a Freddie Freeman, but not as many years. And I think the only team that's actually going to do it is the Mets because, he means the most to the Met franchise, the Met fan base, and the Met owner. 888-808-1019. Now back to A-Rod. They won't retire A-Rod's number. You think A-Rod's about to come back and manage the New York Yankees? A-Rod would be taking a pay cut. A-Rod is a businessman. You forgot A-Rod owns the Minnesota Timberwolves. A-Rod is on Fox, making a ton of money, doing everything with Fox, from going to like Bristol, Tennessee for that NASCAR game, going to the All-Star game, World Series. He's not about to be a manager grinding it out with the New York Yankees every day, traveling with the New York Yankees, being in hotels. No. I think he'd like to have a little bit of an advisor role. I think he'd like to come to spring training, maybe coach a little bit. That's not the answer. And it's also not the answer because Aaron Boone works in concert with Brian Cashman and Michael Fishman. They work together. Clint Frazier told you that on the podcast. Aaron Boone comes up with his lineup, his thoughts on the game, maybe his lanes, his bullpen budget, where they're going to go. And then the analytics department comes up with theirs. They put their heads together, and then they go forward every day. Brian Cashman's not working with A-Rod. Like, A-Rod is not the answer. And why does it always have to be a former player? Why does it always have to be somebody from yesteryear coming back to save the Yankees? Maybe we should move away from that, right? Aaron Boone was a former Yankee. And there's a lot of you that always make the joke, I wish Aaron Boone never hit that home run. I mean, I'm glad he hit that home run. But Aaron Boone had never managed anywhere. He is their own. He is birthed into managing in Major League Baseball by the New York Yankees. He's not going anywhere. They're not firing him. It is what it is. 888-808-1019. Bob in Los Angeles on the Fan in New York.
My God, when you said the Yankees are the soft schedule, that's just sad. Sad and true, man. My golly.
They are. We're they are the soft team.
No, we used to be the bully. Now people are looking at our pitching, wanting to make a name for themselves. I want to talk about we talked about like the lack of fire, but one quick question watching this game. Has anybody, I think Alvarez I wouldn't want to make sure he seems young, immature, not really like the backbone of a rotation. He came back. Did the pitching go south when he came back or not connected?
That's something no one's really talking about. I don't know. I don't know watching the games. He just seems like a really immature. I don't know. So I'm just wondering. It's Torrens is more mature, and was Torrens calling a little bit better games? They were struggling and losing. The lineup wasn't producing while Torrens was there. Alvarez has brought his bat, but yeah, maybe these pitchers. You always kind of hear some things. We're starting to hear some things between Ben Rice and Austin Wells. Who calls a better game? Who's more prepared? Who these guys like throwing to? There's something to be said about that. But ultimately, these guys don't throw strikes. They walk too many guys. Yeah. They're all over the place.
Yeah, no, just sort of traditionally just thinking like you want a veteran catcher back there. I'm just thinking of Gary Carter, Mike Socia just being an old man. Like the idea of a veteran catcher could change things, it seems. So
sure,
that might be something. I'm an LA fan. I'm a New York fan, so I sort of live in these superstar markets, and I've noticed for 2 decades, man, really noticed it. Like we just lack that scrap. We're not those fiery teams. We're not and when we do succeed, whether it's the Lakers with KCP or the Dodgers, you got Eggman, Kike. You got a couple of scrappers, and it seems to me like LA and New York are the 2 really least scrappy teams, and I think it's because they're the 2 most superstar dominant teams.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like city wise, big markets and the cities definitely have something to do with it. But ultimately, we're looking at Major League Baseball right now, and I can't get off of like what the Milwaukee Brewers are. Their payroll is like the Baltimore Orioles, and they have a bunch of random guys, and they're the best team in baseball right now. Do I think they're going to win it all? I don't. But I think we make so much of it, especially here in New York. Thanks for the call, Bob. I think we make so much of this is New York. It's tough to play here. Look at the attendance. Look at the fans. Look at the money. And it doesn't matter. When they step in between those lines, these guys want to beat New York. It doesn't matter if you're the Minnesota Twins. It doesn't matter if you're the Baltimore Orioles, the Sacramento A's. I think we end up in this echo chamber in New York where we end up thinking that we're better than everybody. We're not. We should be, though, because we have all of these resources and these doctors. And, we do have the support of the fans and people want to play here. And in this digital age, you can play anywhere and be a star. I was talking about Byron Buxton. Shout out to my boy Zach, because we were like, man, we're talking about the Mets and how like they went to get Cedric Mullins, and he's all right. But we were talking about how Byron Buxton didn't want to leave Minnesota, and Byron Buxton kind of said it with his chest at the All-Star game, like I'm a Minnesotan, like something like that, like I'm not leaving. And why? You just want to lose? Why? You just want to stay in Minnesota? And yeah, stay in Minnesota with your millions, where it's cheaper, where your whole family is set up, and you can go down as one of the all-time greats in Minnesota. There's no pressure. There's not that many writers, not that many media outlets. The fans are just kind of whatever. They're not expecting anything, and you can have a nice little career and kind of just dwell in obscurity. Same thing with like Jose Ramirez and the Guardians. Like, all right, I'm fine. This is my franchise. This is who drafted me. This is who I came up with. I'll go down as one of the all-time greats here. No, we're not going to win anything, but like, I don't know. It's hard to win. So it's not always about going to the big market team. It's not always about going to, join the other star players in the big markets. 888-808-1019. Let's talk to Nico in New Jersey before we go to the next break. What's up, Nico?
Hey, how's it going, Keith? Obviously, this Yankee team's struggling. We all know that. It's been going on for a while now. I don't have a lot of confidence in them. I think the Boston series is going to make or break their season. But if we look back at the Tigers last year, on August 14th last season, they were 5 games under 500. They were 58-63. They obviously got very hot to end the year, made the playoffs. I think this Yankees roster is better than that Tigers roster last year. But this Yankees team is struggling now. I think it comes down to their All-Stars. Since the All-Star break, their 4 All-Stars have not been good. Max Fried's ERA has been terrible. Rodon had a good start the other day, but besides that, he hasn't looked good. Judge obviously battling the injury, can't really put too much on him. Had a home run in the Twins game, but he hasn't been great. And then Jazz, his at bats I think they've been horrible.
Yeah, and they need to shake this funk that they're in. They need to actually, like I said, get into some type of a win streak, play better baseball, and not just against a team like the Twins. Thanks for the call, Nico. But when you mentioned the Detroit Tigers, if we go back to last year, they got right against the Yankees, in that Little League Classic. That's coming up this weekend. The Mariners versus the Mets. Juan Soto will play back-to-back years. Remember last year, the kids behind the dugout when Juan Soto used to shuffle? Juan Soto hit his shuffle and all the kids got low with Juan Soto, did his shuffle with him. Ooh. Yeah, so that's coming up. And if you remember last year, quickly before we go to the break in the update here, last year, they got rid of Gio Urshela. They moved on from Javi Baez. They called up their young guys. They called up Trey Sweeney. I'm forgetting some of these guys that they called up. They have a better manager. A.J. Hinch is the manager of the Tigers. They had a lot of young energy. And you know what the biggest thing was for the Tigers? No one saw them coming. You know what the other biggest thing was for the Tigers? They had the pitching. They had Tarek Skubal, Cy Young winner. I can't compare what the Tigers were able to do last year to what the New York Yankees potentially could do this year. It's not the same. 888-808-1019 as we are in the bottom of the 7th. A little bit of trouble on the base pass, but the Mets are able to get out of it. Still holding a 3-2 lead. Let's go to this break, and then we come back. I'll get the rest of these Yankee calls in, and then coming up at 9:15 is Mike Sando as we switch gears to talk about the QB tiers in the NFL for 2025 and get some NFL talk in on the Fan. This is Keith McPherson rocking till midnight. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Swing on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Yankees head to St. Louis to meet up with the Cardinals. 8:15 tomorrow night. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get 1 premium hot or iced coffee and any 2 delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with 2 warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brewed beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB, Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Well, we'll start out at Citi Field, where the Mets lead the Braves 3-2 as they head to the top of the 8th inning. The Mets with a couple of runs in the bottom of the 6th to take the lead. Brandon Nimmo ties it with a sac fly. Pete Alonso puts the Mets ahead with an RBI single. Francisco Lindor hit a homer in the 3rd. Kodai Senga went 5 2/3, 2 runs, 5 hits, a walk, and 7 strikeouts. Yankees off today. They'll open a series in St. Louis against the Cardinals tomorrow night. Well, the Giants face the Jets Saturday night in their annual preseason game at MetLife Stadium. Giants head coach Brian Daboll asked if the starters will play on Saturday.
Yeah, we have an idea, but again, this is a normal Friday for us, so we'll do our meetings at the end of today and make our decision with what we're going to do. Do what we think is best for the team.
Kickoff Saturday night at MetLife Stadium at 7 o'clock. The Knicks open up their 2025-26 regular season October 22nd against the Cavs at the Garden. The Nets open up October 22nd at Charlotte, then play their home opener against the Cavs October 24th. 81 degrees, partly cloudy skies in Central Park. That's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah, later we got to talk about the Knicks schedule. We got to talk about the upcoming Knicks schedule, right? This is the year that they win the finals. This is the year that they win the championship. You got to see what it's going to take for them to win another 50 games. Use caution, though. Don't believe the hype. As we are finding out with the Mets and the Yankees, don't believe the hype. It's not a guarantee. Anyway, Hells Bells. Ryan Helsley enters the game. Throwing flames 100 miles an hour. You know, this game, if it goes the rest of the way you would expect it to here, Helsley in the 8th, Diaz in the 9th, Mets win 3-2. That should be a solid win how you draw it up. All you need is a little small ball to take the lead, and then the super pen to close the door on the Braves. You win the series. You feel a little bit better about yourselves. 888-808-1019. Let's get these Yankee calls in before we start talking football. And boy, do I need football. Boy, do I need football. Like, I think that the Mets and the Yankees are on scoreboard watching alert the rest of the season, where one bad stretch, like it's not a guarantee that both teams make the postseason, and they have to. They need to. It's better for baseball. It's better for us here at the Fan to have both the Mets and the Yankees in. But because they've played so terribly over the last 2 months, it is going to be tough down the stretch. And then when football starts, I can watch any NFL team. I can't wait to talk to Mike Sando about these NFL quarterbacks. I'm probably going to play in 3 different fantasy leagues. We'll get to the football coming up. Mario, Long Beach, back on the Fan. What's up, man?
Yeah, me too. I can't wait for football, man. You know, it's really funny. I think the Yankees, I'm positive. I'm positive there's a couple things going on, and I think they're going to change. Let's go by history.
Because you believe in positivity. You believe in the power of positivity.
Yeah, I want to be. I'm not. What's his name?
PT, Positive Tommy.
No biggie. Yeah, I'm not Tommy. but I'm realistic. So let's look at Max Fried, right?
Yes.
Max Fried, I think the last dozen games or something, has a terrible ERA. I don't know how many games it is, but there's quite a few games in a row now that he's not pitched.
Yeah, like
not
5
well,
ERA more. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you know that he's got the best ERA in all of baseball since 2021? He's the top, number one. So
I didn't know that, but I believe it.
I see a course correction because usually you play up to what you've done in your career. It doesn't have to be that way.
Back of the baseball
there's a good
card.
chance.
Yeah, he has
exactly.
to figure it out.
Now,
I don't know if it's the hand, blister, bleeding, whatever, him throwing first pitch strikes, getting ahead of counts. Yes, he can still figure it out. I was talking about that earlier, about performance is what changes this. For the Mets and the Yankees, guys are underperforming. What changes? It's not Cashman or Stearns at this point. They did their jobs with the roster. Guys got to stay healthy and perform. Go on, Mario.
Yeah, you know, exactly right, man. I sentiment your words, exactly right. And the next thing is Judge. Judge is in a slump now, even though he hit a home run here or there. He's in a slump. If he starts hitting good, because Stanton is hitting the crap out of the ball right now. So if Judge starts hitting too, I mean, he's going to start hitting because look at his baseball card too. He's not hitting right now. I don't know. So what is his batting average since he came back from the IL?
It's not Judge. It's not Judge, Ian. I will say that he's been slow to come back. When he homered early in the game the other night, you know, you were thinking like, hey, here he is. So, you know, in his last 15 games, he's batting 180. In the last 7 games, 227. He started to pick it up in this last week or so.
And when it gets down to it, Keith, if we want to win, Judge has to perform in the playoffs too. They're not going to win if he bats 200 in the playoffs.
We say it every year.
Get to the yeah, and you know what? I'm a big Lamar Jackson fan. They're both in the same category. They both have to do it in the playoffs. You agree?
Regular season MVPs, ghosts when it comes time to get it done in the playoffs.
Yep.
Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. Yeah, we're going to talk about Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson should have won his 3rd MVP. They gave it to Lamar, or they gave it to Josh Allen, and I'm kind of happy for Josh Allen. We'll talk Hard Knocks, too. I don't know if you guys watch Hard Knocks. I didn't want to talk about it yesterday on the morning show or even at night because I wanted to give people some time. I think I'm turning into a Bills fan. Yep, I think I'm turning into a Bills fan. Connor is in Hoboken on the Fan next. What's up, man? You got it.
Hey, Keith, first time, long time. How you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for calling.
Good. Keith, I have a thought on Aaron Judge. And, you know, slumps happen, and we know post-September this guy disappears. But, you know, I think back to the dog days of the 21st century Yankees, 04, 05, 06. You always felt like there was a sense of comfort with Derek Jeter as the captain. You felt like players were rallying around him. I feel like Aaron Judge has really lacked in his leadership in the dugout. And I was just wondering, like, does he have the ability to motivate a Bellinger or a pitching staff or something? Because he feels invisible as the leader of this team.
Thanks for the call, Connor. I'll be honest with you. Judge doesn't strike me as a guy that is going to yell or even check anybody on that type of time. I think he leads by example. I think they all love him and admire him. He's larger than life. He's the biggest guy in the building. He's out of this world. Like, you know, he's Judge. But like, I don't really see him yelling or tightening the team up. I don't think he has that in him. I think he's a gentle giant. I think he's quiet. And you know, I already jinxed it. This mic is powerful. I apologize. And Cedric Mullins has been on some adventures in Citi Field. He better get some reps in. It is not build a ballpark Camden Yards anymore, said the entertainer. He's been on some adventures in center field. But anyway, he takes a bad route to the ball. And Ryan Helsley gives up a double to Michael Harris. And Eli White is motoring around the base paths. He scores. Tie ball game. 3-3. Michael Harris is on second base now with 1 out. And here comes that man, Ozzie Albies, who is 2 for 3 with a solo home run and a single, driving in 2 out of the 3 RBI, you know, in the game. So here we go. Ozzie Albies trying to catch up to the fastball Ryan Helsley. We got a game here, folks. It is not going the way I scripted it. A 3-2 win for the Mets with Helsley in the 8th and Diaz in the 9th. That is not it. Cedric Mullins takes a bad route to that ball. They just showed it on the SNY replay. He's got to figure it out in Queens. 1019. Did he do it again? Oh, I thought that was a homer off the wall. Ozzy Albies, he doubles. And you know Money Mike scores. It's 4-3 Braves over the Mets in Citi Field. What the hellsly? Keith McPherson on the Fan. Let's take a break, and we're going to bring in Mike Sando to talk a little bit of football. QB Tiers coming up next on the Fan.
No matter the season, New York sports never stop. Yankees, Mets, Giants, Jets. If it's happening, we're talking about it. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get 1 premium hot or iced coffee and any 2 delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with 2 warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brewed beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, September 5th, when the Yankees host the Toronto Blue Jays, and be ready to receive the Yankees promotional giveaway. It's Austin Wells football jersey night. The first 18,000 guests will receive an Austin Wells football jersey, presented by Bank of America. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss the Yankees and Blue Jays for Austin Wells football jersey night on Friday, September 5th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Water damage happens fast. So can the cleanup when you call on the restoration specialists at 1-800-SERVPRO to help make it like it never even happened. That's 1-800-SERVPRO.
Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection, 0.5 milligrams.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Looking for the ultimate family day trip? Just minutes from Manhattan, American Dream is the biggest indoor entertainment complex on the East Coast with over 25 major attractions, from water slides and wave pools at DreamWorks Water Park and coaster and rides at Nickelodeon Universe to ski slopes, shark tanks, arcades, and laser tag. There's something for everyone. Plus, shop and dine at hundreds of amazing spots all under one roof. Book now. Your kids will thank you. AmericanDream.com.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey, it's Jerry Recco. If you're facing hair loss like I am, I would like to share my journey at Great Many, New York City's cutting-edge hair growth studio. Looking to regrow your hair safely and effectively? Forget those risky pills with scary side effects and costly trips to Turkey. At Great Many, they use PRP, regenerative medicine trusted by pro athletes for recovery. It's a natural, non-surgical solution that really works. Check out my journey and visit greatmany.com/fan to learn more and save $200 today. Don't hesitate. Take action now like I have. Go to greatmany.com/fan to book your treatment or get a free consultation.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, let's talk a little football. The quarterback position. Joining us right now is Mike Sando from The Athletic, who every year puts out his QB tiers. He's made his rounds, and he's come back around to do this with me again. I've had him on, I think, the last 2 years. Maybe this is the 3rd year in a row. Mike, are you there?
I'm here. How you doing?
Good, Mike. We are struggling New York baseball fans as I'm watching the Mets right now. Down 4-3. Juan Soto is up with a runner on first, an opportunity to drive in the tying run or hit a home run to take the lead, and I don't have faith that he gets it done. I'd love to see him get it done because, Met fans need it, but we need football. We absolutely need football, and there's some hope in New York and New Jersey around the arrival of Justin Fields and Russell Wilson because those guys coming from I can't even talk. Juan Soto just struck out on a terrible pitch. My train of thought, I'm like, why are you chasing that pitch? Anyway, back to Russell Wilson with the Giants and, Justin Fields with the Jets. There's some optimism that, these guys are going to, bring some stability to these teams. So let's start talking about how you came up with these QB tiers, how many years you've been doing it, and we'll start at the bottom tier and make our way all the way up to the top.
Yeah, so I've been covering the NFL 28 years. This was my 12th year of doing quarterback tiers. It started in 2014, trying to really identify what it is that people in the league value at the position. And so it evolved, and now, for the last, I don't know, 8-10 years, it seems like the definitions have been pretty firm in terms of, tier 1 being the best, and tier 5 would be like, you're not even a starter. So we can discuss, if you want, at any point, what each category means. If you want to start at the bottom, towards the bottom, tier 4, there's 2 ways you can get into tier 4. One is you can be a veteran quarterback that, maybe ideally wouldn't start the whole season, or you could be somebody who's barely played, not enough information. And so there's a few in there like that. And so what I do is when I put this together, I call, text, visit with, in person, 50 coaches and GMs. And so they put each of the quarterbacks into these tiers. And the top of tier 4 is actually Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So they're both in that category of, at least half the league or at least half of my 50 people thinking maybe they're not full season starters.
Right.
So in the case of the Giants, they've got a first-round pick that maybe we'll see by the end of the year in Jackson Dart. And then, with the Jets, you would assume they're going to, try to build it around Fields and get through the season, with a quarterback run game, which that's one thing. He has a special trait still, Fields. He still can run and threaten the defense. I think the problem with Russell Wilson is the thing that made him special before, was that incredible elusiveness and ability to make a play almost magically. That's pretty much gone to where he's kind of a little bit of a game manager in there, still throws a good deep ball, but probably isn't really scaring the defense.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it actually all work out, right? Because this is a first-year head coach in Aaron Glenn, first-year offensive coordinator, first-year quarterback. I can't wait to see what it looks like. I think it'll be effective, but I don't know. It's just going to be so different from watching Aaron Rodgers play quarterback to watching Justin Fields for the Jets. And same with Russell Wilson. I also notice Daniel Jones in this tier. Daniel Jones is ranked 30th, and he is in the same tier with Justin Fields at 27 and Russell Wilson at 26, not too far off. But I feel like Russell Wilson, being a veteran, a guy that has seen every defense, a guy that can still throw that moon ball. There were times where Daniel Jones was afraid to push the ball downfield last year. We shouldn't see that with Russell Wilson, and then with Malik Neighbors, he should be able to unlock something. If Russ can stay healthy, I think he'll be a good game manager and also an effective thrower of the ball for the Giants. As you just talked about Justin Fields and his running ability, Russ doesn't have that anymore. Do these guys have the ability to move up? I see Russ drop one tier from where he was last year with the Steelers.
Yeah. So Wilson has dropped 5 years in a row now. So I think we can kind of see the trend there. He's on his third team in 3 years.
Yeah.
He's had, Pete Carroll, Sean Payton, and Mike Tomlin, all potential Hall of Fame coaches, kind of move on from him after, when they could have tried to keep him around. So I think it's clear where he's headed. And the Giants know. I mean, the Giants used a pick in the first round. I think what will be just interesting to me to see is, can these teams both play good enough on defense to give their quarterbacks a chance to win without having to score a ton of points? I don't think Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are going to be lighting up the scoreboard. They're not going to win games 30-28, right? These are going to have to be games where it's 20-17. And so we know the Giants have really loaded up on their defense. The Jets think they have a good defense. They have a defensive-minded head coach in Aaron Glenn. So I think that's going to be the key as much as anything to be able to win with these quarterbacks.
Okay, before we skip to tier 3, I scrolled down to tier 5, and it's a guy who's near and dear to my heart. And I look at the picture of him. He's got baby hands. It's Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett is near and dear to my heart because we're from the same town. He graduated from my high school when he was 11 and I was 21. I coached him in Big Red football camp. And for him to even make it to the NFL, to me, like, I live vicariously through him from when he was diving at the pylon as a freshman at Pittsburgh to knock off an undefeated Miami team, to doing the fake slide in the bowl game against Wake Forest, to being drafted by Pittsburgh. And, he shared the building with, the Steelers as he was a Panther. And, to now to even see him in that tier, I root for Kenny, but it's just crazy. He's not the biggest guy, and I just feel like there's so much stacked against him. I root for him, but I don't know how long he's going to be in the league. And just him being around is, like, for me, and I know a lot of people from Ocean Township that saw him play high school football and then college, like, we're just proud that he's even in the NFL. He did make it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the thing about him that didn't work out was really, even though Pittsburgh's been a great franchise, I think he went there at the wrong time with, I think Matt Canada was the offensive coordinator, and it was very tough situation. So, he's one of those guys who probably could have benefited if he landed with Kevin O'Connell or Mike Shannon or Kyle Shanahan or one of those types of guys. Maybe had a better chance, and maybe he still can in the future. We'll see what happens with him in Cleveland. But yeah, he was the only guy down in that tier 5 where people have kind of written the book on him and don't think he's a starter. But we'll see. We'll see. Tier 3 is interesting because Aaron Rodgers is in it. That's how he was the biggest faller from last year. And Tier 3 is really, legitimate starting quarterbacks who ideally you wouldn't put a lot on their plate. You wouldn't have them throwing the ball too much. You'd have a good defense, strong run game. And so, Wilson and Fields are kind of either at the bottom of that category or in the next Tier 4. That's kind of how people would see those guys. But Rodgers being in Tier 3 is interesting. Sam Darnold being in Tier 3 is interesting. Another alum of the market there.
Yeah, let's talk about those two guys because they obviously have ties here to the Jets. I mean, when Aaron Rodgers was even suspected of joining the Jets, it was pandemonium around here. Like, we changed our phone number to 888-808-1019 because it became the number 8 Aaron Rodgers hotline. Every day, Aaron Rodgers was a song that doesn't end, and it's over now. I have no faith in him doing anything with the Steelers. I think that he's old. He's past his prime. I don't think he can run anymore. I think he's still so much of a me guy. I don't see him doing anything this year. I think this is his last year. He just didn't want to end with how he ended with the Jets. I just don't see it working with Aaron Rodgers. I think he's done. But Sam Darnold, I have a sneaky suspicion with Sam Darnold. As you know, what's funny, and I'm talking to you like we're friends. But I was at the game last night, and I'm in the in center field over the bullpen, and I yelled to one of the guys in the bullpen of the Minnesota Twins, and I said, "Hey, do you guys have any faith in Sam Darnold this year? Or no, do you guys have any faith in J.J. McCarthy this year?" And the guy goes, "No." And we all start talking about, Sam Darnold, how they should have signed Sam Darnold. I think that Sam Darnold with the Seahawks can make some noise. I got no faith in Aaron Rodgers. And both of those guys, as former Jets, I'm sure the Jet fan is not rooting to see them be successful at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with Rodgers, the only hope is that, hey, another year removed from the injury, and he's going to, have better legs. But he's 41. It's a new offense for him. It's DK Metcalf is their top receiver now, and he's just got there. And Rodgers himself just got there in June. So I think it's going to be up and down, and they're going to have to play great defense. And maybe he can still lead a 2-minute drive every once in a while, but the less he has to do, probably the better. And he can't he can't make the first guy miss, when he's facing the pass rush. So I think that's going to be an issue for him and them. Darnold is going to a pretty good situation in Seattle where they got their defense fixed last year. They were top 10 in the league. That's huge for any quarterback. And then, he's reunited with Clint Kubiak, who they were together with the 49ers for a year. And so he knows the offense that they're running well, and they're going to try to hand it off. They're going to try to run the ball, not ask Sam Darnold to do too much. So I think it's a favorable setup for him. I think Seattle's offensive line is probably improved, at least health-wise. They have a couple of good tackles, so he's got a chance there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the Seahawks look like. I love that stadium. I think they have a great fan base, and I think in that division might be up for grabs. All right, let's pick up the pace a little bit. We're on the phone right now with Mike Sando from The Athletic, who does the QB tiers every year. I think this is the third year I've had Mike on. I'm fascinated by it. As a former quarterback myself, as a fan of the NFL, just seeing these rankings, and I think it strikes up a lot of debate. So now we're going to start cooking a little bit. Brock Purdy got paid. Jordan Love got paid. Dak Prescott got paid. Baker Mayfield got paid. Like, we're looking at this tier of quarterbacks that got the bag in tier 2. But there are some that haven't gotten paid yet. C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels, and that's only because they're young. But, man, these guys got to continue. I want to ask you about Jaden Daniels. He is ranked very high off of 1 year, and I think Jaden Daniels is on sophomore slump alert. I think Jaden Daniels is on don't be Robert Griffin III alert. I think Jaden Daniels without Terry McLaurin is not going to be the same guy. I think Jaden Daniels, if he gets hit, he's kind of frail. Like, what are you thinking in Act 2 for Jaden Daniels this year? What do you think we're going to see out of him and the Commanders?
Yeah, I think there will be some bumps in the road because defenses will be, better prepared to face them. They've got a whole year of tape on them, and that makes it harder. And I think a lot of times we've seen guys, come back to earth a little bit. C.J. Stroud did last year. Justin Herbert, was going to be anointed after he got going early in his career, and he's kind of just hovered around there. He hasn't really taken the next step. So I don't really see, you mentioned the durability. I think that's a potential concern. He did have a rib injury last year, but I do think he checks a lot of the boxes. I think he's a better passer for sure than RG3 was. And, some people have wondered, hey, is Cliff Kingsbury's offense going to get solved kind of the way it did when he had Kyler Murray? But I think unlike Kyler Murray, who had a clause put in his contract telling him he had to study. I think Jaden Daniels is a student of the game. I think he processes the game well. I don't think he's not too short or anything like that. I don't really see any fatal flaw with him, on or off the field. He seems like somebody who's going to work at it and be better. I just wonder if their team holds him back more than the other way around. How good is their roster? It was amazing for him to get to the championship game as a rookie. I think he had a bottom 10 defense last year. So it's well earned where he's at, but I think the sophomore slump alert is up for all of these guys.
Okay, here's something I caught as I kind of go back a little bit. And this guy was in the news today because there was a typo on the news that he was on. Michael Penix Jr.
I saw that.
Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr. is 28th in Tier 4. Kirk Cousins is 25th in Tier 3.
Yeah.
Penix is the starter.
Yeah, so here's how that works. This is where, remember I told you Tier 4 could be that we don't think you're a starter anymore, or it could be not enough information. So
okay.
Penix got 39 votes in Tier 4. Those aren't negative votes for him. It's like, hey, he only started 3 games.
Not enough of a sample size at the end of the year last year.
So Kirk Cousins only got 24 Tier 4s, but all of those 24 are like, we think you're done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's 26 people that gave Kirk Cousins Tier 3 benefit of the doubt coming off the injury. That's why he's a little bit ahead of Penix. But I think Cousins is falling. Penix is going to rise quickly once he plays more, in my opinion. And so these will be like 2 ships passing in the night. This little bit of a snapshot now.
All right. Mets lose 4-3. Just updating any of the New York fans driving by wondering what's going on. They lose the series. We're on the phone with Mike Sando, though. We're talking football, and I think we should continue to talk football the rest of the night because that's a bad one. That's a bad one. Okay, here's Jalen Hurts. He's tied for 9th. Jalen Hurts just won the Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts, he's underrated. Jalen Hurts, I don't know. Well, what are the thoughts around Jalen Hurts? We know. All right, it's the team around him.
Yeah, and, diminishing his role kind of as a passer because they became more of a running team with Saquon Barkley. So, I think some fans or people who think that, hey, 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, Super Bowl MVP, outdueled Mahomes last year, maybe some people would push him up to the top of Tier 2. I don't think anybody would put him in Tier 1 with Burrow, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and then very low in Tier 1 Stafford. You might put Hurts in that world, but the voters here, only 3 of them gave him a Tier 1 vote, 35 in Tier 2 and 12 in Tier 3, which seems pretty low for a Super Bowl winning quarterback. But I think there is a perception, and I think it's probably true, that, a couple of years ago he made a jump in terms of his ability as a passer, but since then they haven't really leaned into that. It's kind of been about, the whole team and the offensive line and the back especially, and their defense is good, and Hurts does enough. But they're not really asking him to throw the ball all over the yard.
A couple other suspects in there that, like Dak Prescott. I don't know. I don't expect Dak to be that great. I know he's healthy this year, but I think he's going to be mid. I think the MVP season he had a couple years ago, that's going to be the best season he's had. Jared Goff without Ben Johnson, I expect him to take a step back and also having a little bit of a hangover of his terrible playoff performance. Let's get to the cream of the crop, the top of the QB tiers. Number 1.
Yeah, so Tier 1. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah. So Patrick Mahomes, all 50 voters put him in Tier 1. Joe Burrow, all 50 put him into Tier 1. I don't know if that surprises anybody. And
Netflix,
then Josh Allen
maybe the Netflix doc did it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Quarterback.
Yeah. Josh Allen got 47 of 50 in Tier 1, and Lamar Jackson got 46 out of 50 in Tier 1. So those are the super high Tier 1 guys. And then Matthew Stafford kind of sneaked in. He had 26 votes in Tier 1, so he's right at the bottom, right on the borderline of Tier 1, too. But I think it's clear who the top 4 guys are. You can debate the order. Mahomes probably belongs at the top just because, he has his team in the AFC Championship game every year, the Super Bowl half the time. He's done it when they didn't have a good defense. Now their offense has kind of fallen off, but they were 11-0 in 1-score games last year. His magic at the end of games, keeping them afloat. And now we'll see this year if one of these other guys in the AFC, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson in particular, can maybe knock them off in the playoffs, and maybe go get their Super Bowl. And then we can have a discussion about who the top guy is in the league.
Yeah, the Eagles will probably just repeat because they got Saquon in that defense. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, they could.
You know, with Josh Allen winning the MVP, with a lot of talk about Lamar Jackson should have won his third MVP. And, you know, there was a clip in quarterback where Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator of the Chiefs, walks up to Burrow and says, "You're the best in the business." And he's in the building on the same team as Patrick Mahomes. I think it's going to be very interesting this year. The last thing I have for you is just like Patrick Mahomes is going to have the weapons, but Joe Burrow has the ultimate weapon in Jamar Chase. Josh Allen, I don't think, has the weapons. They did just pay his running back, but
Yep.
yeah, this has got to be the year Lamar Jackson breaks through or Joe Burrow breaks through. I think the Chiefs take a step back. Kelsey is cooked. He's focused on Taylor Swift and Josh Allen and the Bills with Hard Knocks. I would love to see them come through. And then we'll see if any of these other quarterbacks like a Stafford or like I mentioned Jalen Hurts, or I haven't said anything about Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert needs a rebound year off of how last year ended. We'll see if any of these guys make a leap.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at those guys in the AFC. I don't know if Joe Burrow's defense will be good enough, but Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have pretty good teams, and they've been in the mix. And I felt like in the playoffs last year when those two guys lost, they weren't bad, but they were a little sloppy early in the games. The ball was on the ground. It was just a little bit loose early in the games, and I feel like just tighten that up, play a little bit. They didn't blow the game. They weren't, they didn't implode or anything, but just be a little bit sharper from the start for those guys to beat Mahomes.
All right, so last question for you, Mike. Who you drafting in fantasy? What quarterback are you riding with? You're not going to take one of these top-tier guys. There's so many.
Yeah, I think I always wait and just, take somebody. I don't prioritize that position at all. Sometimes I get we all get running backs, and then, sometimes one of those top tight ends is nice too if you can get one of those. So that's usually what I do.
Yeah, I'm looking at like a sneaky Jordan Love or like a Bo Nix or a Baker Mayfield. Like, I don't need one of these top guys. I need one of these guys that's just going to put up some numbers and it's got good receivers. I haven't mentioned Baker Mayfield. Yeah. I think with Emeka Ibuka, I think, adding him to what he's already got, I think that, he could have a sneaky good year. I'm staying away from
when you're in fantasy, are you playing with the same group of guys that you know?
This year, I think I'm going to be in 3 different leagues with people from Yankees Twitter. I actually left the league that I used to be in because they're always doing some sketchy business with the trades and I just every year I'm like, at the end of the year I'm like, how did you end up with the 4 best running backs? Like, what's going on here? How do I have no running backs? How do I have Zach Moss? And
because if you're playing with people that you know, then you can kind of that guy who's a Denver fan is going to overdraft Knicks or whatever. That's nice to know who you're dealing with. If you don't know who they are and who they're fans of and all that, then it's a little harder.
Yeah, somebody's going to reach for Drake May or something and be like, okay, good luck with Drake May in the 4th round.
Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, that'll happen completely. I live in the Seattle area. They used to always take like Russell. I'd be in these leagues, guys would be taking Russell Wilson way too early,
Yeah, I did that one year. Doesn't always work out the way that it seems. Mike, you're the man. Thanks for rocking with us tonight, sharing your thoughts on your QB tiers list. Make sure you guys check Mike Sando out on The Athletic and his 2025 QB tiers. Thanks, Mike.
Have a great night. Go Mets.
Yeah, the Mets got to go. They got to go somewhere. 888-808-1019. Now we're wide open, folks. The Braves defeat the Mets 4-3. Ryan Helsley has not been good. As much as I remember coming in here that night, that was the day before the trade deadline, saying, wow, the Mets won the day. Because the Phillies went out and got John Duran after the Tyler Rogers move, and then Stearns, doubled up on the Tyler Rogers move with Ryan Helsley. So it's like, oh, they got Gregory Soto, Tyler Rogers, Ryan Helsley. Listen to me, folks, as we were about to go to break, and I see people want to talk about the QB tiers. I see people want to talk about the Yankees, and we're definitely about to get an influx of Mets calls. And you guys watching on the live stream, I'm about to hit the chat. I'm sure now the chat is rocking out. We've got over 125 people in the chat, and I'm sure some Met fans are going to come in and express their frustration, dropping a series at home to the Braves. You went out and got Tyler Rogers and Ryan Helsley and gave up a lot for them. They are rentals. They might be gone next year. And the way that it's trending, why wouldn't they be gone next year? I know you got the money. I know you got the rich owner. But it's been rough for them. And, I mean, it's baseball. It's tough, but as I'm looking at this game in here, trying to watch the game, doing 2 interviews, talking to people in the chat, when Tyler Rogers comes into that game for Kodai Senga, Ozzie Albies knocks in a run off him. Ozzie Albies balled tonight. I know who the big shot of the night is. And then also, he got Helsley too. So you're the way you draw it up, right? The way that this team, the strength of this team, outside of the high-priced lineup, the strength of this team is supposed to be the super pen. And the way that you drew it up, you thought this game was going to end 3-2. At least I did, going Tyler Rogers, Helsley, Diaz. And these guys let you down tonight. And, of course, you can be very upset at the Mets offense, who the last 2 nights, yeah, they came out hitting home runs. They came out driving in runs. But tonight, 6 hits, 1 for 2 at runners in scoring position. They didn't even have many opportunities. They left 3 on. Yeah, we're going to have to talk about this one. I'm going to take a break so I can look through the box score and everything. Now we're wide open for calls on the quarterback tiers, the Let It Happen Mets, and, of course, the Yankees, who can't hurt us tonight, but they could hurt us in St. Louis. They haven't had success there in the past few years. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. Dial 888-808-1019. We got plenty of time. No more guests. Just you and I. Call the Fan. I'll be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
The Red Sox are not making the playoffs despite their hotness lately. Write that down.
What, you want to bet on that?
Yeah, what do you want to bet?
I don't know, but I want to bet that because they're making the playoffs.
Okay.
Well, we'll think of something.
Loser
can't leave the room until they complete the 999 challenge.
Oh, I like that.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Union, and Freehold, New Jersey. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name. Ray Katina. More selection, more convenience, and more ways to drive excellence. Experience the power of 3. Visit benzfam.com.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
More residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you've had a major life event, you may be eligible to enroll now. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Visit getcovered.nj.gov.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
The Fun in the Sun event is on at Nielsen Dodge. Your new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram is here with 0 down payment, 0% financing available, and the credit help you deserve. Now that's fun.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X 4x4, just $359 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4, just $399 a month. Or choose from hundreds of quality certified pre-owned vehicles.
You can get up to $1,500 over book value for any trade.
On Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at NielsenDodge.com. A proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
So, for super hot deals and fun savings, remember, fun is in the driver's seat.
Make this the summer event.
With approval term Jeep 24 Ram 42 months due at sign, Jeep 4654 Ram 4989 and tax tag 498 doc and DMV fees.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Welcome to hell. The Met fan cannot wake up from the nightmare. You off the roller coaster yet? What else do you need to see? Hell's bells. Ryan Helsley, like, that's tough, bro. Before the break, I was talking about the super pen. Ryan Helsley, Tyler Rogers, they've not been what you expected. This lineup is not good enough. Should have saved some for today. Should have saved some for today. They didn't have it, man. I don't know. 888-808-1019. I'm in here interviewing Mike Sando, and we're talking about the top quarterbacks in the NFL. Before that, I'm trying to set the scene of the Mets going to their bullpen and winning this game 3-2. That's how you draw it up, right? And I don't have any answers anymore. Even today when I started my show, I said, you know what? We turn the page, right? You have another opportunity, an opportunity for redemption. Kodai Senga had actually went out there, struck out 7, and pitched into the 6th inning and gave you a shot, right? You know, what you were looking for from a starter tonight, you got that. Then you go to the bullpen, and Tyler Rogers right away. Ozzie Albies, man. Stay tuned for the big shot of the night. Ozzie Albies, he was on a mission. And see, this is what I'm talking about as well as we talk about the strength of schedule and these soft teams and a soft schedule. There are no soft teams. All these teams have players that can decide, oh, I'm going to be the guy tonight. I'm going to kill you tonight. I'm locked in tonight. Ozzie Albies was locked in tonight. And the Braves were running the bases and doing enough, and they pitched well enough. Held the Mets' vaunted lineup, high-priced lineup, to 3 runs. And Juan Soto, again, with an opportunity to either tie the game or take the lead with a homer, comes up pequeño, poco, small. Juan, there's a new one, Juan Poco. I got to check my Espanol de lo mío. I don't know. Robbie's in Lenox on the Fan. What's up, Robbie?
I think it's Juan Loco, right? How you doing, Keith?
Juan Toto, Juan Solo, Juan Soso.
I got to say a couple of things tonight. First of all, about the Yankees. I mean, Cam Schlittler. Can we get this guy to go more than 5 innings? I was so aggravated last night. This is where baseball makes no sense.
He's a kid. They're protecting him. I was in there. We were all kind of like 86 pitches.
Come on, stop it.
You're right. They should have at least let him start and this is how they need to approach the rest of this. Bring him back out there and go batter to batter.
Well, also, you're going to burn out the bullpen as well. You know, the other thing is, I'm showing my age, okay, Keith, because I'm 60 right now. And I remember when Doc came up and guys came up when I was a kid, and Ron Gisby came up and guys came up when I was younger. And they didn't baby these guys. I mean, I used to watch Doc throw complete games. That's what's so ridiculous about this. The guy gave up 1 run on 2 hits. Please, can you do that? Now, I got to get to the Met game tonight. First of all, why can't Diaz pitch 2 innings? That's first asinine to begin with. Second of all, why, when you throw 102 miles an hour and you're healthy, why are you throwing breaking pitches? Both Harris's and Albies hits were both thrown on breaking balls, and there were meatballs right down the middle.
Second guessing yourself.
Dumb.
Game
So
on the
Alvarez,
line.
Cohen,
Team
is it
reeling.
Torrens?
You're a new
Right.
guy. Stick to what they brought you here to do. Go on.
How does that make any sense to me at all? And the other thing, too, is like when you have that type of – when you have Diaz's stuff, I mean, I'm sorry. You cannot screw around. And the other thing, too, is if you're going to bring – the other thing is, why do you take Kodazing out? You can't let him go one more batter and let him get through 6. The problem is both these teams have taxed their bullpen because nobody wants to get anybody that links.
Mendoza
does the same stupid things that Boone does. That's what's amazing. They all do the same crap.
Yeah, Mendoza came out of the –
buddy.
Thanks for the call, Robbie. How I've been saying it all week. I said it on the morning show. I'm like, did you hear Mendoza call Justin Hagenman Hagee? Like Boone calls Ian Hamilton Hammy, Oswaldo Cabrera Cabby. Man, enough of the buddy, everybody. Like, nah, this is your boss. Carlos Mendoza, I'm looking at him right now. The Mets have lost 13 of their last 15 games. You absolutely cannot, after being swept by the Milwaukee Brewers, and like I said earlier, 3 games that you could have won. You cannot come home and lose to the measly Braves. They're a trash can this year. And we kind of knew it because I said going into it, hey, it's not going to be easy. The Braves see that Met jersey and they come alive. Boy, did they come alive from the 4th inning last night to this rubber match today. Shouldn't even have been a rubber match. What a terrible feeling when the 2 guys, like I said, that you got as rentals, right? Because why do you go get these guys and give up what you gave up for these guys as rentals? Because this is supposed to be a year that you're expected to get back to the NLCS, potentially the World Series. Why do you go out and get Juan Soto and give him almost $800 million? Because you're expecting to go to the Fall Classic, right? You got that feeling last year of postseason games in Citi Field. You want that again. Both the Mets and the Yankees are on postseason elimination watch the rest of the way. Don't you love baseball? Dominic is in East Rochester on the Fan. What's up, Dom?
Hey, Keith McPherson. How are you, buddy?
I'm all right. I do love baseball. I haven't had faith in these teams all year. I'm probably the only host on the Fan that consistently said neither one of these are winning. You can go back months, and I'm like, neither one of these teams are winning the World Series, let alone getting there. But now that we're in the dog days, and you're seeing how the Yankees have no urgency and the little things they do, like Robbie was talking about, taking out Cam Schlittler and electing to going to Yerry De Los Santos, which whatever, it didn't work. He's been good, but it's like you chose to go there after he pitched the night before. You could have stayed away from him like we've seen you stay away from guys. And then, not telling us about Goldie. And then Goldie can't pitch hit. And now here we are, And then the Mets, they can't get right. You got to win that game. You got to win a low-scoring game like that in your building. But you know what? We all knew. Once they went down, I said to Connor, these guys don't do anything at the end of the game. they're about to go quietly into the night. So it is bad for us as New York baseball fans. It is a sick, twisted experience over the last 2 months. 2 teams that were up with leads in first place. 2 teams with over $310 million payrolls, expectations of going to a World Series. But they might not make the postseason. Both might not make it.
So, Keith, you said it didn't work?
Like you always say, it's not working. Nothing works.
You said that. You said it didn't work. You're killing me. You know, when these guys call and talk about the Mets, I feel like they're talking about the Yankees. I mean, they're one.
We're in the mirror. We're looking at each other like the Spider-Man meme.
Mirror.
Yeah,
absolutely. They're in a mirror. You know, it's crazy. And the thing with Boone, I mean, guys are calling and they're talking about A-Rod and guys like they want David Cohn to be the manager.
Yeah, Jeter's going to come back and be the GM, and Posada's going to manage.
I didn't want Boone from day one. Not because he's a bad guy or that it's a guy who was an unlikable guy. No experience, and it's showing. You know something, Keith? When he gets his next job, and he'll get another job because of who he is, he'll get another job. He's liable to be successful because he's trained on the Yankees. Okay. He's trained on the Yankees.
And in 3 years, when Terry Francona hangs it up, he'll go back to Cincinnati and he'll be the Reds manager.
You know, and he's liable to be, successful because he had some training. And then Keith, you killed me when you say, if we were to replace Cashman like we should, that it would be with the analytics guy. Oh yeah. Dear God, oh dear God in heaven. But anyway, another thing, Keith, that's going on. I was wrong about Stanton. I mean, I figured, if it was up to me, while Stanton was hurt, I would have, just got rid of him. But, Keith, with him playing the field and running the bases, it's like a dog chasing cars. It's like what's going to eventually.
You're watching in fear the whole time. You're watching and you're just, hey, whoa.
Yeah. As far as the managers go, by the way, another guy that would be my personal favorite is Flaherty. But again, no experience. There's only 3 guys that can come back as manager of the Yankees, and none of them are going to get the deal. One guy's got a shot. Girardi should come back. They'll never hire him because he's not going to put up with this nonsense. Willie Randolph, I think a guy that you like, they're not going to bring him in because they want to discipline. The only guy that's got a shot is Donnie Baseball. And even that's
no. Brian Cashman is going to be picking. They gave Aaron Boone an extension. He'll be here the next couple of years, and then who knows where they go after that. Thanks for the call, Dom. 888-808-1019. It ain't working, man. It ain't fun. I want to listen to some Carlos Mendoza sound. Connor will get some post-game stuff from the Mets in here. My boy Dre is tweeting me saying he's off the roller coaster and that Mendoza is a Boone replica. I got to hear this post-game because I'm sure he went to the Aaron Boone School of post-game question answering, and they're starting to be eerily similar with their bullpen decisions and when it doesn't go right and then what they say to the media after when questioned on it. And, yeah, I feel for the Met fan. Usually I'm trolling, but I can't troll. I said one of the worst things about the Yankees losing, we can't even enjoy the Mets losing. We're both losers. I'm a loser. Keith McPherson on the Fan. 2 hours to go. I can't wait for the Jets and the Giants to play on Saturday. Start the football. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
Mets or Yankees, Jets or Giants, doesn't matter. WFAN breaks it all down with passion, knowledge, and non-stop New York energy. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Union, and Freehold, New Jersey. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name. Ray Katina. More selection, more convenience, and more ways to drive excellence. Experience the power of 3. Visit benzfam.com.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
The Fun in the Sun event is on at Nielsen Dodge. Your new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram is here with 0 down payment, 0% financing available, and the credit help you deserve. Now that's fun.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X 4x4, just $359 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4, just $399 a month. Or choose from hundreds of quality certified pre-owned vehicles.
You can get up to $1,500 over book value for any trade.
On Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at NielsenDodge.com. A proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
So, for super hot deals and fun savings, remember,
Fun is in the driver's seat.
Make this the summer event.
With approval term Jeep 24 Ram 42 months due at sign, Jeep 4654 Ram 4989 and tax tag $498 dock and DMV fees.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. We begin at Citi Field, where the Mets took a 3-2 lead over the Braves to the top of the 8th. Ryan Helsley allowed the game-tying RBI double by Michael Harris, and Ozzie Albies stepped to the plate.
1-0 pitch. Swinging a liner pretty deep to right field. Back goes Soto. Still going. He won't get it. It's off the top of the wall. Played on the warning track by Soto. Around third. Harris digging for the plate. The throw went to second as Harris scores. And in at second with a double is Ozzie Albies. And the Braves have taken a 4-3 lead.
Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets radio. Mets lose to the Braves 4-3, and Ryan Helsley takes the loss, giving up those 2 runs in the 8th inning. Kodai Senga with a no decision, giving up 2 runs and 5 hits while striking out 7 over 5 of the third. Francisco Lindor homered for the Mets, who opened up a series with the Mariners Friday night at Citi Field. Yankees were off today. They opened a series in St. Louis against the Cardinals tomorrow. The Knicks open up their 25-26 regular season October 22nd against the Cavs at the Garden. Nets open up October 22nd in Charlotte and play their home opener against the Cavs October 24th. First game between the Knicks and Nets November 9th at MSG, and then they'll play November 24th at Barclays Center. 80 degrees, clear skies in Central Park. That's what's happening with Sports Flashes. At the top of the hour, I'm Peter Schwartz.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Now look who creeping, look who crawling still. No, I'm kidding, man. I'm in here chilling. I'm collecting stuff from the post game, and I'm streaming live on YouTube, and I'm switching the break back and forth. And I'm looking at everybody in the chat and what people are saying. Met fans crashing out, Yankee fans crashing out. We are one and the same. We are the Spider-Man meme. As much as we want to be different, we are brothers. We're Siamese twins. There's no big brother, little brother. We're the same. Twin. Former Mets, go to the Yankees. Former Yankees, go to the Mets. The Yankees bench coach is now the Mets manager. Juan Soto plays a season with the Yankees. He was just renting in the Bronx and buying in Queens. Glad he did. But you got to listen to this. Let's cue up Carlos Mendoza postgame. The Met fans, I fear you have become exactly what you never wanted to be. Now you've got the richest owner in the sport, the new George Steinbrenner. You can afford to go out there and buy a Juan Soto. You brought back Old Timers Day. You got an alumni game coming up. You got a Juan Soto bobblehead giveaway coming up. Your fans want to compare the attendance at Citi Field to what it is at Yankee Stadium? Okay. You're becoming just like us without all the past championships. The Mets are becoming like a fake Yankees, a faux Yankees, a alternate universe, bizarro world Yankees. Soft. Finding ways to lose. 4 runs beat the Yankees last night. 4 runs beat the Mets tonight. Let's hear from former Yankees bench coach Carlos Mendoza, who is now the Mets manager, and he sounds like he spent a lot of time in Aaron Boone's school of managing and answering questions post-game with the media.
How concerned are you about your team, because you're a half game ahead of the Reds, and you had a chance to gain against the Phillies, and they lost? How concerned are you about your team?
No, I mean, obviously, we're not playing well, but too much talent. You know, we're going through a very tough time right now, but, you know, there's a lot of good players there, and we just gotta get through this. We can't be looking at the standing. You know, we're not where we at. We haven't played well, but we're still pretty much right in the thick of things. So we got to find a way.
Bro, what? You're not telling us anything we don't know. You know, we've got a lot of talent.
You know, it's all right there in front of us.
Yeah, we got to get through this. And we're still right in the thick of things. You had the division lead. You have one of the highest payrolls in baseball. He's talking about not looking at the standings. You better be looking at the standings. We're both about to be eliminated. We could be facing elimination in a couple weeks. As I go to the standings right now to hit refresh on that, I know if the season ended today, and I was telling y'all last night, stop telling me that. If the season ended today, they'd be in the wild card. That's not good enough. You don't want to be in that wild card round? Right now, the Mets are a half game up above the Reds. That's not cool. The Yankees are a half game up of the Guardians. We're the same. We are exactly the same. We are exactly the same. Managers that talk exactly, then we got to get through this. Get through it. What are you doing in your building? You got to win that game. The New York Mets are 43-44 since April 30th. That just came from our very own Evan Roberts. I'm going to keep looking for some stuff, but we got to get to the fans that call the fan and talk about this. It sucks, man. It shouldn't be like this. We're halfway through August. You're supposed to be tightening up, right? We're supposed to see the teams start to become. But yeah, let me just be glass half full and positive Keithy. They're going to turn it around. They're just going to randomly wake up one day and go on an 8-game win streak. Doubtful. Dan is in Connecticut.
Listen.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry about that. I realized it was on.
I was going to say,
my name's Dan.
It's okay, Dan. Let's. I understand you weren't live
I apologize
yet.
That I thought I was still on hold. I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay. We dumped it. We're good. Dan is in Connecticut. Now you're live. We got you.
Yeah. Okay. Before I make my point, my friend would just like to say something really quick. Yankees, I'm a huge fan. My name's Ryan. I have an idea on how to save the Mets season. We're coming home from the game as we speak.
Okay.
Remember how BT offered Chet $100 to say the Mets, you know what? Well, you being a Yankee fan, you're going to ask me the same question without the money, and I'm going to reverse it and say the Mets are going to go to the playoffs.
Okay, Ryan, go for it. Say the magic words.
The New York Mets, ladies and gentlemen, are making the playoffs, and I will be at the game tomorrow night as well when they win, and I will call back in after they win and let the magic spread.
Okay, Connor, clip that so we can go to it when we need it.
Okay, Thank you for that, Keith. Now, here's my point. Mine's a little different than his. I don't see the Mets making the playoffs this year or at least till the 2030s, because if you look at the history of this team, they only make it once or twice per decade, and I'm afraid we're going to see it again.
Yeah, they don't. Back to back. It is. I don't even want to speak on it, bro. It doesn't make any sense.
I tried to tell you this about a month ago, and you said, I'm over my head, I'm overreacting, I got Wilpon PTSD, but what I said is coming true, sadly.
I just don't. It doesn't make any sense, bro. There's too many good players on the team. How are they all going?
This team is cursed, man.
Yeah, but in your own building, you had the best home field advantage in baseball. They're still selling out the place. What is happening now?
I know.
They're paralyzed. I don't know how many games I've watched the Mets where they have a glass jaw. They take a punch and they just lay on the ground. That's it. Fight back.
This is what they always do. They tease you every single year. It's just misery and pain.
41,782 Mets fans in the building. Thanks for the call, Dan. I'm sorry, guys. There's nothing to troll or make fun of because, like I said, the Yankees are just as bad or laughable. And, it doesn't make any sense to have that much of a payroll, to have that much talent, to have this many all-stars, to have these type of guys added to your team coming out of the bullpen, to feel like you won the trade deadline and this is the prize you get. Baseball is wild. You can't predict baseball. It's got to be some type of higher power, some type of curse, some type of hex. What else can you say? All these guys, the Monstars, zap them. What else can you say?
The New York
Mets
wait.
You guys are coming in hot. John is in Bayonne. John, you're live. Go for it.
Hey, that was a great one. Let me explain something to you, okay? And you're right. You hit it right on the head. This manager is a Booney clone, okay? So let's look at it this way. Cashman has taught these guys analytics.
Yeah.
Analytics. Now, I'm going to give you a little story, and you're going to understand what baseball's about and stuff. I was in a playoff game about 35 years ago, stickball. Shave balls and all like that.
Yeah.
The guy was throwing a perfect game. The top of the seventh. Perfect game. And I had this super sport athlete guy on deck. And the count went to 2-2. And I said, you know what? I'm a righty. I'm going to go lefty. He goes, what are you doing? I'm up next. I said, I'm using analytics. No, I didn't. And I got up lefty. He threw a ball to make it 3-2. I said, okay, I'll get a walk and break up his perfect game. The next pitch came in because he was going to throw it straight down the middle, and I crushed it for a home run.
Thanks for the call, John. Juan Soto was hitting lefty. He struck out from the left side of the plate with an opportunity to drive in a run to tie it or take the lead. It's not good enough for the highest paid player in the history of the game. I thought you were going to tell me a car drove by your stickball game or something else. I don't know, man. It's a little bit after 10 o'clock. Loopy on the late night. We are approaching the hours of insanity because we keep seeing the same things, expecting different results. The Mets cannot lose that series in that fashion to the Atlanta Braves, who aren't playing for anything. The Mets are trying to go back to the postseason, and it's unacceptable if they miss it this year. It is absolutely unacceptable the way that they're playing, the way that the manager is acting like this is okay. I don't know. Pound the table. Mendy, Booney, same guys. Duke is in a story on the Fan next. Hello, Duke.
Hey, how you doing, man? First time caller, long time listener. Appreciate you having me on. I'm just calling because do you think it's time to have a shakeup in Queens at the manager position? Because I remember back at 22 when Girardi was fired after a slow start. I know it's the middle of the season, and Rob Thompson took over. Philly really took flight. I mean, Carlos Mendoza is Aaron Boone with no fire. I mean, either this guy knows somebody, he knows something about Steve Cohen in his personal life, or I don't know why he's still there.
It's his second year. It's Stern's second year. This is the guy that Stern's hired. Thanks for the call, Duke. But no, they're not going to fire him. he still got the credit from the run that they went on last year when he was a rookie manager. Earlier in my show, I remarked that the Milwaukee Brewers are doing just fine without David Stearns. They're also doing just fine without Craig Counsell, who we thought Craig Counsell might be the Mets manager, and then they went and plucked Mendoza from the Mets, or the Mets plucked Mendoza from the Yankees bench. And we were talking about last year, how much of a better manager he is than Boone. You guys had this guy right in your building, and now what? Now, give it some time. It wears off. Give it some time. Now you guys are looking like the Mets are similar to the Yankees in so many ways. High-paid players that go up there swinging for the fences, can't get it done, can't drive in runs. The Yankees have a glass jaw too. Like I said, 4 runs beat the Yankees last night in their building. 4 runs just beat the Mets. And, hey, I know the homestand isn't finished, but here come the Mariners, and they're pretty good. They've got some players. They've got some pitchers. They've got some hitters. You may be familiar with them. They're not feeling sorry for you. Francisco Lindor is in the postgame talking about when we win together. When we lose together. Okay, well, at least you guys are together. At least you guys are on the same accord. He says, it's definitely a test. It's a test that we're going through. It's big adversity. But it's been for 2 months. How much losing can you take? Like, the fans are crashing out. Frank the Tank's going to have an epic one tonight. I thought last night, this one is like, the way that they always teasing, never pleasing, like Dan in Connecticut kind of just alluded to, the way that they play around with you watching the game. I'm sitting here watching that game. I'm thinking they're definitely going to win it 3-2. Maybe they tack on an insurance run or two, win it 4-2. You got your strongest guys coming out of the bullpen. Here it is. So I don't know, man. On my screen, the Mariners this month, they have a 9-3 record, 4.67 runs per game, a 3.17 team ERA. Luis Castillo on the road. He struggled a little bit, but he's 4-2 with a 4.31 ERA, a 2.92 opponent batting average. It doesn't matter, though. None of that matters. There's something going on. There's some type of curse or hex or cosmic energy around the Mets. Even when you get the performance that you get out of Cody, like you got the pitching tonight. Honestly, back-breaking late. Ryan Helsley just hasn't been what you expected. A flamethrower. And I think, Robbie and Lennox called and said, like, why did he go with the breaking stuff? And then I went back and looked. I mean, he threw a fastball to Ozzie Albies. A 4-seam fastball, but it was low in the zone, and Ozzie Albies is all of 5'3", went down and got it. Now, he did throw a breaking pitch to Michael Harris, and that was a slider, 87 miles an hour, middle. But you got to come in and strike guys out. You're a swing and miss guy. You got to come in and mow these guys down. You know what also doesn't help? Walking guys, throwing balls in the dirt. Ozuna. That's a tough way to go, man. And like I said, glass jaw. You have 2 opportunities to come back and get something done in the bottom of the 8th. Marte pops out. Lindor singles, get it going. Juan Soto strikes out on 3 pitches. The generational Juan Soto, the Centurion, the Supreme Court of Soto suite in the stadium, the security detail, the clothing allowance, gave you the world.
Try to grow a dynasty.
You talked about family culture and winning championships and a dynasty in Queens. I knew it was all a facade watching that press conference. It's all about the bread. And then Brandon Nimmo grounds out. And it's like, I feel for anybody that was in there. Let's get to the phones. I'm sure people are calling that might have went out. Dan in Connecticut, Ryan, those guys are driving away. They're driving away from Citi Field. Richie in Queens on the fan. What's up, Richie?
Hey, Keith, how are you?
All right. I just the losing. I feel like I'm on every night, and it's like both teams lose. I know when I was on with Big Mac the other morning, it was the first time that both teams had won since like July 27th. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to be on that show more often. The 2 years. By the way, you set the record the other day because it was cracking up. But you know how I always tortured you about watching a movie, and most people when they talk about a movie, they go, I didn't really like that one. I didn't like that one. You went up the consecutive ones of I didn't see that one. I didn't see that one. And I didn't see that one.
I don't watch movies. I watch sports.
Well, eventually you will. And when you do,
I need to switch, actually. I think I'd probably be better off if let's just quit this radio job and be a movie buff and not watch any of these sports.
Yeah, because it's getting to a point where sports is torturous, man. At least you know the ending of a movie might be good. Hey, real quick, I'm not shocked with Mendoza. I listened to Bob Melvin. You know, I'm a Giants fan. They've lost. They're like 3-23. He says the same thing as Mendoza. He says the same thing at Moon. You know, we got talent. We're going to get better. You know, it's almost like it's analytics to a point where they can't go and destroy their team and make a comment like, "Wow, I'm fed up." Although he kind of alluded the other day, but you know, I'm not shocked at that. What I am shocked at, you know, they haven't got a guy other than Peterson to get to the sixth inning. It's 5 2/3. He's pitching well. I love Rogers. You know, I had known Rogers for 6 years. We never brought Rogers in with men on. Rogers is a contact guy. He's going to give up a contact. You hope it's not hard. You hope it's a ground ball. But he never comes in with a man in scoring position.
Yeah,
Let him finish.
Yeah.
You know, make a statement there and say, hey, I'm going to do this with my guy. And again, and I can't fault them for Rogers and Helsley. I mean, those guys are there to protect the lead. So they're just a bad team right now, Keith. And the same thing, like I said to C-Mac, that game, they faced a good pitcher against the Twins, the Yankees. They had a chance to get a sweep, and you've got to sweep, though. 2 out of 3 is normally good. But when you're bad playing the way they are, you've got to go on a 9-1 run. So let's bring on football, Keith. It's ugly right now.
Thanks for the call, Richie. Agreed. Let's bring on the football, start the football ASAP. We'll probably, pivot the conversation at 11 o'clock to, this Jets and Giants matchup coming up and what we've seen out of practice and, Kayvon, Thibodeau. That's something else I wanted to say. I heard Evan call Kayvon Thibodeau. We'll definitely talk Knicks as well with the schedule coming out. We can get rid of there is no more Tom Thibodeau. KT, right? Kayvon Thibodeau. This town ain't big enough for the both of them. So we just got to talk about Kayvon. I always remember that, which is KT. Kayvon Thibodeau. There is no more Thibodeau in town. Anyway, I mean, you're going to second guess the manager's moves, but these are high leverage relievers. These guys you just gave up a bunch of guys to go get. They were celebrated when they came here. I remember sitting in on a Mets space, listening to Mets fans talk about how they won the day. How it felt like the Phillies countered going to get Duran from Minnesota, but then Stearns had another move in his pocket. I always say a move looks better with another move. Tyler Rogers and Ryan Helsley, but they have had a little bit of a rough go at it with that Mets jersey on. So it's hard not to believe that there's a curse in that uniform. It's hard not to believe that there's a hex going on with this team. They got to shake out of it. They have the players. They have a good manager. But he's starting to sound a little bit like Aaron Boone. Annabelle in Bridgeport, Connecticut. You're on next. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? First time speaking with you. I listen to the friend 24/7. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for making it.
Yeah, I watched the whole game tonight, and let me tell you, Carlos Mendoza did the right move. He brought in Rogers. Mm-hmm. He did a good job. Then Henley came in, and I said, this guy, as I saw his record, he got 21 saves out of 27 times when he was with the St. Louis Cardinals. So I said, this guy got good stuff. I'm hoping he can hold him. But unfortunately, we lost this game. Now, a lot of people are comparing the Mets fans and the Yankee fans against Carlos Mendoza. Carlos Mendoza is a great manager. I can hardly hear anybody say, fire him. The whole New York Yankee area wants to fire everybody in New York.
They're calling for Mendoza to be fired, too. There's a lot of people talking about Mendoza being fired, too.
Oh, no. I think he.
Both guys are safe. Neither one of them are getting fired, but we're hearing it get pretty loud for both managers to go.
Can I tell you something else?
Yes, sir.
Even if the Mets had Billy Martin, any manager, I could name you as many as I want, But let me tell you one thing. When you get a pitching staff that doesn't go past the 4th inning, come on.
Kodai Senga did it today. Kodai Senga had a decent enough showing today, and then the bullpen lost the game.
Yes, and the one who has been the most consistent pitching over 5 innings has been David Peterson. Other than him, I mean, Senga did it tonight, but there's nobody else that could go past the 4th inning.
Nolan McLean, thanks for the call. Annabelle, making your first call to KM to AM. Appreciate it. When it rains, it pours. When you're losing, everybody's to blame. The players are to blame, but it starts with the manager. And when the manager's telling you we got a lot of talent, we got to get through this, it's like, this has been going on for too long. So you can't say, oh, nobody's call. I can't listen to people call for Mendoza. They've been calling for Mendoza's head this whole couple weeks, blowing these leads. The team having a glass jaw, not being able to fight back, not being able to overcome these things. I don't know. 888-808-1019. I know Buster only put out a tweet yesterday of bullpen losses this season. It had the White Sox at 35, the Rangers at 29, the Mets tied at 3rd with the Pirates and the Twins at 27. Well, they can edit that now and make that 28 for the Mets. Jeff is in Oceanside. Jeff, you're next. You got it.
What's going on? Good evening, my friend. How are you tonight?
I'm all right. Things I thought this was going to be a night, even the way I set it up. I'm like, we'll talk football in the middle, and then we'll get some reaction from the Met game, and it'll be redemption tonight, and the Met fans will celebrate taking the series. You can't lose that series in that fashion in your building to the Braves like that.
100%. This is ridiculous. I was going to call about Mendy, but you know what? I'll give Mendy a break. But Soto has been the biggest disappointment. I know, look at his numbers. They're not awful. They're not. But he does not have one clutch hit the entire season. Not one. He has no moments, no memories, no season-changing hit. So he's been the major disappointment. And Hefner's the one who should go. Everyone says he's a guru, the lab. The lab's on fire. The lab's broken. The lab is done. You go back to the last couple of years with Hefner. In 2022, the Braves series, our top 3 pitchers went. We couldn't win one game. We were home for the wild card series. We couldn't win that. 2023 was a disaster. 2024, we had a good run. But you know what ended the good run? Our pitching burned out, was tired, couldn't finish the job. This year, we lead the league in walks. We can't get past the 4th inning. Last year, we led the league in walks. I think we set a record last year for walks. Why is this guy so highly regarded? Why? The pitching is not that good. You want to make a change. You want to make an impact. You want to give Mendy another year, fine. Hefner's been there for years and years and years and years. And to me, he's overrated. Soto is the biggest bust. I know he has 30 home runs, 70 RBIs, a bunch of stolen bases, but every single time he's up in a big spot, he fouls. And I know the Mets slightly overpaid, but in fairness, the Yankees offered 16 years, supposedly the Red Sox and the Blue Jays were in the 14 years. So, the contract they gave him was market rate. I understand that.
To win the player. They did what they had to do to win the player.
Right. I mean, they didn't go overly crazy. They went a little crazy, but
Steve Cohen can afford it.
Right. Steve Cohen can afford it. And you know what? Steinbrenner offered a similar contract. 16 years opposed to 15 years, so the money's a little bit less on your AVV or whatever they call it. But to me, what is wrong with him? I mean, I'm a diehard Met fan. I hate the Yankees. But I watch their games, and every time last year he came up, he got a hit.
Don't I know it, Jeff? How did the Yankees go to the World Series? Juan Soto versus Hunter Gaddis. One of the most clutch at-bats you've ever seen. A battle that he refused to lose. He said he knew he had him. Took him deep. He had moments like that to start the season against the Houston Astros, a team that the Yankee fans hate, coming through against them. I remember Camilo Doval. That clip came back up when the Yankees traded for Camilo Doval because he took Camilo Doval deep late in the game in San Francisco to win it. Juan Soto had a bunch of, that's his calling card. That's his MO. I don't know how much, I keep talking about the guy's slow heartbeat. I keep talking about the guy. He's the guy that they don't want up. They don't want to pitch to with the game on the line. He's the guy that you want up, right? Juan Soto's the guy that you want in the box with the opportunity to tie or take the lead. Because he's clutch, he's auto. I've referred to the guy as a cyborg robot that's programmed to hit baseballs. I don't know what software they're running over there now. It is odd. Maybe it's just year one. You know, this is a beta version of Juan Soto in the Met uniform, but this is not like him. He's had so many opportunities this year to cash in, pun intended, and he hasn't been able to do it. His hottest month in June, I told y'all, that was to make the All-Star team, and he came up short of that. And when you talk about the contract and the AAV and, like I said, what you had to do to win the player, I mean, it's more than just the 15 years and the average annual value. They gave this man a suite in the stadium for his family. They gave his mom a clothing allowance so she could be styling and profiling. They gave him his own security detail. They made a mini movie about the pursuit of signing him as if he was going to be the difference. He's still putting up good numbers, but he's certainly not the difference. 888-808-1019. There's a big difference from what he looked like in pinstripes. And I'm not trolling. As a baseball fan, I've seen him. I saw him in San Diego. I saw him with the Nationals. You saw him too. You're not getting the return on investment. And I know it ain't your money, but it is your team. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. I don't know what else to tell you. The pitching is not good enough. The managing is not good enough. It sucks to watch your team lose. I was looking at this top 10 losses for the Mets this year. That you can add that one. That's a tough loss late in the game. Back-to-back night. To lose that series like that after celebrating Pete Alonso, getting the all-time home run record and all the talk around that. And now you got to just dust yourself off and face the Mariners, and they're rolling. And they've got guys that hit the ball out of the ballpark, and they've got good pitching. They're not going to take it easy on you. So what happens? I don't know. I was on it last week, too, talking about, like, that's the elephant in the room, too. Pete Alonso wants to get paid, man. Pete Alonso was calling out, yeah, well, you know, I want to play until I'm 40. I'd love to be here, but, you know, David and Steve got to step up. And he's balling, and he's on a deal that he's going to opt out of, and he's got the same agent as Juan Soto. And Juan Soto was given the world before he even stepped in the batter's box. I don't know, man. I think there's something to it. Lindor, the captain, the stand-in captain, the captain by I don't know, non-actual titles. Maybe you should have gave him the captaincy. Maybe David Wright should have said, "Hey, you're the guy." Something with Lindor too. He's got to lead these guys. You know, it was him and Nimmo last year that were supposedly like calling the team meetings and, you know, taking the guys out to dinner. I don't know. Maybe the Fab Four will turn it on for Beatles night. Let me stop. I'm just about to start trolling. Let me chill. Let's go to Rob in Westchester next on The Fan. Hello, Rob. Robbie. Hey, Rob. Let's go to Justin in Floral Park. Justin's
Keith,
there.
What's going on, brother?
You know, just talking about how bad the Mets are, but the Yankees are just as bad.
Better. Before I talk about the Yankees, shout out to my 12U team going to Cooperstown this weekend.
Oh, you need some Bigelow tea. I've heard your voice so many times. You all right? You under the weather?
No, I mean, this is from Keith, no joke, from yelling at them and also yelling at Devin Williams on Friday night. I mean, dude, that guy, I wish he was Class A. Like, seriously, bet on himself and, like, got suspended for the rest of baseball, dude. Like, I can't stand the guy. Like, you know how many games he's lost for us?
8. I count them out every time I get a chance. I have them written down.
We could be in first place. But here's my thing, Keith. As bad as we are with the Yanks, the schedule does get better for us. So if we can get to that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next week against the Red Sox, and do no worse. I mean, I want 3 out of 4, but that's probably not happening. If we get split, Keith, I think we have a chance to make the playoffs because I still think when push comes to shove, they're better than the Guardians. I just think it. I feel it. I know it. And I just think that's it.
They better make the playoffs. They were in the World Series last year, and they still hang their hat on losing the World Series.
I know, but Keith, here's the thing. As a Yankee fan, you're a smart Yankee fan like I am. Is it the worst thing if we don't make the playoffs? Because then maybe Hal cleans house and gets rid of Cashman and gets rid of Boone?
He's not. Maybe Boone is the sacrificial lamb, but that wouldn't be fair.
Keith, they have to be a package deal. There's no way Cashman can hire another manager. There's just no way. This doesn't work, what they're doing. I don't even know what the blueprint now is for the Yankees. Is it just making the playoffs? Because it's not winning the World Series. Because if it was winning the World Series, we'd go all in all the time at the deadline, which we never do. We didn't get Verlander when he went to the Tigers.
There's a long list. They take shortcuts, even things like trying to steal outs and like, let's go to De Los Santos last night.
Right.
Let's take Cam Schlittler out instead of trying to fight and try and bring the guts out of somebody, the feel for the game, the compete level. Yeah, he throws pretty hard. See if the kid can grow in that moment. And instead they decide to protect him and go to their lanes. And De Los Santos, who pitched the day before, it didn't work out. And I don't know, we second guess it, and they didn't want to tell us Goldie was hurt. They just do these little things that show you that.
You put shit there, and then here's the other thing, Keith. Why are they not going all in and calling him Spencer Jones? And then Ben Rice catch, move Belly to first, and let this kid play the outfield.
Yeah, we're in a little bit of trouble. As you talk about getting to the Boston season, and thank you for the call, getting to the Boston series, and thank you for the call, Justin. Goldie is hurt. Ahmed Rosario is hurt. Austin Slater is hurt. Judge is trying to come back and play right field, but even the bench that you had, you're missing guys. And the players that you have to play Austin Wells. And he's been weak sauce. You have no choice but to play him now. You got to play Ben Rice at first. And why do they not want to call up Spencer Jones? I don't know. I'm sure that they feel like he needs to finish out this year in his development, and he can't help the team right now. So I don't know. Around and around we go, man. With the Mets and the Yankees, high hopes and just consistent failure and second guessing them and watching these games and showing up to the ballpark. That sucks. The Met fan that showed up. Did Evan go tonight again? The Met fan that showed up the last two nights at Citi Field, I feel for you. I know. As a Yankee fan, you guys hear me come from the game. When I'm disappointed, I can't hide from it. I come here and I got to get on the mic. But the Met fan that sat through that delay yesterday and then partied the first two innings just to get kicked in the nuts, 11 unanswered runs, a 9-run inning, and then they pushed the Pete Alonso ceremony to today, and you show up today, yay, Polar Bear, his own private glacier. And you watch them lose a 4-3 game, and the Super Pen gives it up. And this vaunted lineup has two opportunities to come back and just get one run, just tie the game, force extras. They can't do it. They fold. That's a tough feeling, man. That's a tough feeling as a fan. It breaks you. It breaks you. It makes you want to get off the ride. 888-808-1019. This is a 5-hour ride till midnight. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Plenty of time. Call me up. We'll be right back.
From the first pitch to the final whistle, WFAN delivers wall-to-wall Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets coverage. Because in New York, every game matters. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
The Fun in the Sun event is on at Nielsen Dodge. Your new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram is here with 0 down payment, 0% financing available, and the credit help you deserve. Now that's fun.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X 4x4, just $359 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4, just $399 a month. Or choose from hundreds of quality certified pre-owned vehicles.
You can get up to $1,500 over book value for any trade.
On Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at NielsenDodge.com. A proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
So, for super hot deals and fun savings. Remember, fun is in the driver's seat.
Make this the summer event.
With approval term Jeep 24 Ram 42 months due at sign, Jeep 4654 Ram 4989 and tax tag 498 doc and DMV fees.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Stop dealing with your neck pain, backaches, and sciatica and go see my main man, Dr. Jay Shah at Samwell Institute for Pain Management, a migraine and nerve pain specialist who gets you back feeling like yourself again with minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Dr. J for pain-relieving solutions. Same day and next day appointments available in offices in Colonia, Livingston, and now Inglewood, New Jersey. Turn to Samwell Pain for effective pain-relieving solutions. Visit samwellpain.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Car
Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.com or 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
What's the difference between me and you? Not much. The Yankees are a half game up, holding the last wild card spot. The Mets are a half game up, holding the last wild card spot. 4 runs is enough to beat both of them in the third game of the last series in their buildings. Losing. Bullpen giving it up. Offense not doing enough. High-paid players not giving you the return on investment. Managers saying the same things in the postgame. And fans calling the Fan, talking about the same things week after week after week. 2 months it's been. The Mets lose, and that's inexcusable, unacceptable, embarrassing. I know I'm not a Met fan, and y'all hate hearing it from me, but I'm on till 12, and you're going to hear it from Big Mac, too. The Yankees didn't play, so they can't hurt us tonight. And I swear I thought it was a redemption night for the Mets because Kodai Senga went out there and did his thing. You know, the captain Lindor did his thing. What do you have, 3 hits tonight? And Alonso showed up again. Drove in a run. Nimmo drove in a run. It's not enough because Ryan Helsley, I don't know, man. He throws hard, but they're able to put bat to ball and get it done. And now the Mets have lost 13 out of their last 15, 5 consecutive series. And they had a 7-game win streak before all that. It is confusing. I don't understand how it just goes south so fast. Even when you do get a starting pitcher that's able to pitch into the 6th inning, it's not enough. Here come the Reds. The Phillies seem to have a stronghold, and you still got to face these teams. And you got to face the Mariners this weekend. It's not looking good. You'll face the Reds first weekend in Cincinnati in September. Then you'll face the Phillies right after them. I think they face the Phillies in Citi Field. There's a tough stretch of baseball. Like, you know why you needed to handle business this homestand? And you know why. I'm not telling a Met fan anything that they don't know. Because you have this stretch from the 19th of August through the 3rd of September where you don't have a day off. So if you don't have starters that can go deep in the games and your bullpen is not a super pen and they're giving it up, it's just like, where do you go for answers? Nolan McLean, they're setting that kid up for Saturday. Juan Soto bobblehead. Juan Soto better hit 2 homers. They're setting that kid up in a situation to go face, Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena and Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez. That lineup is tough. So, I don't know, folks. Both the Mets and the Yankees are on postseason elimination watch. And, the Yankees, it always seems like, they got Fernando Cruz coming back. Ryan Yarbrough's coming back. Both of those guys, they did rehab stints with the Rail Riders. But like I just said, Paul Goldschmidt is down. Ahmed Rosario is down. Austin Slater's down. That might not seem like anything too significant, but it is because it forces other players into the game that are struggling. It forces, it just kind of, it limits what you can do. And they absolutely need Judge to go back to right field. And like I said about going to St. Louis, the Yankees don't win out there. It's hot out there in Missouri. They have a good fan base that shows up. Every summer, the Yankees go out there and get humbled by St. Louis. So I'm not expecting anything different this time. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Terry out on Staten Island. Terry, you're on the Fan.
This call will be recorded.
Hey, Keith, how's everything going?
It's not going great. I can't lie to you.
No, it's not. It's a rough time. I was at the game today. Parking lot took 2 hours to get out of. When I got out of the parking lot, I got a ticket for having a headlight out.
Wow.
And, yeah, it's just been a rough time. It's telling me I have 24 hours to fix it.
Oh, my. Can they give people a break leaving the game? It's already bad enough.
I know. You would think they would just stay away from Citi Field, but, I guess they got to do what they got to do. And now I got to rush to get my headlight fixed. But I'm shocked to see you were at the game today.
No, I wasn't at the game. I was at the Yankee game yesterday. I don't go to Citi Field. I've been here since 7 o'clock. Really, I've been here since 6 o'clock.
Who did I take a picture with?
I don't know, dude.
I swear, I went up to a guy. I'm like, Keith, and he took me. He put his hands over my shoulders.
He played you. He played you. What was he wearing?
He was wearing a Yankee jersey, which is why I thought it was you. And then I took a picture with him. He's like, all right, yeah, no doubt.
Wow.
Listen to me on the fan tonight. And I was like, all right, I will.
Wow, I'm getting famous. I got people pretending to be me in Citi Field. No. You got to be trolling me. No way.
I'm not. I'm not trolling you. I
post a picture and tag me. Post a picture and tag me if you didn't already do that.
Yeah, I definitely will. Now I feel like somebody's trolling me.
Yeah, you saw a black dude with locks, like 6'2", 200 pounds.
And he had a Yankees hat and jersey on. That's why. It wasn't just because he was a black guy with locks. But it was everything else, and I thought it was you.
I'm just describing what I look like. I'm on the live stream right now. They can see me. I don't know, man. Thanks for the call, Terry. That's strange. I'm having lookalikes, clones. See, if that type of stuff is going on in Citi Field, there's some type of weird hex voodoo going on. Let's go to Bobby in Belmore. Bobby, you've been hanging for a while, and I just noticed that you were trying to, piggyback off of the Mike Sando conversation that ended an hour ago talking about the quarterback.
Well, before I get to that, I got to talk about the baseball because, you got the last name wrong. You said Juan Loco. It's Juan Solo. I mean, all you got to do is replace one letter, and that's it. But anyway, And speaking of Lindor, losing together, they lost 13 out of 15 together. So, I guess that's doing good. But anyway, let me get to the Yankees before I get to the football. Now, Fried, I've been talking about this for a while. I was concerned about the signing. It was terrible in the postseason since 2021, our great World Series game. He's been awful. He was awful again against Houston. I don't need to sound like a broken record, but Toronto twice, the Mets, Chicago. He didn't pitch well against Texas. I know that in the playoffs, but he's been bad, very bad since the beginning of July. He has like a 60 ERA. I don't know if he's hurt his arm the last couple of years. I don't know if it's that, but it's very concerning because they're not going nowhere without him. So, I just hope against Boston. I'm going to the Boston game on Friday. I hope he pitches well. I hope he's scheduled to pitch on Friday.
I was going to say, is it Fried day on a Friday? Is he in line to pitch? He pitched on Sunday.
Yeah, I guess I have a day off or something. No, he pitches, I think, Saturday. I think I have a day off, maybe Monday, or I'm not sure. But I'm not sure. I know he's scheduled to pitch on Friday. I didn't check. I know he's scheduled to pitch. But anyway, let me get to the football. Now, the guys that voted for that top tier, I think they're smoking the same crap that Rodgers has smoking the last 2 springs because
ayahuasca.
I understand how Justin Herbert is 7, and I'll get to Hurst in a second. This guy, I'm forgetting even the playoff game, which was a horror show. He has never won a big game. They won a lot of games, but they're all against bad teams.
You know what he is, Bobby? He is creative player. He is the quarterback that you create in Madden. He's tall, he's strong, he can run a little bit, he's got a cannon arm, but he turns the ball over, he folds, he hasn't won anything.
Tom Brady said that, the mental aspect of Hurst's game is top notch, and it's not just physicality. Now, this guy Hurst, look at what he's done. He's 45-16. He's gone through 4 different offensive coordinators the last 4 years. 45-16 the last 4 years. The last 2 to 3 years, he could have been Super Bowl MVP. He would have won it a couple of years ago if he didn't lose. And he's been spectacular. And he went through I know USC and Oklahoma doesn't count as college, but this guy, how can you put him ninth and Justin Herbert?
They might do it again because Jalen Hurts.
I don't know if
He likes that. He likes being. He's been underrated. He's been the underdog. They keep underestimating him. They keep, him and Cam Newton had this whole back and forth with Gilly the Kid, who's like a mascot for the Eagles, trying to say how great Jalen Hurts is. You know what's great about Jalen Hurts as you talk about his mentality and stuff? They're saying he's not wearing his championship ring, and he's already coming out and saying last year is over.
All right. Well, he's got Brady's mentality. What's the best one? Your next one. The best ring is the next one.
Yeah, he's trying to get another one. They're trying to go back to back. They're trying to get another year out of Saquon. Saquon's talking about randomly retiring. Yeah, you go back to back, you might as well randomly retire. Thanks for the call, Bobby, as we get closer to 11 o'clock and start mixing in some football conversation. We've got the annual MetLife Bowl coming up, Jets versus Giants over there in East Rutherford. I was already talking about Kayvon, how there's only one Thibodeau in town now. We don't have to do the anymore. The Thibodeau anymore. He's gone. And I don't know how long we can stay on the conversation about how bad our baseball teams are. Football will save us. And what's great about the Jets and the Giants, they can just be mid and it's going to be glorious. They can be mid and it's going to be glorious. Lewis is in Brooklyn on the Fan. How you doing, Lewis? Hey, what's up? Where you been?
Okay, the Fab Four is Dak Prescott, Michael Parsons, and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens.
Oh, you left Jerry Jones out. How you leave out Jerry Jones?
Oh, my. How come he's not signing Michael Paul? What's going on there? What's your take on that?
He's fried. Jerry Jones' brain is fried. He needs to be in a house, not leaving the home. He shouldn't be in front of microphones and cameras anymore. They gotta stop Jerry from they gotta save him from himself. He's cooked.
Are we gonna lose Michael Parsons? I mean, that's crazy.
That would be one of the dumbest things ever, because just the fact that they were able to draft Michael Parsons was a miracle. That he fell to them. I'm done. I don't claim him. I've disowned him. Jerry Jones, nope, I'm good. It's coming up on 10 years. I said it on the morning show with Big Mac. If you don't go see your team play for 10 years, they're not your team anymore.
I want to tell you that I read up about George Pickens. He had something like 59 catches last year, 900 yards. He's good.
I'm very aware of George Pickens. He's a game breaker if they can get the ball to him. And I think Dak is going to get the ball to him. And I also think the threat of George Pickens is going to open it up for CeeDee Lamb, who's always open and always catches the ball. But the Dallas Cowboys will find a way to fail. And if Michael Parsons isn't there in that defense, yeah.
How's Miles Sanders?
It's not about Miles Sanders. Javonte Williams is getting all the reps. Javonte Williams is going to be running back one.
Oh, wow. And let me ask you, you were very down on Trey Lance, but they said that he looked good the other week.
Yeah, with the Chargers, with Harbaugh. Yeah.
No, they said he's like a gunslinger. He has a good arm.
Trey Lance. Sorry. Let me take a break here, Lewis. Thanks for the call. You're confusing Trey Lance with Joe Milton. And see, I know that can happen. The Cowboys traded for both of those guys, but the trade for Joe Milton is way more impressive than the trade for Trey Lance. On this radio station, I said, Trey Lance, what you gave up for Trey Lance could have been Bucky Irving. What you gave up for Trey Lance could have been Braylon Allen. Dumb. Trey Lance in preseason has looked a little bit better with the Chargers because he's got a quarterback as a head coach that can help him out. Mike McCarthy and those guys never wanted him. Dak Prescott and those guys never wanted him to be around. He never became anything. Jerry Jones got ahead of himself because he's been trying to replace Dak for years. Now Joe Milton is who you're talking about. And in camp with the Cowboys, yeah, Joe Milton is a gunslinger. He's been throwing bombs. He's looked pretty good. But the Cowboys are going to be mid. The Cowboys might win 8 or 9 games, max. If Dak stays healthy, and who cares? Who cares? I'm turning into a Bills fan. When we come back, I'm going to tell you why I'm turning into a Bills fan. We'll do the Hard Knocks recap. But, yeah, we got to do the big shot of the night first, and then it's open mic the rest of the way. The Met fans that are on the line will get their rants off. The Yankee fans that are on the line will get their rants off. Keith McPherson on the Fan till midnight. Cam to Am returns right after this.
Swing on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Yankees head to St. Louis to meet up with the Cardinals. 8:15 tomorrow night. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitive rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
More residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you've had a major life event, you may be eligible to enroll now. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Visit getcovered.nj.gov.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
To fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps.
Ready to score the biggest deal in breakfast? It's waiting for you at Dunkin'. Dunkin' is serving up the ultimate $5 meal deal. Get 1 premium hot or iced coffee and any 2 delicious wake-up wrap sandwiches for just $5. Whether you're fueling up for a big day or keeping it casual, this deal has you covered. A smooth, bold Dunkin' coffee paired with 2 warm, tasty wake-up wraps? Now that's what we call a big deal. Excludes espresso and cold brew beverages. Modifications may be an additional charge. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with offers. Exclusion and terms apply.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no.
So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning. The cap is loose on that ketchup.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This report brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. We lead off at Citi Field.
The 0-1 lined in the air to center, but right at Michael Harris. He makes the catch, and the ball game is over. And the Atlanta Braves come from behind to defeat the Mets. Take 2 out of 3 from the Mets here at Citi Field.
Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets Radio. Braves over the Mets 4-3. Ryan Helsley allowed 2 runs in the 8th inning, including the go-ahead RBI double from Ozzie Albies, who drove in 3 runs on the night, including a home run. Francisco Lindor and the Mets have lost 13 of 50.
You have the guys, like the coaching staff, that pushes every single day to be better and to believe that we're going to get through this. And at the end of the day, like I said, we have to play for each other and fight for each other and understand that this situation sucks, but it's part of the journey.
Lindor homered in the game. Mets lead over the Reds for the final National League wild card spot down to a half game. Kodai Senga, no decision. 2 runs, 5 hits, 7 strikeouts over 5 in the third. Mets open up a series with the Mariners on Friday night in Flushing. Yankees were off Thursday. They will open the series with the Cardinals in St. Louis on Friday night. Football, Jets reportedly worked out quarterback C.J. Beathard and Nathan Peterman on Thursday. Knicks open up their regular season October 22nd against the Cavs at the Garden. Nets open up October 22nd at Charlotte. 79 degrees, clear skies in Central Park. That's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Big Shot of the Night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights in the big city. You know we got a bunch of big shots. And, I mean, I was saying at like 9:45, there's only one guy you give the big shot of the night to tonight. And no, it's not anyone from the Mets. It's Ozzie Albies from the Braves. I mean, when we're talking about soft schedules and these teams that we don't respect, you still got to respect all-star caliber players. They can make you have a bad day just on their own. He had a great day. Ozzie Albies, the 6th hitter in the lineup, had 3 hits, 3 ribbies, scored a run. Early in that game, he struck out, but then he came back with a solo home run to tie it. Then he had an RBI single to take the lead. He also flashed the glove. He robbed Jeff McNeil of a base hit. He had a diving stop going to his left to end the inning. Jeff McNeil, of course, slams the helmet running to first. And then he had a go-ahead double late in that game that, was off the wall, almost a homer. Yeah, Ozzie Albies absolutely balled in Citi Field in the rubber match to take the series for the Braves. And they're not playing for anything but to play spoiler, to ruin your day. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Bob in Toms River. Bobby.
Yes, sir.
What's up, Bob?
How you doing?
I'm all right. Bringing it home. 1 hour to go.
Man, I love what you do. Cheers.
Thank you.
Man, talking about the Mets, Yankees, I feel like I'm a diehard Mets fan. I feel like I give up them every day. Every day. I have no idea what they're going to do next. They're going to find a way to lose the game. It's the orange and blue, if you will.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun for long. NFL, not for long. It's like as soon as we start to have fun, the Mets and the Yankees, they're like, nope, gotcha. That was just a one-off. We need win streaks. We need consistent hits and performance. Like I said, with the Mets lineup, it's like they shot their load the first 2 games. Well, I don't know. You need more than that tonight. Lindor came through, but you need more from everybody else.
Will we ever be there? Are we looking for a big-time hit?
Say that again?
Are we looking for the Soto mark where Soto makes his name, or are we just handing over to the next
it is such a curious case because that's what Soto does. And he has had so many opportunities. I don't understand how Juan Soto has missed out on so many of these opportunities to have his Mets moment where he wins the game for the Mets and is standing there in the postgame smiling ear to ear like that's what they pay me the big bucks for.
And real quick, that's what the next point I was going to get to. Why are we always smiling? We're millionaires now. We used to be a rough dog franchise. Hey, we'll make our way. The bad boys, 86, all that. And now we're just smiling because we're cold in Chicago in April. Be cold. You're paid $700 million. Let's go do our thing, man.
Yeah.
Let's bring it back to Queens, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the call, Bob. It's like it's like what Mendy said. Yeah, we got a lot of talent. We just got to get through this. Like this too. No. This is a long stretch. 5 series in a row. 13 out of the last 15. Blowing leads. No. You can't just absolve these guys. It's like a lot of talent. We're going to get through this. Get through it then. Joe is in Massapequa on the fan next. Hello, Joe. Joey, Massapequa, represent. All right, we're getting to the time of night where people start to... We're about to get some snores on the fan. Big Mac, get ready, Big Mac. They falling asleep on me. Nicholas in Bayside, are you awake?
Hey, how you doing, Keith? Thanks for taking my phone call.
Nick is wide awake.
All set and juiced up and ready to go. I guess one thing I heard a Dallas Cowboy fan calling earlier, and I've been referring Jerry Jones to as Skeletor because he just has no idea what he's doing, man. I can't stand the current state of the Dallas Cowboys, and I've been a Cowboys fan for the last 20, 25 years. I have no idea what's going on, man.
Yeah. I should have never told anybody. Actually, Spike Eskin, he offered me when I first came in. He's like, you don't have to tell anybody you're a Dallas fan. And I'm like, everybody that I know knows. I can't shake it. It is what it is. And yeah, I don't claim them. I'm not claiming them. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm becoming a Bills fan.
Good for you. And my second point, probably on your screen there, is it possible, and you might know better than I, is it possible that in Soto's case, is he stretching out the strike zone in these situations where he has to come up big, in the situations that he's being thrust upon to win games, as so maybe like tonight with Lindor in first? I know there was a similar situation last week against Cleveland where he was, I think, called upon in the 10th inning. It was his time in the order to come up big, but he just didn't, because I think he's overswinging one, and I think he's also trying to do his thing, but he's increasing his strike zone, and I also feel that the pitchers aren't going to give him those pitches that he's looking for. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? And thank you for the call, Nick. There is somebody that has the Baseball Savant page open, Fangraphs. I don't know what other nerd baseball pages there are. And when I say baseball nerds, I'm not. That's no disrespect. Like, I love baseball. I'm not a baseball nerd. Like, I don't get that deep into that stuff. I don't have the time. But like, there are some people that could dig up what Juan Soto is doing when there are two outs. What Juan Soto is doing when there are runners on. What Juan Soto is doing when the Mets are down. He can work a walk with the best of them. He leads Major League Baseball in walks. He's on pace for probably like 150 walks plus this year. But in the bottom of the eighth, that strikeout on 3 pitches, bro, what? Swinging strike with a 84-mile-an-hour slider up in the zone. Fouls off a slider right in like the same spot, a little bit lower. And then he chases one that I'm in here watching, and I literally, on the live stream, I'm talking to Mike Sando, and my brain froze with that Soto at bat. I couldn't even speak. I'm like, what the hell? Soto is like, he's had so many opportunities. It doesn't make any sense, because I just don't see how he's still in his prime. He's 26 years old. I watched the guy last year. He can't be this different of a player in the same state, in the same city, a different borough in a different uniform. It doesn't make any sense. The money changed him? No. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm saying. Somebody go get the numbers. Is he expanding the zone when it's time, like in the 8th inning there? Like I said, he's not going to get up again. So is he trying to hit the 3-run bomb there, swinging hard at these pitches? Like his at bat before that, he worked a walk. And I think that his at bat before that, if I go back, I think he worked a walk on 4 pitches. He didn't swing once. And that's the bat that he stole a base on. Let's see. Yeah. Juan Soto walks, 4 pitches. None of them were in the zone. He just spit on all of them, and he worked a walk, and then he ended up coming around to score. I don't know. It's tough to watch the game live in here hosting the show, but I'm watching the game because I know we're going to talk about it. And I've watched enough of Juan Soto's at-bats over the last 2 years. I don't know. I guess you guys got to fire Eric Chavez. I don't have the answers. Neil is in Queens. Neil, you're next on the Fan.
How's it going, Keith? How's it going?
I mean, it's going. I'm going to find a way to just talk about Justin Fields running from Abdul Carter and Brian Burns and, not living this misery. Because I got to give Big Mac some buffer, right? Because Big Mac's going to come in and talk about this Mets game as soon as he starts. And he should.
You're right. While we're on the topic of Juan Soto, do you think go down as one of the worst contracts in MLB history?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to be. It's going to be. But, that's what you had to do to win the player. I remember talking about it and saying that this was written in some type of baseball stars. Like, Steve Cohen buys the Mets. Scott Boras represents Juan Soto. He was always going to the richest owner in the sport. But I remember being on this station saying, yo, he's not Ohtani. He doesn't pitch. He's not 2 players. Paying him upwards to $700, $750, that's ridiculous. And people told me, you're crazy. That's what you pay for a player like that at that age. I'm like, no way.
That is an insane number for somebody that doesn't play both sides of the field.
And that, okay, that can be neutralized in so many of these games that you're losing. All that money you paid to Juan Soto, he can't save you.
And the guy's batting 250 right now. And with a less than 800 OBS, I don't know what kind of world, like, I don't know.
It's
I
robbery.
feel bad for Mets fans, honestly. Coming from a Yankee fan, I honestly feel bad.
I honestly feel bad, too. Thanks for the call, Neil. We dodged one. The Yankee fan, and I said this a couple weeks ago, be careful what you wish for and all that type of stuff. And some of you, like Juan Soto simps, are still like, I miss him. Juan Soto right now, this version of Juan Soto right now could not help the Yankees. And some people might say, well, this version of Juan Soto wouldn't exist on the Yankees in that lineup with Aaron. Yeah, but, I mean, I know right now we got Stanton in right field. But Judge was back in his right position. Defense was supposed to be an emphasis. And you know what? If Cashman... I know for a fact Cashman didn't want that contract. Cashman would have retired as GM with that Juan Soto contract. I know he didn't want that contract. You wouldn't have some of these other players on this team if the Yankees actually did what we all wanted. But you know what? We were so blinded by the World Series. And Juan Soto hit the home run that sent us to the World Series. And this team was only able to get back that 1 year that they had Juan Soto. How do we get back to the World Series without Juan Soto? Well, we're not getting back this year. And the Mets aren't going to the World Series with Juan Soto this year. But what an overpay. What a bad contract, because Juan Soto's not even good in right field now. How many years is he going to be playing in right field? I give him 5 years max. By the time he's 31, 32, he'll solve the Mets' consistent problem at DH. He will be the DH. He'll be a high-paid DH. And you hope that you've got a couple championships in that time. But David Stearns is over there nickel and dime and don't want to spend on pitching. You better spend on some pitching. When Cohen first came in, he was like, yo, I'll buy Max Scherzer. I'll give Justin Verlander all the money. We'll set records for... Now it's like, no. Frankie Montas. Can I offer you a Clay Holmes? Luis Severino, no, we're not going to give you the contract that the Sacramento A's gave you. What? Jose Quintana, no, we're good. Now Quintana's on the Brewers, doing just fine. It's kind of crazy, man. You don't know. You can't predict baseball. They don't give out rings at the winter meetings. This first year for Juan Soto, I said maybe this is the beta version of Juan Soto. There's just like, maybe he's just still processing, loading, becoming a Met. Maybe he's still just figuring out that this is your forever home, that like you're not going to wear any other jersey. He has not been the same player. And anybody that watches baseball and that has watched him has to be surprised. And like, we're in August now. A lot of you tried to tell us, Yankee fans, stop coping. Now who's coping? A lot of you tried to tell us that we were salty. No, we're not salty. Don't want that version. The Yankees had the clutch version. The Yankees had the prove it year version that came through every time. It was a lock. Used to be sitting in Yankee Stadium like Juan Soto. It's a lock. You can go look it up on Twitter. How many clutch moments Juan Soto had for the Yankees? He's not like that now. I guess because he's good now. He's good money now. Money is in the bank. The checks are clearing now. What's he chasing? What's he? The most motivated and clutch that you saw him was when he was chasing an All-Star appearance in June. And he didn't make the All-Star team. And you know what I thought? I said, okay, you're going to get a pissed off version of Juan Soto. And the first game after the All-Star, he hit that home run. And I'm like, see, there he is. Where's he at now? And his numbers aren't bad. But when you sign the highest paid player, the largest contract, like he's getting paid more than a lot of players that are way more productive. And if you think that that's not an elephant in the Mets room, that there are players on this team that like he's getting money, man. He's getting dumb money for like to not come through. You got to carry. You got to be the best player on the team. You got to be clutch. That is what we saw you be and do. That is why these players were lobbying for you. That's why they were, clamoring for you, and they got you here, and you can't come through because baseball is a humbling sport. It is. Baseball is a sport. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. These pitchers are challenging Juan Soto. Struck him out on 3 pitches with the game on the line. Damn. Ross is in Bergen County. Back on the fan.
What's up, Keith? Turn those lights off. Turn them off. You know what I'm talking about? They're too bright. That's you ever see that clip? Turn off the lights. That's Soto. That Soto, bro. Everybody gonna talk about I think he's still on pace for that OPS record, right? Whether it was just June alone or this entire season. I mean, it's kind of, you look at the home run record. Peaches broke. If you look at it team by team, I think that like the Mets team are like historically their highest total with Pete now at 254. I think it is. I think it ranks like the fourth lowest of the entire MLB. The other three are teams that have been around for like 20 years. So all their stats alone are just like embarrassing in the first place. So Soto's probably going to run the table with all these OPS and walk records. But A, it's not like they're impressive in the first place. And B, like you said, they're all, in meaningless spots, except for the walks. I mean, he has no problem walking with two guys on and 2 outs. But I mean, that big swing. And now you got people who are running with the solo home run number. That's mainstream now. You could have hit from it for the first 2 months, but now everybody's running with the Juan Solo. And was it 21 of his 28 homers now, I think it is, or solo, and half of those are meaningless. It's ridiculous, man. And it's just overall with the pitching, too. You brought it up. You're talking about, the Cohen of a couple of years ago. You could eat the money on a Scherzer or a Verlander, but now I got another meme for you. You ever see that clip, Champ wanted so-and-so, like the five guys, Peanuts, it is Champ. That's what it is. We went from Scherzer and Verlander to Griffin Canning and Frankie Montas. And last year was a magic carpet ride, but that was the anomaly.
It's insane. Ross, thanks for the call, bro. It is crazy. This Steve Cohen era, Billy Epler to David Stearns, the roster changes, the contracts, the players that were paid and traded away, the prospects that have come in, landing Juan Soto, like I said, making a whole movie over Juan Soto. Like the most impressive thing that Juan Soto has done for the Mets was homer his first at bat in spring training. It's like, I guess you can look forward to the 2030s. I don't know what to tell you, man. This guy is not, as advertised. The walks and the walks don't win you games. You need clutch hits, homers, and he hasn't been able to deliver over and over and over and over and over. So it's like, I heard Evan today talk about how he was in the building last night and he had his camera ready. Like, this is going to be Juan Soto's moment. No. Juan Soto's moment was when he was in Miami in that hot tub and it was dark and they had the camera on him celebrating. Scott Boras finessed Steve Cohen into the largest contract ever. Got him. That was his moment. Moose is in Somerset County on the Fan next. Hello, Moose.
Hey, what's up, Keith? I'm about to crash out if I have to hear this one more time about this contract not being worth it. I keep hearing return on investment. Return on investment isn't just about how they play on the field. As soon as they signed him, they're selling all these jerseys. I bought my jersey as soon as the signing happened and didn't get it until mid-February. They sold out of season tickets for the first time in God knows how long. So they've already got their money's worth on Soto since before he took his first swing of the bat. And as far as his performance on the field, he'll come around. No, I don't know.
You got to crash out then, Moose, because I'm going to counter all this. And thank you for the call. Crash out. Jersey sales? They're giving out free Juan Soto jerseys if you come to the game. Jersey sales? It took them 3 months to deliver you that jersey. That's getting finessed. Ticket sales? I'd be mad as hell if my owner challenged me to come to the ballpark, almost 42,000 people in that ballpark, to watch Juan Soto's last at bat, him getting struck out on 3 pitches like that, where all you need is a run. The run is on to tie it. He can't drive that run in. He can't hit the ball out to win that game. He could. He got 2 pitches in the zone. The guy challenged him right away, went at him. We're talking about return on investment with the ticket sales. They are booing them. What type of environment is that? The home field advantage has completely changed. This is year 1. If you do not make the postseason with Juan Soto, you are mocked. You are laughed at. You are called the same old Mets. So, yeah, I would crash out about it, bro. The party and parade that Met fans had on Yankees fans' behalfs, talking about the city being under. You guys know we live. It wasn't that long ago. And this version of Juan Soto that you got, the Yankee fan is the one sitting there now. Like, the Yankee fan can't laugh because the Yankees are a trash can. The Yankees are on watch of not making the postseason. But the Yankee fan dodged one. Juan Soto, as much as we wanted to give him that $760 million, that was a massive overpay, and that would have crippled the Yankees. That would have literally stopped the Yankees. That would have put the Yankees in a position for where they'd be worse. They might be in last place. They wouldn't have a lot of these players. And let's not forget, that contract's going to stand for a long time. Scott Boras, congratulations. You got the largest contract. You're going to have that record forever. We are headed towards a lockout. They want to put a salary cap on this thing. Put a pin in that one, man. Get Juan Soto to October. That's what I've been saying. Get Juan Soto to October. It'll come around. We were saying it would come around in April. It would come around in May. It came around in June, and there was all this peacocking of, see, he's still Juan Soto. Yeah, for his own trip to Atlanta for the All-Star game, and they didn't put him in it. And he's still been all right, but he hasn't been clutch. You paid for a difference maker. You paid for one of the best players in the sport, a guy who finished third in the MVP voting last year. He has not been that for the Mets. He hasn't. He's been very disappointing. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Kelvin in Dix Hills on the Fan next. What's up, Kelvin?
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Mr. Keith. How are you?
Great. Thinking about how they're building a new stadium out in Buffalo and how I want to go out there and see the old stadium this year, and that'll probably decide whether I'm circling the wagon with the Buffalo Bills. That's the team leading in the race to get me. I'm going to introduce my son really to NFL this year, and then if he wants to rock with the Buffalo Bills, they are a New York team. I might be a Bills fan.
Okay, excellent. All right, awesome. I just talking on the Yankees, sir. I just had a question. Is it as far as the catcher's position and Austin Wells being such a big disappointment from last year? Is there any chance that he could be DFA'd and Escara can take his position in the meantime until he gets things worked out while there's still time? Is that a possibility?
What do you mean gets worked out?
Because his batting average is 204, 205. He's been horrendous. Wells, as far as
he's got to play better. He's got to hit better. He's got to have better at bats. His at bats have been atrocious.
Do you think Boone would ever DFA him and let Escara and Rice take his position? As far as
can't.
Do you think there's enough time?
Can't. So I was talking about with Goldschmidt going on the IL. You're immediately putting Ben Rice at first base and then Austin Wells behind the plate, and that sucks because we literally just watched Ben Rice get behind the plate back-to-back games. He's starting to come into his own this last month as a catcher, which I didn't have on my bingo card. And I don't know if they don't want to put Belly at first base because they literally need him in the outfield. There's just too many moving pieces here. Is Judge going to be able to go back to right field? Dominguez is a liability in the outfield. You saw him ride the pine this week because you can't have the ball hitting the warning track with him not being able to track it. Are they going to call up Spencer Jones? Are they going to call up TJ Rumfield to play first base? Austin Wells, they're not going to DFA him. They're not going to send him down. He has options. He would be option. JC Escara sucks. I know he's got a good story. I don't want to say he sucks, but JC Escara is not much better of an option. Your best option at catcher is Ben Rice. And now with Paul Goldschmidt going on the IL, Ben Rice got to be your everyday first baseman, and Belly's got to play the outfield unless they want to call up somebody. And I don't know. I don't know.
It's a big hole to fill. Last year he was so clutch in the second half as far as just getting runners to score. He was awesome last year. It was a fan favorite second half. I just thought he would progress. It's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
So did I. I mean, we had this guy batting cleanup last year. He finished third in the Rookie of the Year voting. He led off opening day with a home run. We were looking at him and Volpe, the chicken parm partners. These guys are homegrown, coming out. He's been trashed. Thanks for the call, Kelvin. He honestly was shielded by Volpe being the whipping boy. Everybody was so focused on Volpe striking out, throwing the ball in the dirt. They weren't paying attention to how garbage Wells' at-bats had been. And now he can't hide, right? In the game last night, you can't pitch hit Goldie, and we're all screaming in the stadium, is Goldie hurt? He has to be hurt. And some people were like, yeah, you didn't see him hobbling after? I'm like, I saw him slip catching that pop-up in foul territory, and I know old head like that, just a little slip like that is a tweak, But the Yankees, they're so secretive about everything, especially with injuries. You can't trust them. They wanted to just keep it quiet until they couldn't keep it quiet. How come you didn't let us know about that? Goldie's feeling something. You thought he was going to sleep it off? He did not. So he's traveling with the team to St. Louis, but he's going to hit the IL. And the Yankees have issues. The guys that you have on the bench to pinch hit late in games, to play that chess game, the guys that you got that mash lefties, Austin Slater, Ahmed Rosario, and Paul Goldschmidt, they're all down. Ryan McMahon has been invisible. Jazz Chisholm's at bats are annoying as hell to watch. Like, I don't know. Let's talk about the Mets, bro. Let's talk about the Mets. Joey's in the Bronx on the Fan. Actually, Joey doesn't want to talk about the Mets. But yeah, let's commiserate.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, let's commiserate. With the Cowboys, on one hand, he signed the big contracts. He gave the fans what they wanted. Everybody got hurt. But I think one of Jerry Jones' biggest problems was that he struck fool's gold early on, and he thought he was just larger than life. I was grateful. I'm glad I saw those Super Bowls. But you had an idiot that he won. He won, and then he thought he was able to do everything. He thought he was indestructible, and he ended up destroying the team.
Yeah, they're worth almost $13 billion, the Dallas Cowboys. So they do win that every year. They do win that every year. And now they've got this Netflix, America's Team, The Gambler and His Cowboys. That's coming out. Yeah, I don't know.
And I'm really glad. I thought the Soto contract was the best contract that the Yankees did not sign.
It's certainly looking like it now.
Because what like you had said earlier, you signed the guy 15 years. What are you hoping to get out of him? Maybe 7 or 8 good years, and then the rest are thank you years.
No, and we were convincing ourselves that this guy would he would help Judge, and then when Judge is done, he would no. We watched him struggle in right field, in the short right field. We saw he had a little bit of the belly over the offseason. We're this guy's going to be a DH in 5 years. No. Right. And if you know Cashman and you know Hal and how they already we're talking about a self-imposed, we don't have to spend the most money. You sign Juan Soto, then you have bums. If we sign Juan Soto, Marcus Stroman would still be on the roster making starts. DJ LeMahieu would still be playing. DJ LeMahieu might be at first base in St. Louis. There'd be a lot of different things. They wouldn't have gone for it at the deadline. If we had Juan Soto, they would say, you wanted him. Here he is. You got him. Juan Soto saved the day.
Absolutely. And I think that I'm very surprised. I might have been also one of the only critics that stood alone. I'm very, very shocked, and I'm overly happy that Judge really earned that contract. Here's a guy that we signed, gave that big contract. He got hurt probably every season prior to that happening. And he's saying, geez, we're going to give this guy this contract. What can we expect? And he proved me wrong, and I'm glad he did, because he doesn't need somebody in front of him or behind him. He's legitimate.
Thanks for the call, Joey. Yeah, I was, as I'm in here right now, if you're watching on WFAN YouTube, shout out to everybody in the chat. First night that we switched the live stream to put the, WFAN overnight live. You can see me. You'll see Big Mac coming up tonight, too, on WFAN YouTube channel. I'm holding up the Judge bobblehead, and I was having a conversation with one of the homies about this Judge bobblehead and how rare it is, right? One, we don't have that many MVPs, not in modern day, and for Judge to have multiple MVPs, should have had another one, but Altuve stole it. But to get this bobblehead with Judge holding his MVP trophy, I'm this era of the Yankees, when we look back, I'm gonna show this to my son, and there's not gonna be World Series trophies. These are the trophies that we're going to be talking about, that we had one of the greatest players that ever played the game, Aaron Judge. Never won anything, but he won some MVPs. So make sure you go get a bobblehead. That's why this bobblehead was hotter than the Superman bobblehead. And, talking about Judge, yeah, that contract is a steal of a deal now. And he did go earn it. He hit 62 homers. Fingers crossed that Cal Raleigh doesn't. Hey, don't let Cal Raleigh come to Citi Field over the weekend and hit 5 home runs. But, yeah, Judge earned his contract, and then he earned it again. He won MVP last year. But I know somebody's listening out there, a Met fan or a Yankee hater, saying, what's his batting average in October? What does he do in the postseason? Nothing. He dropped the pop-up in center field. I was there. But, yes, this era of Aaron Judge, Aaron Boone, and the Yankees, we'll say, hey, he won Rookie of the Year. He should have won MVP. He broke the AL home run record. He won MVP in 2022. They had to pay him. And once they did pay him, it wasn't that, I made my money. Oh, no return on investment. No, they gave him the money, which they better do for Pete Alonso. Give him the money, to finish out his career. They gave him the money to finish out his career as a Yankee, and he went out and won MVP again. And he was on pace to probably win another MVP this year before he got hurt. Who knows how the rest of the season ends? But yeah, Aaron Judge wanted to be a Yankee. It meant something to him. The pinstripes, the judges' chambers, the roll call, Monument Park, the history, yada, 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 everything else. And I think when we look back, I don't expect the Yankees to win a World Series before Judge gets out of here, just because of the way that they are structured and the way that they go about things and the way that the rest of the league is. I would love them to. I'm rooting for them to. It'd be great. I'm biased. My life would change a ton if the Yankees won the World Series, just being a Yankee fan on the fan. And I just don't believe that they will. But I know we'll look back and we'll look at Judge's shiny MVP trophies in this era, and at least we'll have that. 888-808-1019. I got to get to these calls faster. Jason in Westfield on the Fan.
Keith, I don't like to hear you like this, brother. Come on, we can be more positive. I'm like you. You are in the depths. I'm a Yankee fan
because I go to the stadium. I was at the game last night. I was at the game Friday.
I was there in Game 5 with you. I was there. I know. But here, look. So you said there's only one Thibodeau left, and I know that this team reminds me of the Knicks. Even if we go and we beat up on some people in the next month and a half, we can't beat the Red Sox. We can't beat the Blue Jays. We can't beat the Rays. We can't this. We know how it ends, and I'm with you. But I got to have hope. And so when we sweep the Red Sox, 4 games. If we sweep, hold on.
The Red Sox swept us.
We sweep them. It's all going to turn, and you and me are going to be back on the phone, and we'll be positive, my friend.
Call me. I will bang the drum of positivity. I will bang I believe in positivity when they sweep them. But I watched the Red Sox sweep the Yankees. I haven't seen the Yankees sweep the Red Sox this year. I've watched the Yankees fold against Alex Cora and co. So I'm a grown man, dog. Peter Pan left Never Never Land. I don't believe in fairy tales. I believe in what I see. And what I see is a Yankee team that I'm in there. All they were able to do was put up a solo shot off of Joe Ryan. And Joe Ryan's like, cool, that's not beating me tonight. And then they'll make some mistakes and they go down quietly. And Judge will strike out. And bro, I am dreading the 4-game set against the Boston Red Sox. I'm dreading it. So I'm not expecting them to sweep. But sure, if they sweep, woohoo! But I told you I'm off the roller coaster. I don't think this team is winning a damn thing. Roscoe's in Brooklyn on the Fan next. What's up, man? Welcome back.
Keith, I saw you on TV the other day. You're looking strong.
You saw me on TV?
I saw you on TV with the little muscles out. The teeth.
What you mean, little muscles? Why I gotta be little?
I mean, you should look right. You look right. You look good. You look good. Kid. Ain't no front. You know, I'm not watching you at night. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm on the live stream. They seeing me in here. They seeing the muscle.
I know. I'm not on the live stream, kid. I saw you on the Boomer and Geo. You know, all that
actual cable television.
Yeah. But I'll do the. I'll tell you later. All right. On another note, homeboy in right field look depressed and all that. You think homeboy? Like, I know he regrets it, Keith, man.
Yeah.
And what's funny is, 2 nights ago, I'm watching their game because I put some checkers on Peter Alonso to hit, and for sure he came through on that Soto had. Keith Hernandez ripped him, and he said some, and people are not even realizing now. Keith was saying how he's still used to hitting, or he still thinks that he's in Yankee Stadium, and he's not. So
I think I caught that on Twitter too. What a joke that he played 1 year in Yankee Stadium. He's still like, nah, that's got nothing to do with it.
Keith, you gotta understand that right porch, bro. Everybody talks about it like it's like, come on, man. He's lefty, Keith. He's hitting. All he had to do was hit a pop up and it's all run.
Yeah, but he wasn't a short porch merchant. He was. I watched Juan Soto go the other way. It wasn't like he was a short porch guy in Yankee Stadium hitting those home runs.
Now, so what do you think is happening that he's not being productive? If they don't make the playoffs, bro, they have serious issues, man. I'll let you go.
Yeah, what I think is happening now with Juan Soto is he is all right, and we're about to go to break, but it's so obvious. He is the big money man. Every opportunity that it falls on him, he knows. He's pressing. He's swinging out of his shoes. Like some of his at-bats, like this is a guy with a lower body that is so strong. How is he swinging and he's on one knee and he's off balance and like these pitchers, some of these pitchers are dominating Juan Soto. What happened to the head games? What happened to the shuffle? What happened to nodding at a guy, grabbing your crotch, looking at the pitcher like I got you? He's not that anymore. He's not that anymore. I don't know. And yeah, I think he had some wrong people in his ear. Could have stayed a Yankee. There's no room for him. He can't come back now. And yeah, if the Mets don't make the postseason in the first year that they signed the richest contract in the sport, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. 888-808-1019. I'm running out of time. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
Baseball or football, WFAN runs the city. Yankees bats, Mets heat, Giants defense, Jets dreams. It's all here every day. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go. Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me. Your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television. For going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
More Keith McPherson coming up on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Lowe's knows to bring your vision to life, it's important to find the right color. That's why MyLowe's Rewards members get a free Valspar paint or exterior stain sample to test your look, to confidently refresh your space. Offer valid in-store only 8/7 to 8/20. Limit 1 per customer while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See associate for details. Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. I had a tomahawk steak last night that was absolutely cooked to perfection. Now, you already know how it was done with the Chef IQ Sense, the wireless thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether you're cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat, and the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even when to flip them. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense right now at chefiq.com and make sure to put the code word Boomer in for 15% off.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, host that perfect sunset on La Isla, and Save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Right now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,659 to its signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntown and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Tides and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
More residents are getting quality, affordable health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey. If you've had a major life event, you may be eligible to enroll now. 9 in 10 enrolling get financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Visit getcovered.nj.gov.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
Welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
Fasten seatbelt signs.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan. On the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yo, 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 yo. All right, there's like 9 minutes left in this show. I think we've done enough on Juan Soto. Just kidding. Juan Soto is the song that doesn't end. It just goes on and on, my friends. It might be one of the worst contracts ever. Typical Mets, it would be a contract that is just like such a massive overpay, and this guy just never becomes what he was last year, or is just like, I don't think it's going to be forever. I think eventually he'll have an MVP caliber season or an all-star caliber season, or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. But this first year has not been it, and the team is not winning, and he can't help. He can't save the day. So 888-808-1019. You know, I said I was watching Hard Knocks, and I guess this is my, open mic topic that I really wanted to, force in here. I was watching Hard Knocks, second episode of Hard Knocks. I'm still waiting for them to show Haley Steinfeld, but She's probably out of the price range. She probably doesn't really want to be on the show. Eventually, she's got to come to practice and support her husband, Josh Allen, right? They've talked about her a bunch. You just haven't seen her. Whatever. I was expecting to see more in the second episode, but maybe it'll be in the next episode. I was expecting to see more in the second episode about the preseason game that the Bills face the Giants in. Literally, as they're preparing, the safeties coach tells them, we got to get lined up. We don't want them throwing the ball over our heads. I'm like, that's cool. That gives you kind of perspective that, the Bills are getting ready for the Giants, and they're expecting Russell Wilson and Malik Neighbors. Obviously didn't play. That didn't happen. But they're expected, or whoever, to throw the ball over their heads. It happened with Jackson Dart and Lil Jordan Humphrey. Threw the ball over their heads. Touchdown. KJ Hamler. That's another guy that I'm like, okay. KJ Hamler, Penn State to Denver. He got hurt. Didn't really pan out. I wonder if he can get it going out there. They've got Josh Palmer, KJ Hamler, Khalil Shakir, Curtis Samuel, Keon Coleman. Like, quietly, Josh Allen's got some weapons. And then they just paid Jimbo, James Cook. They just paid that guy who was, he was a little disgruntled, but good. He got his money. And they said, right, this is a guy that we drafted and we want here. That's what the Bills do. That's why the Giants went and got Shane and Dable from them, because it's like they want to follow their model. And now the Giants are starting to draft and develop their own guys. Stay tuned. They showed DeMar Hamlin in the second episode, and the night that he went down, I'll always remember that night because I had to come in here and talk about it. I was the first one on the fan. It was just such a crazy night for us all to be watching that game, and someone almost die on the field. You know what else they showed in that episode where I was like, I'm definitely about to become a Bills fan? One of my favorite NBA players of all time. Guy that was snubbed from the NBA 75. Vince Carter. Vince Carter was in the second episode of Hard Knocks with the Buffalo Bills. Vince Carter is a minority owner of the Buffalo Bills. Also, Tracy McGrady and Josie Altidore. So, yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about the Bills. This is how it's going to go for me. I'm not rocking with Jerry Jones. I got no reason to. Being here in New York, it doesn't behoove me to root for the Jerry Joneses. They're embarrassing. Jerry Jones is embarrassing. They're not going to win anything. They're not going to be good. They're going on 30, probably 40, 50 years until they get back to a conference championship. Shout out to my guys out in Buffalo, the Do Champions podcast. My guy Brady, who I played football with at Monmouth, he's got a Buffalo Bills football podcast they're doing pretty good with. And the way it's going to go for me, this is like the first season that my son, I think, is going to be able to watch football and understand football and, get a hold of, football Sundays and how important it is and touchdowns and like red zone and parlays and all this type of stuff. He doesn't have a team yet. I'm not putting that evil on him I've never put a Dallas Cowboys anything on him. His name is Jackson. He's got a Bo Jackson jersey and a Lamar Jackson jersey. And he's not going to be a Ravens fan or a Raiders fan. Maybe the Raiders. No, maybe the Ravens, not the Raiders. No reason for us to be Las Vegas Raiders fans. But Baltimore is not that far of a trip. And they're decent every year. But I'm hoping that I can, sprinkle some Josh Allen, some Buffalo Bills on my son. And then in a couple years, when he actually picks his team at age 5, we can fly out to Buffalo. In that brand new stadium where they're saying it it's going to stop the wind and they're going to have heat lamps and it's going to be state of the art. They're going to have one of the best stadiums in the NFL, probably the best stadium in the Northeast. 888-808-1019. There's my open mic topic. But yeah, you guys can stop attaching me to the Dallas Cowboys. I don't rock with them. I don't go there. I don't claim them anymore. If the Dallas Cowboys lose both games to the Giants, so be it. It's not going to affect me any. I will be there opening night when it's Chiefs-Giants, MetLife Stadium. Stay tuned for the info on that. Let's take the rest of these calls, man, and I'll get up out of here. I don't think there's really much that I had to add. I was going to go through the schedule for the Knicks. The one thing that I saw that popped up that I thought was cool with the Knicks schedule, the Strickland wrote, "Sleep enjoyers rejoice. The Knicks don't have any games slated for a 10:30 p.m. Eastern start this season. Only 7 games set at 9 p.m., so that's great. I used to hate staying up for them West Coast games. As you get older, you can't stay up and watch those West Coast games. And again, I said this is the season that the Knicks are supposed to be the champions, right? This is supposed to be a season that if they win the championship, you're going to want to watch every single Knick game. And, you know, they added some pieces, and they got a new coach. This is the Mike Brown era. Basketball will be here before we know it, folks. NFL will be here to accompany us every Thursday, Sunday, Monday. We don't have to live in this misery that is New York baseball with the failing, losing New York Mets and the disappointing, cavalier, no urgency New York Yankees. John is in Brooklyn on the Fan next. What's up, John?
Keith, you named me Positive Johnny.
Positive Johnny, banging the drum of positivity. I believe in Positive Johnny.
We're coming through tomorrow night, man. I'm going to the game with my son, Metsies.
The Mariners are pretty good. I know the Yankees swept them, but, I mean, that was one of those random things. The Yankees kind of own the Mariners, but the Mariners have been playing good baseball. They've been hitting, and tomorrow night, the matchup is Luis Castillo, who the Yankees should have traded for years ago, versus Sean Manaea. And Luis Castillo could be pretty good. And if you look at that lineup for the Mariners, they're pretty good, man. But good luck, man. I mean, I wish you guys luck. You need to get a win. You need to start off with a series opening win against the Mariners.
And don't be a Buffalo Bills fan.
Why?
0-4 in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago. And right, the Dallas Cowboys beat them in a Super Bowl.
The Jets won a Super Bowl. The Jets won one Super Bowl.
Oh, come on. That was like...
They won it now. They won it now. Come on.
Yeah, that was when they had black and white TVs. Thanks for the call, John. I mean, the first Super Bowl that I recall even watching and knowing, like, this is a Super Bowl. This is a football game. People care about this. The Cowboys put 50 up on the Buffalo Bills, and I was a fan. Tim, I ran out of time. I always run out of time.
Keith.
Go for it.
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good. Go for it. Go.
So I wanted to just talk about the Soto contract, and what I wanted to compare it to was when Carlos Beltran came to the Mets. His first year, he didn't have a great year, but then his career was actually pretty good. So let's just hope that it turns into that kind of contract.
We got to hope that Hope Week continues. Hope Week. Hope is not a strategy. That's all we do here is hope and get let down. I'm done with the hope. I'm not on the hope train anymore. I see what I see. I've seen enough. I've seen a large enough sample size from the Mets and the Yankees. I'm good. I'm out. I'm ready for football season. Big Mac is coming up next. If you're watching on YouTube, stay tuned. He'll be on the stream. Keep McPherson out. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
Going on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Yankees head to St. Louis to meet up with the Cardinals. 8:15 tomorrow night. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Right now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,659 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 9/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
Hey, hello. Listen to my voice talking to you about the new Old Spice NFL collection at Walmart. Now listen to my smell. I smell like NFL stars Jared Goff, CeeDee Lamb, Saquon Barkley, CJ Stroud, and George Kittle. I smell like greatness. Why? Because I'm wearing Old Spice's new NFL collection. How can you put the greatness of the NFL into a smell, you ask? You can't. But Old Spice can. And they did. Smell like Suntown and Speed, Driftwood and Drive, Sea Ties and Toughness with the Old Spice NFL collection available at Walmart. Smell like the greatest smell in the NFL with Old Spice.
When you travel well, your KLM Royal Dutch Airlines ticket takes you to more than just your destination. It takes you to front row views, voices lost in the music, and new shared memories. And when the last song fades,
welcome aboard KLM Royal Dutch.
The KLM Royal Dutch Airlines crew is here to ensure your journey home hits all the right notes.
The fasten seatbelt sign.
KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. When you travel, travel well.
Before you begin your road trip, ask yourself, do you really need 5 full suitcases? With the new 2026 Kia Sportage X-Pro's class-leading cargo space, you'll have room for what you need. Find out more at your local Kia dealer today. Keep the adventure going. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely and obey all traffic laws. Comparisons based on second row legroom and cargo space behind second row seats in the subcompact SUV class according to Kia segmentation as of June 2025.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
The Rico Bronya podcast is proudly sponsored by Takara Fuji Apple Chew High, the sparkling cocktail that blends shochu spirits with delicious flavors of fruits from Japan. Whether it's Citi Field or your favorite spot, raise the apple.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. We begin in Flushing, where the Mets took a 3-2 lead over the Braves to the 8th inning, and then Hell's Bells turned into a hellish situation.
The 0-1 pitch, swung on, lined in the air to left center, hustling as Mullins still going, won't get it, it's in for a hit, eludes his grasp, goes to the wall, it'll tie the game. White around third, coming to the plate, he scores standing, and on at second with a double and a run batted in as the red-hot Michael Harris the second, and the Braves have tied it 3-3.
Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets Radio. Ozzie Albies followed with a go-ahead RBI double, and the Braves take the rubber game from the Mets 4-3. Ryan Helsley allowed those 2 runs in the 8th. He takes the loss. Kodai Senga, a no decision, giving up 2 runs and 5 hits while striking out 7 over 5 in the 3rd, and through an interpreter, he takes us through his performance.
Yeah, I was able to throw all my pitches how I wanted to, manipulate them, and I think each pitch was up to the standard of
competing with the hitter. And if I can continue this forward, I think I'll be able to string along some good outings.
Francisco Lindor homer. The Mets lose 13 out of 15. Their lead over the Reds for the last National League wildcard spot down to a half a game. Mets open up a series with the Mariners Friday night at Citi Field. Yankees were off Thursday. They open up a series with the Cardinals in St. Louis Friday night. NFL, the Jets reportedly worked out quarterback C.J. Beathard and Nathan Peterman. 78 degrees, clear skies in Central Park. That's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
And I'm bound to keep on riding. I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let them catch me, no. Not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. Chris, yeah! Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! 12:02 on The Fan. And I already see in the comments on the new YouTube live chat, they're wondering if I'm going to sing, and I'm not happy. But I'm not going to be here for a while. It's the last chance I'll have to sing. No one's happy. Make no mistake about it. No one is happy in this miserable baseball town that we live in. How we doing? 12:03, McMonigle here with you for a 5-hour midnight ride. We got Connor still back there. Big Zoo will make his way in here. And we got you for 5 hours taking your calls at 888-808-1019 here on The Fan. As the New York Mets continue, step up Ryan Helsley. That's your turn today. It's been the starting pitching for a week. It's been the offense for 2 months. It's Ryan Helsley tonight as the Mets do what bad teams do. I know it's cliche. I know. But it's a cliche for a reason. Bad teams find ways to lose. I tweeted it Saturday. Amazingly enough, the Yankees came back and won the game. But I tweeted it Saturday about the New York Yankees. And it goes for the New York Mets, too, right now. It's going to be an at-bat, or it's going to be a bad pitch, or it's going to be a defensive play. It is going to be something. They are going to find a way to lose a game. And to have the Atlanta Braves, the dead Atlanta Braves, as even Keith Hernandez said this at the end of the game, to have the dead Atlanta Braves walk into that building, take 2 of 3, manage to come back on the opening game. Pete hits the home run. Ooh, look at that coming off. Pete hits the home run. They take a 5-1 lead. Atlanta storms back, then gets their ass kicked the rest of the game. It's a celebration for the Mets and the Met fans. And then the next 2 nights, whether it's the 6-0 and lousy performance from Peterson, where they had a 6-0 lead. We went over it yesterday. I was on last night. And then you look at this game, where you finally get the starting performance you're looking for. That's what's frustrating about this. You got everything you wanted. You jump out to a 6-0 lead on Wednesday. You get everything you want on Thursday. You get Kodai Senga to go deep into the game. He was throwing his fastball at like 96. He looked good. He wasn't, you'd like him to go deeper. But, to go 5 2/3 and give up 2 runs, that's all you're looking for. They bring in Rodgers, and obviously Rodgers and this bullpen, right? The trade deadline, they go get Rodgers, they go get Helsley. We're all praising them. We're praising Stearns and what he was able to do at the deadline, and what a coup. And now the back 3 end of that bullpen between Rodgers and Helsley and obviously Diaz is going to be unstoppable. That's as good a bullpen as soon as that trade deadline is made. We're talking about really both teams, but let's focus on the Mets for a second. Oh, man, is there another better bullpen in baseball? I mean, I know the Padres have a great bullpen, but really that 3-headed monster, the 2 closers and Rodgers that the Mets are going to roll out. And to have this team, Rodgers comes in, he gives up the base hit to tie the game at 2, and then the offense comes right back. Right? The offense comes right back. You get the lead. You get Lindor, who's starting to break out of his slump. You get the walk from Soto, you get the fly ball from... You get the fly ball from Nimmo. And then Soto steals a base. You get the big clutch hit from Pete, a base hit you've been clamoring for. That this offense, as we talk about them struggling with runners in scoring position, and we'll get more into Juan Soto, but Pete gives you the big base hit to take the lead, and you figure that's all you need. In comes the bullpen, in comes Ryan Helsley, and he is awful. And he has been awful as a New York Met. And yes, we'll talk about whether he should have the intro taken away and everything else. But man, oh man, to get the start, like we've talked about the starting pitching and how bad it's been and how unable they've been going to get deep into the games. Right? That has been their issue for forever. They haven't been able to get deep into the games. We've seen it for the last 2 weeks. They got kids coming up over the weekend, and God help them. But they are desperate to get innings. You get it. For months, desperate to get that big clutch hit. Desperate to come through. Once the game is lost, once that momentum changes, once you get out to that early lead and then it falters, that's it. The Mets don't come back. They don't show you the fight. We've been talking about that for forever. And right back after blowing the lead, right back out there with stolen bases and aggressive base running. You get the clutch sac fly. You get the big 2-out hit from Pete Alonso to give you the lead. You get everything you've been clamoring for over the last 2 months. You get a pitcher to go into the 6th. You get the big clutch hit. You have the lead late to go to your bullpen. And Ryan Helsley, who has been awful as a New York Met, whose fastball is being hit at ridiculous levels. Tonight it was his slider. He's supposed to be dominant this year against left-handed hitters with his slider. They're clobbering it. He gives up the ball off the wall. He can't. It's not even that he just blows the game. Fine. Then he gives them the lead with the ball off the wall. And we'll get into Soto and deking him and why isn't he hitting the cutoff man? It's just everything. They are going to find ways to lose. This team is so maddening to watch. Both of these teams. But to watch this team do what it does against a dead Atlanta Brave team as they're desperate for wins. 2 out of the last 15 games. They just had a 7-game win streak. They turned it into 2 of their next 15. And it's every which way. And what's frustrating about this one in particular for me is that the 2 main questions you felt were answered. You got the starting pitching. It's not a virtuoso performance. It's not one that you would call ace-like. He didn't dominate the Atlanta Braves, but he pitched you into the 6th. He gives up the 1 run. Rogers comes in, supposed to be another guy they brought in, a part of this trade deadline coup. He comes in, gives up soft contact, which is what he does. And we could talk, Yankee fans can tell you about soft contact and Clay Holmes. Soft contact, little looping base hit that ties the game, and the Mets offense right back at it. For weeks, they score early, then they do nothing. They score early, the pitching gives up the lead, never see the offense again. That has been the MO of this team for the last month. And they get the starting pitching, then they get the offense to come right back and take the lead again, and then Helsley blows the game. And then in the 9th, forget about it. And we'll get to the 8th with Juan Soto, who, again, I already had this conversation last night about Juan Soto. This series, last night at bat, tonight's at bat in the 8th inning, they are the perfect description of what Juan Soto has been all year. These 2 at-bats are exactly what the problem is with Juan Soto this entire season. He had a good series. Right? I think he had 3 hits and 3 walks. He's on base 6 times in the 3 games. He hits the home run the other day to help them build that 6-0 lead. He steals the base that sets up the base hit from Alonso to give the lead. That's a big stolen base. He doesn't run. We talk about what we did see and what we didn't see as Yankee fans last year in every at-bat of Juan Soto and what he did with the Nationals and Padres. And we talk about what we did see in the clutch hitting and what we haven't seen with the Mets. He makes a really good defensive play to deke Harris at second base, but then he throws to the wrong base after. Instead of hitting the cutoff man, he goes right to second. He's stealing bases, which he never did with the Yankees last year. He steals a big base to get into scoring position. It leads to the big run that takes the lead. Boom. Juan Soto is one of the better players that the Mets had this weekend. These 3 days. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. And yet, in the 8th inning, after Lindor gets the infield single, when you need the base hit, you need him to come through. Hell, you'll take a walk there, right? You need him to get on base. You need him to be a part of that rally in the 8th inning, and he strikes out on 3 pitches. That is who Juan Soto has been for the New York Mets this year. Plain and simple. That is a microcosm of everything that has been the problem with Juan Soto. He has a good series. He's one of the better offensive players on the team. But when it comes to those impact moments, he isn't there. And I can tell already. Mendoza, this is what happens when you lose. Here comes all the blame for the manager. Here comes, I can't stand to listen to him in the postgame. Again, he's a Boone clone. Who's good in these losing postgame press conferences? What do you want to hear? Whatever he hears, if he says something that you like, you'll go, yeah, means nothing. If he says something you don't like, my God, I can't listen to this guy anymore. They've lost they're 2-13 in their last 15 games. What do you want him to say? What's he going to say that you're going to be like, you know what? Yeah, that's my manager. They're awful. Their starting rotation can't throw strikes. And when they do, they don't hit. And when they do, the bullpen blows it. Like, it's just, I don't know how this team has fallen from one of the best teams in baseball. In the middle of June, June 13th, the infamous day for both of these teams, how they have fallen to a team that doesn't know how to win. Plain and simple, that's who they are. For a team that was 11 games under 500 last year, with the same manager, by the way. 11 games under 500 last year, who had the team meeting, moved Lindor to leadoff, and sparked them, along with, Grimace and OMG and everything else, sparked them to the best record in baseball from that Arizona series on. Found a way to win in Atlanta, doubleheader, to get into the postseason. Found a way to beat the Phillies. Found a way, forget that, found a way down to their final 2 outs against what was then, imagine, amazingly enough, the best closer in baseball or the best reliever in baseball in Devin Williams. You found a way down to your final 2 outs to get the big home run and win that series. Then you beat Philadelphia. This Met team found a way to win every big game last year. And they have forgotten how to win. I don't know how it happens. It's one of these things in sports that it's what makes it so interesting. It's what makes it so compelling. It's what makes it all of us addicted to it and want to turn on our televisions every night. Because you never know what you're going to see. And the collapse of this Met team, from a team that made that run last year, that changed the dynamic of the New York sports landscape by bringing in Juan Soto and signing him to that contract, to starting off the year as one of the best teams in baseball, building a 5-game division lead, to falling on their face, to being under 500 since the end of May, to not knowing how to win. You can feel it. The Atlanta Braves are dead. They're throwing Cookie Carrasco. Elder has had a miserable year. He shuts them down for the most part and has a good performance. They bring in one of the better closers over the last couple years in Helsley, who strikes people out, who throws 100 miles an hour. His numbers off his fastball in his career are fantastic. He's getting pounded. This is not the first game. Ryan Helsley has been a disaster. The trade deadline for both of these teams has been a disaster. Mullins has hardly done anything. Rodgers has been okay, but I can think of 2 or 3 big impact hits that he's given up that have helped them lose, including last night. And Ryan Helsley has been garbage. How did this happen? And you could tell me the manager, and you could tell me Stearns and the way he builds the rotation, and I'll agree with all of it. But it's hard to pinpoint exactly what happened to this team. But last night, it's easy. Ryan Helsley blew the game. The last couple games, the starting pitching hasn't been there. The offense scores early and then goes to sleep. It's the same. If it's not one of those 3 are going to find a way to beat you. One of those 3 are going to find a way to blow a 5-run lead, to blow a 5-1 lead, to blow a 6-0 lead, to blow a 3-2 lead. They're going to find ways to do it on a nightly basis. It is hard to fathom what this team looks like now. And they are a half a game out. And I'll tell you this, and we'll get to it. 888-808-1019. I know Evan and Sean tried to redo the voodoo that they do. And that's right. You know, the voodoo that you do, it's a song. They tried to undo their disastrous mid-June conversation about who's better by doing who's worse. I don't know who's worse. We'll get into it. I'll give you my opinion on who's worse. But I can tell you right now that both of these teams have no idea how to win. Both of these teams had a deadline that we all loved that has blown up in their face. Both of these teams had expectations heading into the season. Both of these teams got off to good starts. Both of these teams are so freaking similar, it's scary. Both managers are now being, he was on the staff, so both managers are being compared. Like, it's crazy how our New York baseball season is all falling apart in one collective swoop. Like, I have no idea how to explain it. But it's easy to see. It's easy to see. The Mets don't know how to win. They are going to do something to lose the game. It is the definition of what bad teams do. It's cliched for a reason. It's the definition of what bad teams do. And now they are a half a game up, over the Cincinnati Reds. And I'll tell you this, I think the Reds are a hell of a lot better than the Cleveland Guardians. You want to talk about which team has a better chance to make the playoffs? I think the Reds are a legitimate team. Cleveland traded away some people. Their closer is being, under the scrutiny of cheating and gambling. They've been hot, but I don't trust Cleveland. The Reds are good. The Reds have pretty good starting pitching. The Reds have a manager who's won championships and has been there. They're a half a game up from being out of the playoffs. It is one of the harder things to fathom. And Met fans, I feel for you. To be at these games this week, to experience Pete Alonso, watch him hit that home run, the frustration of damn near blowing the game, but coming through and feeling like leaving that building, this is the night. This is the night where we start to build back into the team that can be a threat inside the National League and to be a World Series champion. Tonight is the night. 2 innings into the next day, you're up 6-0. Cookie Carrasco on the mound. David Peterson, the one guy you trust to give you some depth, is on the mound. And you feel like, here we go. And from that 4th inning on last night, or 2 nights ago now, it is a sickening feeling for a Met fan who had to sit through rain delays, hung around for Pete Alonso ceremonies, only to watch a dead Atlanta Brave team who has crushed you for forever come into your building, beat you 2 out of 3, and feel like they have robbed every ounce of momentum before they welcome in the Seattle Mariners. Like, just every ounce of possible momentum. It is hard to imagine that we have gotten here. 888-808-1019. But we'll get into the specifics of the game. We'll get into Juan Soto throwing to the wrong base after a really good deke. At least that's how it looked. We'll get into this bullpen. Ryan Helsley. Should they stop introducing him with Hell's Bells? Who is worse, the Yankees or the Mets? We'll get into all of it. We'll have some fun. We'll get into some football later in the show. Maybe we'll take your calls at 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on a 5-hour midnight ride. This will take you all the way to 5 a.m. We obviously have the new edition of the live chat because I'm stupid. I forgot to bring my laptop. So I'm just going to be watching with the rest of you. Maybe I'll communicate through the chat a little bit, answer your questions. So if you want to go to the WFAN YouTube page, the overnight live chat, you can see me there. You can make some comments. We can hang out during the break a little bit. Like I said, I forgot my laptop, so we're going to try and navigate it the best we can from the phone. Yeah.
But also call in.
Well, obviously, yes, call in. 888-808-1019. You got to call in. No doubt. 888-808-1019. That's the number to do so. We got Big Zoo on the other side, and we'll be taking your calls all the way to 5 a.m. in the warm-up show. McMonigle here with you on this Friday morning, 5-hour midnight ride right here on The Fan.
Talk Yankees trades, Mets stats, Giants defense, and Jets prospects. All in one place. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me The Closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Town Fair Tire.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529. Fall is around the corner, and so are new arrivals at Flag & Anthem. From lightweight layers to the softest vintage-inspired shirt you've ever felt, Flag & Anthem's new fall collection is built for everyday comfort now through the cooler months ahead. Visit flagandanthem.com, use code WFAN, and check out their officially licensed Ryder Cup collection. Flag & Anthem, real clothes for real life.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey iHeart.
Right here on the Fan on this Friday morning. I can tell the chat's going to be this live show is going to be fun on YouTube. I'm already having fun. I forgot my laptop like a dope. And by the way, I'm going to do one and then be gone for 2 weeks. So I'm going on vacation. That's part of why he played Sinatra. We're playing Italian artists, the music theme tonight. But I do want to mix in some Beatles before I go as well. So, but yeah, I'm doing tonight, and then I'm doing tomorrow, and then I'm gone for 2 weeks on a family trip to Italy. Should be fun. I'm going to Sicily, looking forward to it. Get away from these teams for a little bit, but I'll put out some videos and ride along with the Yankees and Mets as best I can. But the chat's going to be fun. I was trying to tell you guys, because I forgot my laptop, and I'm unable to toggle between the live chat and then the screen that says we're in commercial break. I had Zoo write up a piece of paper that said we're in commercial break that I'd put up, but it was in pen and not like dark marker. You could barely read it. So
we'll find the Sharpie.
We'll find some way. We'll have some fun. We'll have some fun with the chat and the video. Why not? Let's have some fun. Let's try and forget about our miserable teams. And look, I don't want to call the season dead. I know that's easy. I can come on here and I can scream and I can yell and I can tell you the Mets are done and I can have a real strong opinion on it. And I can come in here and give you sports radio, real strong opinion. Hey, stink. And this season's over. And there's no way they're coming back from this. I don't know. I don't look at the Reds as better than them, and it feels like it's a competition between them and the Reds. Forget the division. You want to win the division, and I'm not even saying the division's over. But I'm not even interested in the division. Not after losing 13 out of 15. I'm interested in making the playoffs because I am a firm believer in get in, get hot. I don't think it's crazy. So I got to get in. So for the Mets, it is a competition with the Cincinnati Reds. Are they good enough to outplay the Cincinnati Reds by a game the rest of the way? I think so. Will they? I don't have a lot of confidence in them, but I still think they can. And it's hard to imagine they've gotten this bad. And it's hard to imagine Ryan Helsley has been this bad. The trade deadline has been a disaster. Mullins has hardly done anything. And neither reliever has really distinguished himself. Rogers has been better than Helsley, but Helsley has done nothing. Helsley's been terrible, and Rogers really hasn't done nothing. He's part of the problem. He came in and gave up a soft contact hit. Juan Soto is anything but clutch, which is hard to believe. And this offense isn't nearly as good as it should be. It's puzzling, but I still can't call it over. It's not over. And it's not Mendoza's fault. It's hard to – we all praised Mendoza for what he did last year, carrying them from 11 games under. And maybe I should call the season over because as Fliegelman would love to play, and Zoo, I wish I could tell you exactly where it is. You could look for it. Fliegelman loves to play it. I called them dead last year. I called them dead after losing the second game of the Arizona series. They had the meeting. They came out. They pounded the Diamondbacks the first game of that series, and then they blew a lead or something and lost the last 2 games of that Arizona series. And I said, that's it. If they can't build off the momentum of the meeting and that first win, and they lose these next 2, that's it. The Mets are dead. And then they didn't lose again all the way into the NLCS. So maybe I should call them dead and spark this team. Because it's hard to fathom how bad they have been. It is. And what you need is what's frustrating about last night. And I was listening to a little bit of the Rico Bronya as I was driving in, and I agree with Evan, and I tend to agree with Evan a lot. When it comes to baseball, at least. The loss the other night is worse. Blowing a 6-0 lead. That's worse. It's a worse loss. It's a more, how the hell this is possible? David Peterson let them down. It's a worse loss. But what last night sucks is, one, you lose the series, obvious, first and foremost. But you got what you needed. You needed someone to step up and give you a good start. And Sanga did it. It's not a great start. It's a good start. It's just a good, solid start. 5 2/3, 1 run, and then he ends up being 2, and Rogers gives up the second run. That's a good start. It's a good start. He's an out away from having it being a quality start. I'm not throwing a parade for it, but it's a good, solid start. And then you need the offense to come back once the momentum of the game switches. The offense hasn't been able to do that, and they come back right away. And it's good aggressive base running, and it's small ball with the sacrifice fly, and then it's a big 2-out clutch hit from Alonso. And it's turned the game over to the bullpen, and here we go. And it's still not good enough. That's what's frustrating about last night. It feels like the things that have really caused the issues over the last month were there last night, and that's still not good enough. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. My guy Mike in Brooklyn. What's up, Mike?
There he is. What's going on?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Good. Listen, have a safe and a great trip.
Thank you very much.
Did Rami save you a couple donuts the other morning?
I had one. I had the creme brulee. Thank you very much. They were delicious. Very kind of you.
Good. Good.
Yep.
Did you grab any
thank
fruit?
you.
That fruit's good too.
The fruit. Yep.
Good.
I had some fruit before I left. Before I got in the car. So thank you very much. Very nice of you.
Yeah. I'm glad you like it. I told him to save you some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So let's get into them. A couple quick points before I get into the bashing the Mets. I don't know if you remember. Well, first of all, I told Al at the beginning of the season, right before before the season even started, the Mets are going to win 86 games and miss the playoffs before the season even started.
What made you think that?
I told you.
Just the feeling of curse?
No. The feeling of, all these guys, the pitching, I never liked the pitching number one.
Wow.
I didn't like the Soto signing because I didn't think that he was going to fit in with the team. I didn't think that we did enough to upgrade other positions, as well as I had question marks at third base, catcher, second base, center field, and we got worse at center field. So and Nimmo. So we really got better at one position in the lineup. And then with Alonso and everybody else, we were either status quo, worse, or a question mark. So that's the reason why I didn't think we were going to be as good as people were predicting. But another thing, so I don't know if you remember my call. So I called you right around probably within the first month of the season. And I said, C-Mac, I really think that the Mets are going to have to win the division because I think there's going to be more wild card teams out of the West and the Central. And it was like towards like when you were like ready to hang up and then you're like laughing at me afterwards because hey, the Central stinks. But the Reds and stuff like that, they're good. They're a good team. I was actually right. Well, they have good teams. The Brewers, the Reds are a good team.
They're not a bad team. I don't disagree with you, and I actually bet them to win the division this year because I thought Terry Francona and a young upstart team, like I liked them. But let's be honest, like they're having a nice little season. They're like 6 games. They're 5 or 6 games over 500. Let's not make them out to be like that. Shouldn't be the wild card though.
Now.
But that's what I'm saying. That shouldn't be the wild card.
I know. I agree with you with that. And then the problem, like what it comes down to right now, is though if you look at the Mets team from the beginning of the season, Ali Vanessa, when they were 22 games over 500, are you going to change the 86? I said no, because if you look at any team, you could only have pitchers that pitch 4 innings for so long. I don't care if you get 13 other, or you have guys that come from AAA up and down in the bullpen. They're going to get burnt out. The more you see these guys in the bullpen in the series, they're going to get crushed. And it's exactly what happened. The pitching staff stinks. The hitters aren't hitting with runners in scoring position. And even you and I spoke that night with Helsley, right? I said, yeah, he's been up and down a little bit. I said the only problem with him is he's got a high whip. And that means they're going to be runners.
No, I know. I hear you, Mike, and thank you for the call. You're right. Listen, Helsley's not been good. That is a very frustrating for both teams. The trade deadline, man, unbelievable. But, yeah, I mean, Helsley hasn't been good. He comes into this game, clean inning, lead. I mean, just not good enough. And the fastball's being hit. And he's leaving breaking balls over the middle of the plate. And, again, the Juan Soto thing, what's frustrating about the Juan Soto thing, and Keith said it, like, you can't deke. First of all, and, like, as an outfielder, like, you have a chance that the runner at second was deked by what you did. The guy running, he's got a double. You're not going to throw him out at second base. You have got to hit the cutoff man. Where you going? You going straight to second for what? You got no shot of throwing out Albies. You got to throw it to the cutoff man and give yourself a chance of maybe making a play at the plate. You did deke it in hopes of that. Like, that's what I don't understand. Why would you do the deke and then not hit the cutoff man? You're not trying to deke the batter to try not to run hard. Like, you're trying to deke the guy at second, see if you can get a slow step for him. And you did. And then you don't hit the cutoff man. We've seen the bad defense hasn't been that much of a problem. They've actually run the bases really well. I think I heard Evan say it's like a franchise record now, 39, 40 straight stolen bases without being thrown out. They do a good job controlling the other team's run game, and they do a good job stealing the base, running the bases. Besides that, like, we've seen defense hurt them. We've seen the bullpen kill them. We've seen the starting rotation kill them. We've seen the offense kill them. Like, they haven't been able to put together a consistent good game of baseball in forever. It's scary how identical these two teams are. It really is. It's scary. Phil in Sheepshead Bay. What's up, Phil? Phil, you got to lower the radio. Phil. Hold on. Phil. Phil. I'm going to give Phil a chance. I know he's going to hear it. Here we go. Watch. Here we go. Forever. You heard me say forever. Here comes Phil. Wait, you're going to hear him pick up the phone? No? Phil? All right. I can only play this game. Here we go.
Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Listen,
Phil, 1 second before we start. You got to do me a favor, okay?
Yeah.
The next time you call, you got to listen through your phone, not the radio. I've been screaming Phil for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Probably I'm half asleep. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you're listening to the radio, but it's okay. Try and listen through your phone.
Okay.
Okay. Now what do you got?
Okay. Here's my main point. I've been a Met fan since 1962.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the days you would expect when they picked from a lottery. Bobby Landreth, Mark Throneberry, the guys who were on the way out. The Mets took them. Even Richie Ashburn at that time was still playing well. And they sort of formed a team what was supposed to be the colors of the New York Giants and the Brooklyn Dodgers, which I went to Ebbets Field and I followed for quite a long time. I used to go like 12, 15 games a year. Now the costs are prohibitive. Anyway, to make a long story short, those guys were on their way out. What's the excuse for all these guys in the prime of their career where they can't come up? I look at Soto. It looks like he's in I forgot, like walking in his sleep when he chases balls in the outfield.
Yeah,
and he seems to like lose focus.
I don't know what it is, Phil, and thank you for the call. It's not that he's playing poorly. Like, if you look at Juan Soto's numbers, he's having a down year. Like, it's not a typical great Juan Soto year. It's not last year Juan Soto, but it's a good quality season. And even in this series, again, he's on base 6 times in the series. He's on base 6 times in the series. He gets the home run. He drove in a couple runs. Like, he steals the base that helps give them the lead with the pinch hit with the clutch hit from Pete. Like, he played well in the series. I thought he made a good defensive play to deke him out. Now, I don't know if you throw Harris out at the plate. I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But he made a good deke to fake him and then didn't hit the cutoff man, which is frustrating. But again, last night, 2 men on, down 3 runs, an opportunity to do some damage, and he leaves the strike zone. He battles back from being down 0-2. And then the thing that's frustrating is he leaves the strike zone and falls down to the ground. Like he's swinging like Babe Ruth. That is not Juan Soto's game. Right? Some people wanted it to be Juan Soto's game in previous years. Don't just let the next guy do it. You're Juan Soto. Drive the baseball. Don't take the strike. Don't be so beholden to the strike zone. Go swing and be the guy who drives in the run, not sets up the run. Like that was the critique of Juan Soto last year and other years. And now he's swinging from his heels on a 3-2 slider for 4 or 5 inches up out of the strike zone. That is not Juan Soto. And then last night, down a run in the 8th inning after blowing the game, Lindor on first base on 3 pitches. They went right after him. Strikeout on 3 pitches. And then the 9th, what'd they throw, a total of 6 pitches in the 9th? Pete Alonso, real quick, and then obviously Mullins to end the game. And Mullins hasn't been good. I don't blame him last night. I saw a couple people getting... I don't think... That ball was slicing away from him. That's a tough play. Ryan Helsley's just leaving sliders in the middle of the zone. And it's hard to put your finger on what the issue is with this team. The question is, can they figure out a way to rebound? How does this team, because there's no, how many kids are you going to bring up? And I understand it. The question, I saw a bunch of people commenting on my the story they put out of me talking about how I was critical at the start of the year. The stories are always a little misleading, the headlines to those stories, because I made a very comprehensive argument about how good they've been at this and how they shut my mouth. And how even, I wanted them to sign a big-time starting pitcher. And let's be honest, Max Fried has had overall a positive year. He's been bad for a month, but he's had a positive year. But other than that, there wasn't a lot of great starting pitchers. Snell's been hurt. Corbin Burns is gone for forever with Tommy John. He's gone for 2 years probably. So, I get it. I get why they don't want to sign the contract. But tell me right now, what would benefit the Mets more than having a steady ace? Everyone was talking about it today. I was talking about it last night. You need that guy that you feel good about on the mound at least once every 5th game. You just need him. You need him. They don't have him. This is what you saw last night. 5 2/3, 2 runs, that's as close to an ace as they have. And I hear, I see like a bunch of people telling me, well, they're waiting. You don't understand, Chris. They're not going out and signing long-term contracts because they're waiting for the kids to come up. That's the point. You got these pitching prospects. Yeah, like they're all going to hit. Like that's never been a problem. Like, Mets, they've always had these, Thor comes up and he's great for forever. Like, obviously DeGrom hitting is one of the better pitchers we've ever seen and won 2 Cy Youngs. But we've seen guys come up. Like, you can't count on the idea that every single pitcher you bring from the farm. Like, do you honestly think right now that Sproat, that McLean, and that Tong are all going to come up and be excellent starting pitchers that are going to carry your starting staff? Like, good luck with that. Maybe just 1 hits. And that's what typically happens. Like, you get 1, maybe 2 if you're lucky, that hit and are mainstays in your rotation and sign another contract. Like, it's rare. You're going to have to go out there and bring in talent at the pitching. On some level, you have to trust someone with some money. And this pitching staff is just not good enough. They want to put all their money into players, and I get it. They want to put all their money into hitters. I get it. I do. It makes sense on paper. But in practice, it's hard to continually do this. And it just feels like that kind of has been, as much as it's the offense, and I've been screaming for weeks that the offense isn't good enough and it's supposed to be the driving force of the team, it really feels like the pitching staff and the overworking of the bullpen because they can't go more than 4 or 5 innings has really just been something that's weighing down this team. It really just feels that way. And, I mean, right now, whether it's you want to blame Mendoza, which, again, please stop. Can I just say, and we'll get into Boone a little bit later, too, as we'll get into the Yankee talk as they get ready to start a series in St. Louis. Like, stop blaming Mendoza. Like, this isn't Mendoza's fault. Mendoza's the same manager that dragged that team from 11 games under 500 to the NLCS. Like, there's issues. And I said it last night, to be fair. I said, you want to know what the manager's like? See how the team responds the next day. And I don't know, in some ways they responded. They got the starting pitching. When the lead was blown, they got it right back. And then one of their best, the guys they traded for to help them get the final outs of the games, blew the game. Like, I don't know how to take last night. I don't think last night was a lifeless performance. I don't think last night was a grittyless performance. They've got no grit. They've got no toughness. They've got no this. They've got no that. Oh, and by the way, it's Analytics' fault. And it's the manager's fault. These are all the things we love to say when a team loses. Now, they didn't score a ton of runs, but they battled back. They could have still scored another run in the 8th or 9th. I grant you that. They didn't. But they had that game won. They got the good pitching performance. Like, they did battle back. The managers made a couple of dumb decisions. I don't know how you don't pinch run for Marte in that series against Milwaukee and he gets thrown out to end the game. I don't know how you let Clay Holmes face Olsen in that spot that blows the lead. They end up winning that game anyway. Like, there are a couple things. All managers have them. But the idea that it's like he's some terrible manager, like, he's the same guy who took them to the NLCS last year when no one expected it, when the team wasn't good enough to get there. We're so quick to blame the manager. It's obnoxious. But right now, he's not free. He's not absent of blame. He's not free of blame. He's done a terrible job. Everyone associated with the team has done a terrible job. I mean, their season's on the line. They're 2-13. They go on a 7-game win streak and immediately fall on their face in San Diego, and it let them break them in many ways. It's crazy.
I mean, bro, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I think the one thing that, the pitching has been atrocious, so let's not get that wrong.
No,
the starting pitching is it's a disgrace.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that this team has the lineup that it does, at least top-heavy wise, and they are performing the way they are night in, night out. And I know they exploded both Tuesday night and early on last night, 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
But that's not enough. You have to win these games. You have to continue to pile on. When you're a team that sees your pitching is off and you have Juan Soto, Pete Alonso, Francisco Lindor, and we've been saying this all year, and I know you've been pounding this drum.
Yeah.
But this is more so than ever. This is when these guys got to step up, and they are failing miserably, falling on their face. And, I mean, if they don't make the playoffs this year, and we are putting the bar low with them making the playoffs, just so that we can have a time in this franchise's history where we legitimately make the playoffs 2 years in a row, not a weird one-game wild card game, or it happened 40 years ago or 20 years ago, whatever it was. I mean, this is a team that needs to actually step up in Steve Cohen's era, because winning a championship in 5 years, yeah, maybe that's a little shooting for the stars, but you can at least make the playoffs twice over the course of that 5 years in a row.
Yeah.
And if they fail to do that this year with the roster they have and the money they invested and the trades they made at the deadline, I mean, that is pathetic.
It's pathetic, but at least you can point to, Yankee fans can point to, well, if they don't make the playoffs, fire Boone and Cashman. You're not going to fire David Stearns.
No, you're not going to fire.
You're not going to fire anybody. So
you're not going to fire anybody in the front office or the manager.
And you know what? No, I don't think you would. And here's a good question for you at 888-808-1019. We'll get into both, because I thought, Evan and Marash were talking about it today in the afternoon show. Which team is worse? Who's worse, the New York Yankees or the New York Mets? And here's the other question: which team would it be more embarrassing for to not make the playoffs? Would it be more embarrassing for the New York Mets to not make the playoffs, or would it be more embarrassing for the New York Yankees to not make the playoffs? It's an interesting question. We'll try and answer it for you when we come back. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back, take you to the top of the hour. Or actually, no, we'll probably take it to the hour. I don't know. I'm trying to look at see if there's any comments here on the chat. My Little League coach is tougher than Aaron Boone. Sure he is. Yankees missed the playoffs. That would be 2 out of 3 years. I don't know. This Met team, they signed Juan Soto, changed who's the big brother in town. By the way, I got to say, I hate to be so vain, but I'm not above it. I talk about how I was Athlete of the Year. The difference in watching me on this video, I hope everyone's watching, because I'm not trying to say I'm not heavy, but at least I look like a normal-faced person. The up-close videos they put out of me on social media, it's like, good grief. Could you put out a shot that doesn't have my entire face taking up the entire screen? Like, what's the matter with this camera angle? I know we have it. We're using it. Man. But we'll talk about, I don't know. I think that's an interesting question. It would be pretty freaking embarrassing for the New York Mets not to make the playoffs this year. The run to the NLCS, adding Juan Soto, bringing back Pete. They have a higher payroll than the New York Yankees. If you're going to go strictly on payroll, higher payroll than the New York Yankees. Yes, the Yankees would miss the playoffs 2 out of the last 3 years. They've hardly missed the playoffs in 30 years. You can count on one hand the amount of times the Mets have put back-to-back playoff seasons together. Does that make it more embarrassing or less embarrassing? Neither team can miss the playoffs. A half a game up for the final wild card spot. That is wild. It is wild how we have fallen. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. 1 hour down. 4 more to go in our 5-hour midnight ride as we take you all the way to 5 a.m. in the warm-up show. McMonigle here with you. 888-808-1019. Your calls coming up over the next 4 hours right here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
I need my glasses.
I was reading the wrong column.
I can't see a thing without my glasses.
Damn straight.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or personal loans, help is here. As Americans continue to pile up astounding credit card debt levels with high interest rates to make ends meet, debt relief is being made available through national debt relief that could reduce a significant portion of what you owe if you qualify. For many, continuing to struggle making minimum monthly payments could take 25 or more years to pay off. National Debt Relief has already helped over 550,000 Americans reduce their debt by negotiating directly with their creditors. When you call, you'll be amazed at how much you can save and how quickly you can become debt-free. If you want off the debt treadmill, call National Debt Relief today. You don't need to declare bankruptcy, and you may qualify for significant debt relief. Call the Relief Hotline now to check what savings you may qualify for. Dial 800-476-3131. 800-476-3131. That's 800-476-3131.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again.
with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
We're talking New York sports. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB, Major League Baseball, trademarks used with permission. Good morning. At 102, I'm Peter Schwartz. Another blown lead for the Mets. They fall to the Braves 4-3 at Citi Field. Ozzie Albies snapping a 3 all-time with an 8th-inning RBI double off a loser, Ryan Helsley, who allowed 2 runs in the 8th. He takes the loss. Manager Carlos Mendoza's team has lost 13 of 15.
Obviously, we're not playing well, but too much talent. You know, we're going through a very tough time right now, but you know, there's a lot of good players there, and we just gotta get through this. We can't be looking at the standing. You know, we're not where we at. We haven't played well.
Francisco Lindor says the Mets have to stick together.
Have the guys, like the coaching staff, that pushes every single day to be better and to believe that we're gonna get through this. And at the end of the day, like I said, we have to play for each other and fight for each other and understand that this situation sucks, but it's part of the journey.
Lindor homered in the game. Kodai Senga, no decision, gave up 2 runs and 5 hits while striking out 7 over 5 in the 3rd. Next up for the Mets, they open the series with the Mariners Friday night. Also Friday night, the Yankees are in St. Louis to take on the Cardinals after they were off on Thursday. From the NBA, the Knicks open up their 2025-26 regular season schedule October 22nd against the Cavaliers of the Garden. The Nets open up on the road October 22nd at Charlotte. 77 degrees, clear skies in Central Park. That's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Themes. We do it on Saturdays. He's keeping with the theme of Italian artists, and obviously Tony Bennett is that. So far, a couple of crooners with Frank Sinatra and Tony Bennett. See if you can find Italian artists that do anything else besides saying, you know, the best is yet to come. As I'm going to Italy, this is it. Now I've seen, we're obviously up on the live chat as well. Try and promote that on the YouTube page. You can go see us live, Keith and myself, every night. It is going to be an every night thing. This is just night number 1. So you can go to the YouTube channel and watch the show live. It's going to be one and done for me for a while as I leave to go on vacation. But I'll be back in 2 weeks, and we'll have this show up every single night. 888-808-1019. Now, we ended the last hour with a question. We'll get into who's better or worse, the New York Mets or the New York Yankees. But who would be more embarrassed right now? As the Yankees currently sit, let me just double check. I forgot what the they did. Hold on. Cleveland ended up winning that game, right? I think they did. The New York Yankees are a half a game up on the Cleveland Guardians, and the Mets are a half a game up on the Cincinnati Reds. Who would be more embarrassed by missing out on the postseason? What team? What fan base? And I think, like both, it's tough. The Yankees have a standard, there's no doubt. And missing out 2 out of the 3 years is frustrating. Yankees went to the World Series last year. Mets went to the NLCS. Both teams have high enough payrolls for sure to be in the postseason. Both had division leads. I would have to say, though, with all of the offseason talk about how the Mets have taken over the town, how the Mets are big brother, how the Yankee fan can't handle the idea that Juan Soto has left the Bronx for greener pastures, because that was part of the argument. That was part of the argument, Met fans. You can't hide from it now. Part of the argument was he chose the Mets because the team is far better. He chose the Mets because the owner and the general manager are far better. He chose the Mets because the future of the franchise is far better and on much more stable ground. That's why. He could have taken the money in New York with the Yankees. It was close enough. He chose the Mets because he sees what we all see. The Mets are a better run franchise. Can't be pounding your chest all offseason with we're the better franchise. We're the better team. Can't take Juan Soto from the New York Yankees and then fall on your face. I don't know. It's embarrassing for the Yankees. Don't get me wrong. They were up 7 games in that division. But the Toronto Blue Jays have played better than the Philadelphia Phillies. The Blue Jays have a better record than the Phillies. The Blue Jays are 20 games over 500. For all the talk of the American League sucks, outside of Milwaukee, the next the next 2 for sure, out Milwaukee and then Toronto and Detroit are the 3 best records in baseball. The Dodgers are 68 and 53. They're a game back of San Diego. The Cubs were supposed to be this great team, 8 games behind the Brewers. I don't know. I think it's pretty close. It's hard to say one would be definitely more embarrassing, but if I had to choose, for the Met fans, you can't crow the way you did. You can't take victory laps the way you did and then miss the postseason. Tough one. Plus, let's be totally honest, the benefit of the Yankee fan is they hate the team. The Yankee fan can't stand Brian Cashman. The Yankee fan is looking for an excuse to move on from Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone. I think the Met fan is in love with David Stearns. They don't want to have to admit failure. They don't want to say David Stearns did a bad job. They don't want to have to question what this franchise has turned into. It's turned into the best version of itself since the mid-'80s. The owner is great. The GM is wonderful. They finally have the right people running the franchise. The Yankee fan thinks they suck. The Yankee fan thinks Brian Cashman should have been fired 10 years ago. The Yankee fan thinks Boone should have been fired 5 years ago. They don't have any misconceptions about how great this organization is. They hate it. The Met fan loves the organization. The Met fan won't shut up about how smart and rich and great the organization is. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be objective. I think it's more embarrassing for the Mets to not make the playoffs than the Yankees. I do. And it's pretty damn embarrassing for the Yankees. It's pretty damn embarrassing. But as a Met fan or a Yankee fan, it's going to be tougher to show your face as a Met fan. At least the Yankee fan will go, maybe this will make Hal do something. Maybe this will make Hal recognize he's got to do something. How about you, Zoo? Which one's more embarrassing?
I'm in 100% agreement with you, bro.
Nice.
I got to be honest, man.
Yeah.
I got to be honest, and this is Met fan perspective. You guys, as Yankee fans right now, you nailed it on the head. If you lose, if you end up tanking out and it's a 79-win season or even an 84-win season, everybody's going to be pounding the table looking for blood, looking for any type of thing they can get, Boone or Cashman. Right. And if you get one of the two, if you get both, I think a lot of people in the Yankee universe are going to be very, very happy.
Absolutely.
The Mets, I'm with you. I think a lot of Mets fans love David Stearns. I know I work with Joe on Saturdays. Joe is not necessarily the biggest David Stearns fan.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's kind of an outlier in the group right now. I know me personally, this would be a massive knock, and I can, in my head, justify, okay, hey, listen, he got put into this situation and thrusted into, hey, we want to go now, and he's trying at the same time make the team look like how he wants it to look. But at the end of the day, it would be 2 failures in a row for this team. It would, I mean, not 2 failures in a row, but it would be 2 out of 3 years where you fail completely and fall on your face, and that would be absolutely unacceptable for a team that's trying to move in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, 23 was as bad a Mets season and as disappointing a Mets season as they've had, and now this year, same thing. The expectations of this Met team were World Series or bust, and now you're going to let the Cincinnati Reds beat you?
But even just think about the smallest acceptance of good that Mets fans, I think, would have, and that would be, all right, at least we made the playoffs. Now we're doing things that we haven't done in our franchise's history consistently. We've been make the playoffs 3 straight years, right, at this point, if we would have been there in 2023. They fail miserably. They're not there 3 straight years. There's a chance they don't go back-to-back now either, just with playoff appearances.
No. Yeah, no, I agree. That is tough. That's
unacceptable.
Unacceptable for both teams, really. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say it would be okay for the Yankees. I just think the Yankee fan would have less problems with it. Ray in Brooklyn, what's up, Ray?
Good morning, perhaps my favorite Yankees fan on planet Earth, yourself and McPherson.
Yes.
And you know what? If you guys are ever looking for an additional member to the law firm, to McPherson, McMonigle, Morash, just throw in Morales, because that's my last name.
Oh, look at that. Bunch of M's.
I have to be a shill. But, so basically, big shout-out to my guy, Big Zoo, behind the glass. He's one of the coolest Met fans ever, and I appreciate the perspective that he just gave objectively. And T-Mac, with you, bro, like, I couldn't agree more with you. You said it as eloquently and perfectly as anybody can say, that it would be more disappointing and embarrassing for the Mets for all those reasons. I just want to add this also, C-Mac. If you recall, Cole goes down, Steele goes down, Stanton goes down. Then you get Schmidt and some other guys during the season. At that particular juncture in time, a lot of Yankee fans, even before the season started, in light of those injuries, I remember speaking to, I think it was Al Cintrone on the radio. He lowered the win total for the Yankees. I did so also, even though I still had them winning the division or having like a wild card and making the playoffs.
Sure.
But like that never happened with the Mets. The Mets by and large have been healthy. And like I said, C-Mac, everything that you said is on the nose. And I guess the last thing that I want to say is where's guys like, positive Tommy, who were questioning the Yankees culture, whether these guys like one another, and all these things. I don't hear that about the Mets. All I hear about the Mets is excuses. And I understand the whole shtick, but still, at some point in time, you have to have some credibility and speak the truth here. If you're going to question the Yankees culture, which is ridiculous because they did it last year, we still made the World Series, and we're not allowed to say that.
I know, you can't bring up the World Series last year. I mean, don't bring it up. Don't bring it up.
Yeah.
God forbid.
Where's all that talk for the Mets? And like you said, what an embarrassment it would be for the great Juan Soto. The great Juan Soto, who's hitting like 279 in his career, that people say he's Ty Cobb or whatever the case is. Well, like I said, you are 1,000% right yourself and being behind the glass. And I appreciate the time as always, brother.
You got it, Ray.
Blessed morning.
Yeah, you got it. But let's not make any mistake. It would be embarrassing for the Yankees, too. And they did lose. I know you're going to laugh when I say it. They did lose Frankie Montas. They did lose Minaya. They did have some injuries at the start of the year. But you're right. They got off to a great start with the pitching staff, and it felt like they weren't missing those guys. So it would be embarrassing for both teams. But I do think the Met fan decided to spike the football when Juan Soto came over. And not just about this season, about the franchise, about the people running the franchise, about why Juan Soto. It wasn't about the money. It wasn't about the suites or the family clothing or anything else. It was about the New York Mets were the brighter destination because of the future, because of who they are, who's running things. And if they fall on their face here and miss the playoffs, it would be a huge embarrassment. Huge. And listen, don't get me wrong. The Yankees, same thing. You have to make the playoffs. You have to. You have to. Something inside me tells me both teams still will. I still believe that. I still believe both teams will make the playoffs. I don't look at the Reds as a team that's better than the Mets, and I certainly don't look at the Cleveland Guardians. Hell, you mentioned the Cleveland Guardians. Like, it's funny now. People are going to tell me the Cleveland Guardians are better than the Yankees. They don't even get credit for beating them in the ALCS last year. Like, if you're going to tell me the Cleveland Guardians are good now and a playoff team and better than the Yankees, then you have to admit the Yankees did something and accomplished something by winning the ALCS last year. Because so many, it doesn't matter, the easiest trip to the World Series I've ever seen in my life. You kidding me? That doesn't even count. Doesn't even count. But now, good luck beating those like feisty little Cleveland Guardians. They're tough. Bunch of crap. Mike in Hell's Kitchen. What's up, Mike?
Mikey, hey.
Hey.
How you doing, Mac? Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you, Mike?
All right, my man. How you doing, pal? Yo. First things first.
I pop a freak all the honeys.
You hear me?
Now, when anyone says first things first, I always have to follow it with I pop a freak all the honeys. It's just a weird thing I do.
I remember that.
It's a Biggie lyric. But please, by all means, go ahead, continue.
You're right, though. You know, when you're right, you're right.
When you're right, you're right. And you, sir, are right.
Hey, when I'm freaking guys are.
Did you catch that? Watch it, Mike. Watch it. We were having such a good time. Be careful.
I know. I'm saying, like, when them guys come down with the white coats, they're good human guys. Remember that, all right?
All right, thanks, Mike. I didn't get a word. What he just said. I have no idea what he just said.
That was a trip.
That was a trip. Just remember that. I'll never forget it, Mike. I'll never forget you. Let's just go right on to Dave in Rockland. What's up, Dave?
I have a couple of recommendations for a Yankees manager.
Okay.
One of them you might find out of the blue. So that would be, of all people, you might find it funny, but I think Anthony Rizzo would make a good manager. You see him, he's like always like the clubhouse guy, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like the few situations that...
But the Yankees still have a manager.
Boone?
Yeah, correct, Boone. He's still the manager as of right now, is he not? So you would fire Boone today and hire Anthony Rizzo?
Wouldn't fire him yet.
Okay.
If the season doesn't go well,
okay,
and we need a new manager, so I would recommend Anthony Rizzo. Another guy I would recommend, it was brought up today a couple of times on the fan, but A-Rod.
Yeah, I think there would be a small chance, that Alex Rodriguez would be willing to step in today and manage the Yankees the rest of this season if he believed he could spark them. I don't think Alex Rodriguez would want to be the manager of the New York Yankees on a regular basis. As much as he loves baseball, it is a grind that someone that has his money, his business interests, and what he wants to do, I just don't think he'd be interested in managing for 162 games. I just don't. Now, Do the Yankees want him? Hell no. So it's never going to happen. And can we stop, even Evans falling into the trap, stop with this former Yankees crap? Jorge Posada, we have no idea if he'd make a good manager or a bench coach or anything. David Cohn, the pitching coach. Paul O'Neill, the hitting coach. You need Willie Randolph on the staff. You need all these former Yankees. Stop. They don't. I don't know why we have to do it. Like, I was joking around last night. Brett in Long Island called me, and maybe he'll grace us with his presence again this morning. And he's giving me this whole thing about the history of the Yankees and guys like Bernie Williams and this, and you could say this team is more talented and blah, 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 blah. Nobody's ever been this bad. And then I bring up another team currently playing. He's like, oh, we'll keep it to the Yankees. I'm like, we'd rather compare the Yankees to the teams that won 3-4 championships in 5 years, one of the great dynasties in the history of the game. We'd rather compare this team to that team than their current contemporaries. Why? Why do we want to do that so desperately? Stop. It's so stupid. That team has nothing to do with this team. Nothing. And I don't care what comments they made at Old Timers Day. I don't care. It has nothing to do with them. And we can't continue just to bring up those guys and want them here to manage or coach or be a part of the team or compare this team to that team. Just because that team was great in the postseason and had grit and everything else doesn't mean this team doesn't. Or like, it's got to stop. I love that group. I grew up with that group. Clearly, they're far better than anything we've seen since. Not just with the Yankees, anyone in baseball. Stop. My goodness. Stop. And Aaron Boone hasn't been fired yet. And hopefully he won't be fired. Hopefully they'll go on a run. It's still possible. And can I say something, too, about the game the other night for the New York Yankees? And, I think Keith is still up doing the chat. God bless him. I heard him talk about this, too. And, the idea, I have been on the New York Yankees for not showing urgency. Right? I think Aaron Boone has consistently throughout his years, and Met fans are getting fed up of Mendoza saying the same thing. I think for years the idea of we're the New York Yankees and we'll be fine has been a bit overdone. And maybe it's led to some of these midseason swoons prolonging because, hey, don't worry, we'll be fine. And there's been a lack of urgency. I think that's fair. But the idea that Michael Kay put out yesterday on his show that I think heard Keith kind of mentioned last night or this morning, that going to De Los Santos is part of the non-urgency issue is absolutely ridiculous. I could not disagree more with what Michael Kay had to say. Honestly, I could not disagree more. De Los Santos, we want to talk about urgency. And we want to talk about, you can't go to Devin Williams because he's not what he used to be. You got to go with what Devin Williams is right now. Well, right now, De Los Santos is one of their best relievers. No? He was pitching to a 1.5 ERA. You're going to tell me, you're going to look me dead in the face and tell me you have to go to Mark Leiter? That you can't go to De Los Santos, you got to go to Mark Leiter. Otherwise, there's no urgency there. What a load of crap. That is such nonsense. De Los Santos has been one of their best relievers. That's just the way it's been. Oh, you got to go to Weaver there. Okay, Weaver's better. Okay. You got to go to Weaver there. That makes sense. Who's pitching the next inning? Doval? Tell me again that Doval is a better pitcher than De Los Santos right now in the moment. Yes, they traded for him. Yes, he's been a closer. Yes, he throws 99 miles an hour. He's blown 2 games in the last week. He blew the Saturday game that it took the clutch home run to win. I mean, come on. What are we talking about? He blew a 2-run lead the last time we saw him in a big spot. But he's got to pitch, otherwise there's no urgency. It's just a load of crap. This is where I'll defend Boone. I have a real problem with how this team's handled adversity this year. I have a real problem with the overall kind of sense of urgency. I think that's fair. I don't think he's done a good job this year at all. I think this team is dramatically underachieving. It's on the manager. But we go with every single time a reliever gives up runs, we got to kill him for it. And then now this new thing is that he's not trying to win the game. And that there's got to be a sense of urgency there. Oh, don't tell me you like the lane. Who's your best pitcher? The best pitcher is Weaver or Bednar. You want to throw him into the 6th? If you are not getting home, if that starting pitcher, whether it be Schlittler in this case or any other starting pitcher, if you're going to tell me that they couldn't get to a position where Weaver and Bednar can get you home, if that's the case, then those are the only two guys I want to see. Mike Francesa used to always talk about the A game. You get the A game of Andy Pettitte into the 7th. Boom, Mariano for the 8th and 9th. That was the A game. If you could have gotten to the 7th inning and you could have told me I could get 6 outs between the two of those guys, okay, I'm with you. If you can get to a point where you feel comfortable, where only Weaver and Bednar can get through the rest of the game, then I agree those are the only two pitchers that should see the field. But if you're going to tell me I can't do that, and I can't get 9 outs out of Weaver and Bednar, are you really telling me that the manager showed no urgency going to a pitcher who not only had a 1.6 ERA, but has been the best right-handed arm in the last week? Stop. We got to stop. We got to be able to recognize what the real issues are and stop screaming every time a player fails that it's somehow the analytics and the manager and the urgency and all the crap. The dude didn't get the outs. How many times has Leiter not gotten the outs? How many times in the last week has Doval not gotten the outs? Sorry, if you're not going to Weaver and Bednar alone, Doval is. I don't feel any better about Doval over Jerry De Los Santos. Sorry, I don't. And I don't know how you can tell me over the last 2 weeks you do. I don't know how you can tell me you do. He stepped into a 2-run lead on Saturday, threw a double play away, and blew the game, where it looked like the moment was too big for him. Came in his first appearance as a New York Yankee with a 2-run lead against the Marlins and blew the game. But I got to go to him, otherwise I show no urgency? Garbage. Absolute garbage. The pitcher didn't get it done. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Sometimes it's as simple as that. We don't have to go back to Josh Donaldson or Aaron Hicks and every other mistake that we hate from Brian Cashman or every other decision from Aaron Boone and talk about it all every time there is an issue or every time a reliever gives up runs. I had no problem going to De Los Santos. None. He's got to get the outs. Plain and simple. He didn't. And then the other narrative that came out of that game last night that drives me bonkers, and I might even fall into it every once in a while, is that, like, oh, well, all the teams lost last night. You had an opportunity. That is true, no doubt. But if all those teams won, would we be okay with the loss? Like, if all the teams won, would we be like, hey, at least they didn't blow an opportunity to gain a game. In fact, they just lost ground. Like, what are we talking about? Like, they got to go out there and win, plain and simple. Right now, like they would have an opportunity to gain a game. Okay. If every team won, well, they staved off they didn't fall into the trap of falling further behind. Bottom line is they got to win. They got to win. And I know, and Keith's still on the chat. I know he pitched the night before. He felt good about him and how good he's been. Like, I have no problem going to him. He's available. He's been one of their better right-handed relievers this side of Bednar and Weaver. That's it. Do you feel better about Leiter in that spot? Do you feel better about Doval in that spot? I don't know how you can answer yes. That's my only point. If you could look me dead in the face and tell me you absolutely 100% feel better about Leiter in that game, or you 100% feel better about Doval, who's blown 2 games in the last 2 weeks since he's gotten here, you tell me you feel better about them in that spot than De Los Santos, like 100%, you got to go to them, then I'll agree with you. But I don't think you can. I don't think you can. You can't. They haven't been better. Just don't give me the injury crap. The urgency crap on every move. I had no problem pulling Schlittler. I'm not letting Buxton see him again. Buxton had a 10-pitch at bat and roped a double. I want the kid to have a good start. I'm not sending him back out there to put Buxton on, and now I got to bring in a reliever with men on. That was a move that was 100% fine. That game has nothing to do. That Aaron Boone did not lose that game. The offense only scoring 1 run lost that game. Not Aaron Boone. He doesn't lose all of them. As a crazy. 888-808-1009. Having said that, I'm not overly happy with him, but I just can't stand these crazy, stupid takes. 888-808-1009. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back and take your calls as we got you all the way to 5 a.m. right here on The Fan.
Baseball heartbreak, football glory. WFAN covers every win, loss, and headline from the Yankees, Mets, Jets, and Giants. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman and Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman and Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman and Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Stu Leonard and my wife Kim, and we lost our 2-year-old son to a drowning accident. It's been our lifelong dream to open up a swim school. Drowning is the #1 cause of death for children under 5, but those who take swim lessons are 88% less likely to drown. Sign up for swim lessons today at stewietheduck.org, and all profits from the school will go to swim lessons for the needy.
Visit stewietheduck.org for your free intro lesson today.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit, up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LendSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com. LendSeek. You seek, we lend.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Health surprises can change your life in an instant. You've seen it happen to others, but it doesn't have to be your story. At Princeton Longevity Center, we customize actionable and proactive health plans to maximize your lifespan and take control of your health. Our Cancer Check program combines cutting-edge technology with top medical expertise to keep you ahead of potential risks. With advanced full-body imaging, genetic testing, and multi-cancer detection blood tests, we look for even the earliest signs of problems. Results are analyzed by expert physicians who craft a personalized plan to safeguard your future. You're not just a patient, you're a partner in your health journey, backed by a team committed to helping you live longer, healthier, and more vibrantly. Our programs have saved hundreds of lives and empowered countless others to take control of their health. Be proactive with your health for the ultimate peace of mind. Call 888-8000-PLC or visit PrincetonLongevityCenter.com.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Is Madonna Italian? I didn't even know that. 1:39, McMonigle here with you on The Fan. I did not know that. I didn't know she was Italian.
She popped up on the list.
There you go. Hey, it works. It definitely works. This is it for me. I'll see you guys a week from... No, does that make sense? Yeah. No, 2 weeks from Monday. 2 weeks from Monday. Yeah. 2 weeks from Monday.
You're talking about the 25th.
Yeah.
Wow.
See you on the 25th. I'll be back for the Saturday before then. No.
A week from Monday.
No, 2 weeks from Monday.
So then the 1st?
Yeah.
You're back on Labor Day.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'll probably be off Labor Day. I didn't even think about that. I'll probably be off Labor Day.
So really 2 weeks from Tuesday.
2 weeks from Tuesday. But I will be with this. I'll be Saturday. The 30th. Saturday the 30th, I'll be there.
Back in action.
Back in action.
Now,
only
let me ask you a question
only
quickly
missing one
before
Saturday.
you get back to these calls.
Yeah.
Evan, when he went to Europe, he got the beautiful, views, everything, the great rooms, but he made sure that with the views, he also had the iPad with the game, and he was scoring the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know you're not going to be scoring the game, I hope, but will you be watching?
Yes, 100%. Of course.
With the views and have the whole setup?
What do you mean with the views?
Like you're going to have it on with the in the windowsill as you stare out into the beautiful...
I don't know. I'll watch the games, though. I'm not... It's a different trip than Evan. I'm not going through Europe. We're staying at one place. My father-in-law is renting a place, and we're going there. It's like a back to the homeland kind of vacation. He grew up there. He came over to the United States when he was 16 years old. So it's kind of like taking the family back to his neighborhood in Sicily, and then obviously seeing Sicily a little bit. So it's not like I'm doing Rome and Naples and all of Europe or all of Italy even. So, but there's no... It's August baseball, man. The Yankees are a half a game up in the playoffs. Of course I'm watching.
Do you think you'll be able to find a place to watch it at?
Yeah.
Would you do that?
To go to a bar or something? No, I don't. No, I'll have it on my laptop.
But would you go to an Italian bar to watch?
If they had the game, the only problem is I think they're
ahead by
6 hours ahead, so it's like in the middle of the morning.
But maybe a Saturday 1:00 game. It's a nice 6:00. You go out, you get a nice little dinner. Watch the Yankees.
Probably not. No, I don't think I would be able to just say, "Honey, I'm going to the local, torteria, and I'm going to be watching the Yankees." Like I very much, I don't think that exists. Would be my guess, but no, I don't think I could just say, "Yeah, I'm taking 4 hours away. Have fun with the kids. I don't know what you guys are doing today." Like I don't think that's going to happen.
Just get a bottle of wine and some cheese.
I'm going to end up watching. I'm going to end up waking up early and watching the games on my laptop. That's what's going to end up happening.
Early or go to bed late?
It depends. That's 3 a.m. start? I don't know if I can be able to do that. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Mike in Valley Stream. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, Chris? Yeah,
what's up, buddy?
I think both of these New York teams are cooked, man. I think the Yankees and the Mets are both missing the playoffs this year. They're both a half a game up. The Yankees are a half a game up against Cleveland.
Yep.
And the Mets are a half a game up against the Mets. This is looking like an absolute utter disaster this season. I mean, I don't know which team's worse. I'm a Yankee fan, but it's like I watch the Mets just for the hell of it because with the disaster they're going to pull out of the rug. I mean, they look absolutely. I don't know which team is worse, but it's who's worse is the whole. I mean, it's just been an utter disaster with both New York sports, with both New York baseball teams. This is brutal.
It is impossible to understand what happened to both these teams.
And you know what's going to happen? And I was just going to tell you, you know what the sad thing about all this is? The Yankees missed the playoffs. Nothing's going to change in the offseason. Cashman will come back. Boone's going to come back. Because if you remember when they missed it 2 years ago, nothing changed. Everybody came back. Everything,
and then they went to the World. And then, if you remember, they went to the World Series the next year.
Oh, I know that, but they got against the Dodgers.
That doesn't. I know that doesn't matter. I know. It doesn't really matter. They went to the World Series. So what? Why you got to keep bringing that up, Chris? Like it matters. I know it doesn't matter when it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I got to keep trying to tell myself it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I see Ryan Yarbrough and Fernando Cruz both made their first rehab assignments. Fernando Cruz was not good, only got one out, but who cares? Need him back desperately. That would help this. Then he could pitch in the sixth inning, and we won't have to scream about urgency. If Fernando Cruz is out there, everyone's going to be okay with that, right? Unless, of course, he gives up runs. Then that idiot Boone. The hell would you bring in Cruz for? That's not anyone could give Weaver, Bednar. Well, that's not the spot for him. That's why I push back on the Boone stuff, because it's literally, it's so ridiculous. Anytime a reliever gives up a run, Boone shouldn't have put him in. It's laughable, our reaction to it. Having said that, I think he's done a terrible job this year. Not because of his bullpen management, although I had a real tough time with some of the Devin Williams stuff as of late. I think everyone did. I just think the team is dramatically underachieving. I hate the way they respond sometimes. You can't have these prolonged losses. Like, I think Boone's done a terrible job this year. I'm not trying to tell you he's done a good job. And if they don't make the playoffs, I think they will fire Boone. And they should. Brian Cashman's a different story. I think they probably should move on from Brian Cashman, but he is so entrenched. I've talked about this a lot. I don't know if the owner has, Hal Steinbrenner, forget if he wants to win or not, because I think that is so overblown. Of course Hal wants to win. Part of making money is winning. You know how much money they made going to the World Series last year? He wants that. The idea he doesn't is silly. Like, Hal wants to win. But the thing with Brian Cashman is Hal has never had, like, if Hal fires Brian Cashman and doesn't just let him make the transition into some other role and bring in whoever the guy is going to be to replace him, like, if he fires him and brings in someone from outside the organization, he's got to change the way he's done business since the second he took over as the owner. Like, Brian Cashman runs everything. Brian Cashman runs everything. He's either going to have to trust someone else implicitly to run everything, which is not an easy thing to do, or he's going to have to get more involved, and I don't think he knows how to do that. Like, I'd be surprised if Brian Cashman gets fired. I think Brian Cashman's going to leave when he wants to leave. I do think that. I do. But I think Boone could get fired. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bob in Bayside. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, Madonna's real name is Louise Chacon. She was born in Michigan.
Is that
anyway,
true?
Yeah.
Louise Chacon.
Yeah, that's her name.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, in fact, when she first started out, the church tried to sue her to stop using the name. But anyway.
Oh, really? And then I know she had a problem with that song, I think, Like a Prayer or whatever song that she did that video and everything.
Like a Virgin.
Well, yeah, Like a Virgin, and then
yeah.
Something, isn't it Like a Prayer? I'm going to take you there.
But no, for using the name Madonna, which they felt was blasphemous. Anyway,
gotcha.
You're right. You're right about De Los Santos.
Did the Beatles have a problem with Lady Madonna?
Well, Lady Madonna was the Beatles song. Yeah,
I understand that. Did the church have problems with that? I'm wondering.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, then what do you know, Bob? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I know one thing. You're right about De Los Santos. He had a 1.5 ERA in the few games, and he gave up 2 ground ball singles, and he had 1 bad pitch with the gapper.
Yeah.
But the only argument that could be made, Chris, is this. That you could have left Shetler in one more inning. He's big and strong. He's young. After the game, they asked him, "Did you have anything left?" He said, "I felt really good." He didn't throw Boone under the bus. So that was Boone's decision.
100%. And Boone said as much. Boone said he sometimes will talk to guys. He made the decision that Cam was done, and I had no problem with it. Again, he had a very intense 4th inning, came back, had a decent 5th inning, 3rd time through the lineup. And Buxton is the most dangerous hitter in that lineup. He's leading off, and the last time you saw him, he had a 10-pitch at bat and then roped a double. I don't want him to do – because if he gives up a hit, one, he might give up a home run to Buxton, but if he gives up another hit to Buxton, I'm taking him out. I know that. It's batter to batter at that point, and now I'm bringing a reliever with a guy on. I had a rested bullpen, and he went to the guy he wanted to go to, and I have no problem with it. I have no problem with how that game was handled. None. They just lost. The offense didn't score runs. That's what's frustrating about that game the other night for the Yankees. It was an opportunity to prove they can hit good starting pitching. The first 2 games of that series meant nothing to me other than they weren't losses. They were 2 wins. It's better than losing, but it meant nothing to me. I come away from that series feeling the exact same way I did after the Astros series. They beat up on a lousy team for 2 games, and the second that a good pitcher hit the mound, they got shut down. I don't feel good about it, but that's why they lost. They scored 1 run. They didn't lose because of Boone's managerial decisions. They didn't. And there's nothing wrong with that managerial decision. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing. Zach in Lynbrook. What's up, Zach?
What's up? How you doing, man?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Yeah. I kind of feel like you're contradicting yourself. You're saying that Boone's done a horrible job this year.
He's done a bad job this year. Yep.
Yeah, correct. And then you're trying to say that his bullpen decisions have, not affected losses. I totally disagree with that.
I didn't say that at all.
I mean,
I said this bullpen decision had nothing to do with it, and overall his bullpen decisions aren't why I think he's done a bad job. And the Devin Williams stuff, I completely disagreed with. I don't know how he kept throwing Devin Williams and leaving him in. Everyone makes decisions that I disagree with. We could go to every manager in baseball and find a bullpen decision that we don't like here or there. I think the way the team has responded in situations, the vibe that's been created inside the team, like that's the kind of stuff. I don't think, like the idea that Aaron Boone has cost them like 10, 12 games with his managerial decisions, I completely
think he has, though.
No, I don't think he has. I don't think he has.
I think he has. I think he's been directly responsible for at least 10 losses directly from his bullpen.
How many games did he win with decisions? Can't think of one, can you? Can't think of one. Nope. You know why? You know why? Because you don't care. Because if a reliever came in and did his job, that's the reliever doing his job. And if he put together a lineup that we even questioned and called a punt lineup before the game and they went out and mashed, well, that's because that's what the offense is supposed to do. Because the manager loses and the players win. Plain and simple. That's why you can't think of a single game that Boone made an impact move that helped them win. Because you don't care to keep track of those. Because the players are supposed to go out and play well. The reliever he brings in is supposed to get the outs. The idea that Aaron Boone has cost them 10 to 12 games single-handedly is ridiculous. Now, Devin Williams has costed them 6 or 7, and I'll even put the last 2 of Devin Williams on Aaron Boone. But when he goes to Devin Williams, who they just traded for, who was ranked by Major League Baseball or MLB Network the best reliever in the sport before the season started, when he goes to him with a 4-run lead, I don't blame him for that game. I don't blame him for that game. I completely disagree that he's cost them some outrageous number like 12 or 13 games. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And if I ask you how many games he won, you can't even give me an example. Why? Because you don't care. You don't keep track of the good moves. You don't keep track of what worked. And if you did, you wouldn't give the manager credit for it anyway. Players win, Aaron Boone loses. That's how it works. And all I am is the guy who points it out. That's it. I'm not even defending him. I'm just pointing it out. That's how it works with the fans. The players win, Aaron Boone loses. That's it. We can hate the players. We'll curse them. We'll talk about how much they suck and go nuts and everything. But when it comes down to like what happened in the game, well, that player shouldn't have been there. You know, it's absolute garbage. Boone hasn't found a way to instill a better vibe around the team, hasn't instilled that fight, that toughness. That's what I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with, like, again, I'll differ than most people. I don't think it's Aaron Boone's fault that Wells doesn't know how many outs there are. Well, this is Major League Baseball. He's got to hold his hand, go out there and tell him before every pitch how many outs there are. That's on the player, dude. That's on Wells. I don't blame him for Dominguez not knowing how many strikes there are in the Red Sox series at second base. That's on Jason Dominguez. He's got to know that. What's he doing? How's he not paying attention? Every pitch, you got to go tell Jason Dominguez how many strikes there are? It's not T-ball, bro. Like, I don't have a problem with it. It's not Boone's fault that Volpe throws the ball in the dirt. It's not Boone's fault that Jazz Chisholm gets, thrown off of first, gets picked off of first base on a pop up to second base. That's on Jazz. And I don't care if you didn't take him out of the game. Should he have? Yes. Would I have? Yes. Do I think he could do more of that? Absolutely. Does it change? Like, does that mean that Jazz still it's allowed to do it? I don't agree with that assessment. I don't agree Jazz felt like it's okay if I get thrown out at first base. The manager doesn't mind. Like, I don't think that's it. But this team doesn't respond. This team got broken on a Friday night in Miami and then didn't show up the next 2 days. That's when I blame the manager. That's when I blame the manager. Not because he brought in De Los Santos and he gave up 3 runs. I don't blame the manager for that. I blame the manager when they get a devastating loss and then don't show up for 2 days. I blame the manager when there's this overall feeling that has hit the team that it'll be okay, we're fine. And then slowly, as they're not fine, they're pressing. They say they're fine publicly. They're pressing. He's got to be there to make sure they don't press. He's got to be there to make sure they play their best games. They don't. That's on the manager. They are dramatically underachieving on the manager. He's had some individual moves I disagree with. Of course, all managers do. But the idea he cost them some, 10 games, he hasn't cost them 10 games because he's won them some. You just don't remember. 888-808-1019, nor do you care to remember. 2 hours down, 3 more to go on our 5-hour midnight ride. McMonigle here with you. We'll take your calls at 888-808-1019. We'll also see you on the live chat on YouTube. You can go to the WFAN YouTube page and watch the show live. I'm sure it must be fascinating. And by the way, I don't have a lazy eye, you weirdos. I was just on TV for 3 straight days in the morning show. I don't know if my glass is this angle or something, but I see a bunch of people saying I have a lazy eye. I got no lazy eye. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I just don't have one. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. Come back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Calm down. Calm down. They're 2.5 games out of first place. They're still a team that's well over 500. They're right there to win the division. They're in a playoff spot comfortably, I might add.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. We begin at Citi Field, where the Mets took a 3-2 lead over the Braves to the top of the 8th. Ryan Helsley allowed the game-tying RBI double by Michael Harris, and then Ozzie Albies stepped to the plate.
1-0 pitch. Swinging a liner pretty deep to right field. Back goes Soto. Still going. He won't get it. It's off the top of the wall. Played on the warning track by Soto. Around third. Harris digging for the plate. The throw went to second as Harris scores. And in at second with a double is Ozzie Albies. And the Braves have taken a 4-3 lead.
Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets Radio. Mets lose to the Braves 4-3. Ryan Helsley took the loss, giving up those 2 runs in the 8th inning. Kodai Senga, no decision. 2 runs, 5 hits, 7 strikeouts, over 5 in the 3rd. Francisco Lindor and the Mets have lost 13 of 15.
A loss is a loss. And at the end of the day, the pitching staff they've done a really good job carrying us, so it's on us on the offense to pick them up when they're not at their best. At the end of the day, it's when we win together. When we lose together.
Lindor homered in the game. The Mets lead over the Reds for the last National League wildcard spot down to a half a game. The Mets will open up a series with the Mariners Friday night at Citi Field. The Yankees were off on Thursday. They open up a series with the Cardinals in St. Louis on Friday night. Football, Jets reportedly work out quarterback C.J. Beathard and Nathan Peterman. The Knicks open up the regular season October 22nd against the Cavaliers at the Garden. Nets open up October 22nd in Charlotte. And that's what's happening with sports flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Take me down and know the truth. I'm going out in a blazing glory.
Little JBJ. JBJ is always a good time. 888-808-1019, and apparently Italian. I guess I knew that somewhere deep down. First concert ever, JBJ, live at Jones Beach.
How about that?
And I'm not that big of, I don't know what it is. Don't get me wrong, love music, love it. Not the biggest like concert guy. I don't know what it is.
Is it just outdoor concerts or all concerts?
Listen, if I'm ever somewhere like on vacation or something, they're like live music somewhere outside, love it. I just never think to like, ooh, let me go. He's playing at the Beacon or whatever. Like, I just never, other than Paul McCartney, I never get the urge to like go see someone. I don't know why. I don't like. And the same thing. Like, my wife is always. I'm a big Eminem fan, and my wife, like, I forget when he came to town or something. She's like, oh, come on, let's go see Eminem. I'm like, I certainly don't want to go see a rapper. I don't know. He's just gonna stand there and rap, and then he's got the hype man who sings half the song with him. Like, I don't know. Like, I've never had any appeal to go see a rapper live. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know how that Eminem crowd is. Like, how is that Eminem crowd even like acting? You know what I mean? Like, is that a responsive crowd, or is everybody sitting? Because I would think you would have to be standing up. But it's like Eminem at this point. Fans of his, he came out 25 years ago.
No, I know. I mean, but they're my age.
That's what I mean. Like, you know, these are 40-year-old people plus.
Yeah. No, it's getting weirder that rap, older people in the venues. Yeah, I guess.
No, it's just like interesting to see how the crowd ages, right?
Yeah. No, I can see that.
Like, because rap concerts have always had a ton of ton of energy, a ton of people bouncing around, just moving, kind of, momentum. Now it's entering that phase where people are, 50 years old, 60 years old that are rap fans and going to these concerts. I want to see how that looks.
He's a grandfather, amazingly enough. Oof. It's crazy how time flies. I was thinking about, we were talking movies with Keith in the morning show. Movies are by far the most, like, weird way to make you feel old. Like, when you're flipping through and it's like, Wedding Crashers, 2005.
That's unreal.
Wedding Crashers was 20 years ago? Like, I feel like it just came out. Or even dumb movies that I barely have seen or whatever. I'm like, that was 13 years ago? Like, how does that, like, when you see the year next to the movies, it's always no way that was 10 years ago. No way.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I look at some of these movies now that came out when I was like a kid. So around Wedding Crashers, Super Bad, all that kind of time frame. And I'm looking at them and I'm going, damn, like, these movies are to kids right now. Like, my friends have kids that are like 10 years old that were around my age then. Like, these kids look at those movies the same way I would look at like the 80s movies that came out. That to me is mind blowing.
Right. You ever see The Wonder Years?
Yeah,
the TV show, The Wonder Years?
Kirk Cameron.
No.
The show?
Yeah. No, not with Kirk Cameron. No, that was Growing Pains.
Oh.
The Wonder Years was with
Fred Savage.
Savage. Right. And it took place in the 60s, but it was filmed in the 80s, I think, right? But it was a family in the 60s. And to think, like, I grew up, well, it might have been in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. I can't remember. But I remember seeing a thing saying if a show was filmed today and that had the same time gap from when the Wonder Years was airing and for what the time period the show was, if a show came out today, the time period would be 2005. Like, it was a 20-year gap, the Wonder Years. So I was watching the Wonder Years, and it took place in the 60s, and it felt like that's forever ago, the 60s. If a show came out today and had the same age gap, it would be 2005.
Fred Savage would be playing me in that show.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That really, it makes you feel old.
No, there's a bunch of ways to feel old. Movies and TV shows are it.
I'm like multiple, like, where am I at? I started high school in 2009, so I'm like 16 years from starting high school now. Mm-hmm. And I thought about that the other day, and I was like, wow, I'm old. I'm old.
I graduated in 2001. So, I'm older. I'm sure. Ray in Waterbury, how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
76 years old.
76 years old? When did you go to high school? What year did you graduate high school?
I graduated high school in 1966.
1966. Look at you.
66.
Nothing. Go ahead.
I became a Mets fan in 1963, the second year of their existence.
Yeah.
So I've seen, yeah. So I didn't follow them the first year. I became a baseball fan late. I was 14 when I became a Mets fan, and I've been a diehard ever since. And the thing is, they need a spark. I mean, they keep throwing us Holmes. When are they going to learn? Holmes got to go back in the bullpen.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, what are they trying to?
You think so? Like, who are they going to bring up? Like, again, if you look at Sproat, his ERA is worse than Holmes is for the season. Like, I know he's hotter right now. Holmes hasn't been that. I don't know if I'm ready to just, put Holmes back in the bullpen. You're going to put him into high leverage situations. What do you do with him?
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Chris. The thing about it is, what would you do to shake things up? Bring both kids up, the three of them with Tong. I mean, they can't hit. I mean, Soto can't get a hit with men on base.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do to shake this up? I'm tired of hearing Mendoza say we got good players.
I know.
I think they need an approach to somebody exploding, getting mad.
Yeah, I know. We feel the same way about both teams. It's the same thing. I don't know what to do. I don't know if getting mad works. I don't know. And yeah, you're going to call up these kids. You're going to rely on them. We're going to see McLean on Saturday. It's not just like, hey, come up and, start your career and let's have a good start and let's see. It's like, please come save us. Like, it's not an easy spot to bring these kids up. I don't know. Like, I guess you could put Clay Holmes back in the bullpen. I predicted this at the, when I did the Rico Bronya with Evan on like a Yankee bet thing or Yankee trade scenarios. And I told him that I predicted that Clay Holmes would be back in the bullpen by the end of the year. And not that was a crazy prediction considering innings limits and everything, but it's just, he's pitched really well for the most part this year. I don't know if I'm ready to just say goodbye and bring up a young kid and assume that's going to be better. Like, I just don't know. But yeah, they need some kind of spark. I don't know what it is. Last year they had it. Last year Mendoza knew exactly how to get it out of them. This year, like last night's game, the last two games, to lose that series after that night, you get the David Wright game, right? You get David Wright getting his number retired. You lose that game, you go on a 7-game win streak. 7-game. And now you've lost 13 out of 15. You have Pete Alonso break the record. Big night, big win, momentum-changing win. You feel like, you're playing the dead Atlanta Braves. You got Cookie Carrasco on the mound the next day, and you expect to, at the bare minimum, take the series. And to lose the next two games, to blow a 6-0 lead, and then last night to get a good quality pitch game from Sanga. To have the offense respond and get the clutch hit and take the lead back, only to have Helsley blow it, and he's been brutally bad. I mean, he's been really bad. How many games has he blown? His fastball is getting hit like he's never had his fastball hit in his career. Last night, he really hung the slider in the middle of the plate. Harris, who's been one of the hottest hitters in baseball after being almost unplayable for the first half of the year when he was just so awful. Now he's gotten hot. He hits that tailing fastball. He hits that fastball away, and that tailing into left center field gets past Mullins, and it's just like, man, they can't do anything right. Sam in Rockland. What's up, Sam?
Thanks for taking my call. I want to make a few points. First, about the Yankees game yesterday, I guess the day before yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a saying like every team wins 54 games, loses 54 games.
They usually go 60. They usually just say 60. But
whatever.
Yeah,
the point.
Yeah, you win 50, you lose 50. It's what you do in the other, 70 or whatever.
Exactly. So to me, yesterday's loss was one of those 50 games you lose. I mean,
I agree.
They faced a good pitcher. Offense didn't hit. It's going to happen. I agree.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with you, but it's against the team that you have to beat. Yes, it was a good pitcher. It's also in the stretch right now where you're fighting for your life. You're fighting for your life. If they weren't terrible for the last 2 months, I agree with you that it's just one of those games you lost. But they can't afford to have those games anymore. They got if they're tied in the 6th inning, they got to find a way at home. They got to try and find a way to win that game.
Right. So that's the first thing. Second thing is about Yarborough. So when he comes back,
Yeah.
Would you put him back in the rotation and then put them Schlittler in the bullpen?
That is going to be. That's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know.
Look at his composure on the mound. He seems like he can handle them high leverage situations.
Yeah, and they don't really. I mean, Hedrick has been good. Obviously, they have Hill. You wouldn't mind another lefty in the bullpen. You're going to add Cruz to the bullpen already. Schlittler throws 100 miles an hour and has pitched really well. It's going to be a tough decision on what they do. It's going to be a tough decision on what they do. Yarborough was pitching excellent. I mean, outside of he had one really atrocious start, but he was really good for them. He was really good for them. He won that Dodgers game. He shut down the Dodgers. He's been really good. And you're not going to, obviously, you got the 4 locked in. You're not going to take Will Warren out. You're going to let Luis Heel pitch. So it's when he comes back, does Cam Schlittler go to the bullpen? Does Cam Schlittler get sent down? I can't imagine doing that. It's going to be a tough position, but he's been important to them. In the bullpen, he's your long man. He's another lefty out there. That's probably what they do. Vinny in Rockland County. What's up, Vinny?
Hi, great show.
Thank you, buddy.
I want to talk about Boone a little bit. It's his managerial philosophy that I have a problem with, because his individual moves are a byproduct of that philosophy. And case in point, I'll start with the pitching.
Okay.
And he's been like this for a number of years. Other than an ace on the staff, he doesn't let these guys get out of the 5th inning. He's always overusing his bullpen. Now, the game he had the other day, okay, Ryan was dealing, but you got to try to win that game.
He did try to win the game. What makes you think he didn't try to win the game?
Because he didn't bring in a high leverage. If he's going to make a change, bring in one of your high leverage guys.
Who's the high leverage guys? Go ahead. Give me the guy. Who do they have to bring in there?
I probably would have started with Leiter.
And so Leiter has been pitching. Leiter is better than De Los Santos. Do you want to see what their ERAs are?
Lately he's been better.
Who?
You got to do a little better than what.
Who's been better lately?
Well, I think
De Los Santos has been better lately.
Well, the other guy that they just got in the trade, I forgot his name.
Doval?
Yeah.
He's blown 2 games in the last 2 weeks.
Well,
he blew the game on Saturday.
I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't get.
Yeah,
I didn't get his,
they didn't win, so you don't like it. I get it. I get it. But
I understand. Look, I can't win every game. I know, but his philosophy is always, he gets the young. He did this to Clark Schmidt for a number of years. Never even got him out of the 5th inning when he had the least little bit of trouble. He wouldn't get. He would yank him right away. Schlitter was up to 86 pitches. And he even said in the postgame he thought about maybe him start the 6th and see what would happen. I mean, he was pitching a
very good game. But again, he's a young kid. He's facing Buxton to lead off that inning, and Buxton had a 10-pitch at bat and roped a double off him in his last plate appearance. What if that happens again? Now you bring in a reliever with a runner on second base, or maybe he gives up a home run to Buxton, who's seen him now twice, and the last time was 10 pitches and roped a double. Like I like
to see these guys get.
Yeah, I get it, but
I know it's too late, but I like to see these guys get your young pitches in. So they learn how to work out.
Yeah, but we're not in that position right now. The Yankees aren't in the position of let Cam Schlittler learn. They got to win games. I think he made that decision for the precise reason to go win the game. I don't think he wasn't doing it to find out if De Los Santos is a high leverage reliever. He's been one of their best arms in the midst of this stretch over the last 2 weeks. De Los Santos has been as good as anybody. That's just a fact. You can't tell me you'd rather see Leiter there. You just can't tell me that. You can't. You can't. You'd rather see Weaver or Bednar. That's it. You can't give me another reliever you'd rather see in that spot than De Los Santos, other than Weaver and Bednar. That's it. That's it. And we're not in the business. Same thing. That's why Jason Dominguez is on the bench. It's no longer time to develop Jason Dominguez. It's time to win. And Jason Dominguez is not a player that's going to help them win right now. I think he needs to be on the bench. But now with the injury to Goldschmidt, we'll find out how they handle this. because Rice should be the catcher because Wells sucks. But now they don't have a first baseman if Rice is the catcher, unless they're going to move Bellinger to first, in which case they have to play Dominguez in left. And I don't think you can play Dominguez in left and Stanton in right. I don't think you can. Not in the same game. I don't think you can. So if Dominguez is playing left, Stanton can't be in right. You can't have an outfield with those two guys. You can't. So I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do. The bold move would be to bring up Spencer Jones. You bring up Spencer Jones, you know he's a far better defender than Jason Dominguez. You put Bellinger at first base, and you give Spencer Jones a week to see what he is. See if he could stay hot, see if he could bring some home runs to the table. He's got speed. You know, that's what I would do. They're facing right-handed pitching. That's what I would do. I think that's a bold move that might shake up the team a little bit. Bring some youth, some exuberance, maybe shake things up a bit. But I don't think they'll do that. I think they're going to play Rice at first, and they're going to catch Wells. And they're going to keep, Dominguez on the bench, and they're going to play Stanton until Judge is ready. That's what I think they're going to do. And I think Judge hopefully will be ready. They're talking about possibly in this series, but then definitely the next series, if that would be on the table. We'll see. But again, Boone's full. I think look at the success of the bullpen in the Boone era. Like, the bullpen has had good numbers. They've always been a top 2-3 bullpen in the American League. Like, I don't think there's an overarching philosophy that has cost them. And let's be honest, who burned out more pitchers than Joe Torre? You know, sit here in a straight face and say Boone always burns out the bullpen, and then say that's the reason they don't win when we go back to Joe Torre and he blew out every arm he's ever had outside of Mariano Rivera. Scott Proctor probably today can't comb his hair. I bet you Scott Proctor can't comb his hair. We know what he did with Paul Quantrill as well. Like, he blew out bullpens like a maniac. Joe Torre went to the same guys over and over again. But he won. That's the difference. That's the difference. Boone's cardinal sin is not his bullpen management. Boone's cardinal sin is not his post-game sound. Boone's cardinal sin isn't the punt lineups. Boone has one cardinal sin. One. He hasn't won a championship. That's it. He's been here since 18. It's the longest tenured Yankee manager to not win a championship. And until he does that, no one's going to think he's done anything good. And it's unfair. But this year, I can't tell you he's done a good job. He has not. And if they got swept by Texas, I thought there was a chance coming home for that Astros series, he might have got fired. I don't think they'll do it now. It's just too late into the season. I don't think so, but he better make the playoffs, because even I would. This team is good enough to make the playoffs. I've been, as much as I'm a Cashman defender, I've talked about it, the rosters over the last handful of years, all the failures, I put more on Brian Cashman than Aaron Boone over the last handful of years. Even if I think Cashman does a fairly good job, I would tell you the failures of this team lay more at the feet of Brian Cashman than Aaron Boone for a long time. That still might be the case this year, but I have to admit, I like this team. I don't know why. Maybe I'm crazy. I think they're a bunch of good players. I think Grisham's having a great year. I think Ben Rice is hitting the ball hard. I think Cody Bellinger's been great. I think Stanton has given them the best regular season. I know he was hurt for half of it, but this stretch of Stanton's the best Stanton we've seen in the regular season his entire 10 years in New York Yankee. I think they have good bullpen arms out. I think Brian Cashman did a good job at the trade deadline. I do. I think this team should be far better than it's been. I think this roster is dramatically underachieving, and that's when I look to the manager. Like, to me, we could talk about the June swoons in previous years. I don't know how you get hung up on it, though. Like, this is where I'll differ than a lot of Yankee fans. Who the hell cares about last year's June swoon when they won the division and went to the World Series? Who gives a damn? Like, who cares? Who cares about June swoons in seasons that they go on and win 99 games and win a division? I don't care. You win some, you lose some. There's ups, there's downs. This is bottoming out. They don't make the playoffs. Then we care about the June swoon because it cost them the playoffs. I don't care about last year's, funk in the middle of the year. They won the division and went to the World Series. I don't care about the 22 June swoon. They won 99 games and won a division. So, to me, we could talk about Boone and his June swoons. I don't care. I care about the success of the team. And yes, they've lost in the playoffs, but when you win 99 games and win a division, when you win a division and get to the World Series, I'm not going to complain about how the 162 went. I'm not. Oh, they should have won 110 games in 2022 instead of 99? Cares? The problem is if they don't pull out of it. That's the problem. And right now, the pullout game ain't that good. 226. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Come back with your calls. Next on The Fan.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off.
I like Soto. I like his attitude.
The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey. 1 legendary name, Ray Cattina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Ray Cattina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Halfway through our 5-hour midnight ride. It does go fast. We'll get to some football as well, as I'm getting nervous about the Giants. I don't like being this optimistic about the New York Giants. I don't like it. And I don't like everyone loving Abdul Carter this much. It's starting to scare me. We talked about this on the morning show a little bit. That pass rush, the idea that they could have a dominant unit as a pass rush, like that kind of unit that can break games. Like the Giants, if they have the kind of pass rush we hope they have, I mean, you're talking about winning games just on that alone. Like you can win games just based on that alone. Sacks, forcing turnovers, like you could theoretically win games just based on that. Let alone what the offensive weapons can be. Now, hopefully, Malik Neighbors can actually stay healthy. But we got the Giants-Jets preseason game, obviously coming up this weekend. Looking forward to that after the couple of days of practice that were relatively uneventful. The defense was better than the offense, which is typical, especially from these two teams, where you're just constantly wondering where you're going to get offense from. But it'd be really nice to see if Abdul Carter can really be what they say he is. And I'm getting nervous that, I was watching Pat McAfee, or a clip from Pat McAfee, and Peter Schrager was on. He could barely contain himself. Now, I know that's his, I don't want to say shtick. He's excitable. So when he talks about things he's passionate about or players that he thinks are really good, like he has that kind of vibe to him, Peter Schrager. But, man, he could barely contain himself talking about Abdul Carter. Could barely contain himself. I'm like, oh, man, this is going to start. It's going to start making me nervous. Is it possible that our football teams surprise us and our baseball teams kill us? Is it possible? There was a little bit of NFL talk there, so whenever we talk NFL on the Fan, it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's get back to the calls. Obviously, the Mets on another miserable loss. We haven't really talked about who's better or worse. We talked about who would be more embarrassed by missing the playoffs and what fan base specifically. What fan base, what would be more embarrassing? The Mets to lose and miss the playoffs, or the Yankees to fall out of the playoffs and not get into the dance? And I gave you my answer. Give me yours at 888-808-1019. I think how the offseason went, the fact that they have a higher payroll, the fact that they got Juan Soto, the fact that every Met fan wholeheartedly believes that changed the dynamic of this town, changed the dynamic of baseball in this city, and the idea that Juan Soto chose the Mets because they are better, because their future is brighter, because their farm system is better, because their owner is willing to spend more money, because their GM is the smartest man in baseball who built up the Milwaukee Brewers, who they continue to win after he set the foundation to that franchise. That's why Juan Soto chose the Mets, because it's greener pastures, because they are the better franchise. And if that ends with them blowing this division, blowing this season, and not making the playoffs at the hands of the pitching lab falling apart, as devastating it would be for the New York Yankees to miss the postseason, I have to admit, my initial thought is it would be worse for the Met fan. It'd be worse for the Met fan who thought for sure they had a winner on their hands. 888-808-1019, then we'll get to who's better or who's worse between these two miserable teams. Ira and Lynbrook. What's up, Ira?
Oh, hi, C-Mac.
Hi, Ira.
First time I'm talking to you. I spoke to Al Citron once. I listen to you all the time. You're terrific.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And tomorrow's vacation for you, right?
Not tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow morning at Saturday morning at 9 a.m. to be with you guys from 9 to 1 p.m. And then I go on vacation Sunday.
Right. But I just want to tell you, between you and Keith, I find you guys are unbelievable.
Well, thank you.
And I'm a big Yankee fan just like you. I go back to the Maris Mantle days.
Just like me? Is that what you said?
I know you don't go back that far.
I don't go back that far.
No, your father goes back that far, not you.
My father went back that far, yeah. His hero was Mickey Mantle.
I mean, if you were in my office room now, I'm looking at a picture of Yogi Berra that I have hung, Maris and Mantle.
In my living room. I have both Yogi Berra and Mickey Mantle hanging up as well.
I also have Mickey Mantle's 500 home run plaque.
That is so funny. That you mentioned that, and you mentioned my father too. For Father's Day one year, I went to the store down the street that sold things like that, and I got a plaque of Mickey Mantle, and it's a picture of him and swinging for on the swing that was his 500th home run.
Right. Do you remember, was he lefty or righty? I'm looking at it right now.
I think it was lefty.
You're right, lefty.
So I think it was lefty, and it's against Minnesota, isn't it?
No.
No, who was it against? It was against someone who they said they told him the fastball down the middle was coming.
Stu Miller.
And so what team was that against? Who did Stu Miller?
Orioles.
Orioles. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, so I got the plaque and brought it home, and I'll never forget. My dad looked at it and he goes, "Did you look at this before you bought it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think so." And he showed it to me, and the plaque said, "Mickey Mantle, member of the 500 Cub." CUB. The plaque didn't have the L in club.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, how? I was like, no way. And yeah, it said Mickey Mantle, member of the 500 Cub.
By the way, compared to the guys nowadays, Mickey Mantle would be a shrimp compared to Judge. He only weighed 195 pounds.
Yeah. It's funny too, and there's been a conversation, that was made on John Boy Media and some other places about Stanton and whether he would be a Hall of Famer if he hits 500 home runs. I think he's 70 home runs away from hitting 500 home runs.
He might be. He might be.
I think if he hits 500, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it's almost like having 300 wins years ago.
I think it's still going to be considered that iconic number, even though baseball's changed a little bit. I don't think Stanton has any implications of steroids next to his name, so I think he would get in if he hits 500 home runs.
Definitely.
But what I was thinking is, because you talk about how, they were smaller than players of today. I think Roger Maris.
I know. I mean,
But yet, Mickey Mantle, and again, I'm not trying to poo-poo on the era, and I'm not trying to make it seem like it was lies or anything, but Stanton can't hit a ball any harder, and it goes 447 feet.
I agree. He's an animal. He's an animal.
Animal. But he hits the ball. You can't hit it any harder than Giancarlo Stanton hits it, and it went 447 feet. Am I really supposed to believe that Mickey Mantle hit one 536 feet, or that this one hit one I don't know. It's hard to believe that when I watch Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton hit the ball as far as I think humanly possible, and it's like 450, 460 at the max. But Mickey Mantle hit one 540 feet. I don't know. I hate to be a bringer of bad news, but I have a real tough time believing that.
One thing I could tell you, I was watching the 1964 World Series, where they unfortunately lost to the Cardinals.
Mm-hmm.
Mantle hit a shot off of Barney Schultz in extra innings in the upper deck in right field. Oh my gosh!
No, listen, I know he hit bombs and he's a great home run hitter. I'm just curious about that. But here, what's your point today about the Yankees and Mets?
I agree with you. You're totally on with that. It would be more disappointing for the Mets. Definitely, it's not even close.
Yeah, you think
if they don't make the postseason,
it'd be more embarrassing for the Mets?
Of course. I mean, it's not great for the Yankees, that's for sure. But everything you said, I would rubber stamp it twice over. You know
I agree. I think it would be more embarrassing for the Mets. I think it'd be more embarrassing for the Mets and the Met fan in particular. They beat their chest about how much better this franchise is, and right now I believe the records are almost identical. The Yankees are 64-57. The Mets are 64-57. They have the exact same record. Unbelievable. Both these teams have completely folded. It's crazy. Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
How you doing, C-Mac?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good. Listen, it's very, very funny. I'm like a couple of years younger than Bedingo, right? Mm-hmm. So I was lucky enough to see Mantle and Judge. So it was really funny. When I was a kid, I remember when I was watching TV, because you couldn't pause or anything like that, I didn't want to walk away from the TV and miss any at-bats for Mantle.
Right.
And now I can do the same thing for Judge. So it's funny, the two iconic guys. But I got a story for you that's going to maybe nobody knows, and it's going to dispute what you said about how far they hit a home run, because they didn't have a lot of things on tape then or on TV then.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid, I went to the bleachers in Yankee Stadium. You know how much it cost to get in when I was a kid to get to the bleachers?
$1.50.
75 cents.
75 cents.
75 cents. I remember, and they were actually bleachers. They were not seats. They were like the long bleachers, like you see in the
Yankees.
Like
Yankee Stadium has bleachers.
Oh, it has it too. I don't know. I haven't been there for a while.
They have bleachers. Yes.
Okay, so I remember once I was there and Mantle was up, right?
Yep.
And I was sitting over 427. I think that's where it was. The 427 or whatever number it was, it was to the left of the 467, because I believe center field was like 467. It was a ton away. The monuments were there too.
We're in the field to play. Yep, which is crazy.
Yeah, you could have the ball could actually go behind the monuments.
Yeah. There's that famous video of I think it was Bobby Mercer running in between them, check down a ball.
So anyway, Mantle is up. He hits a homer. And I see it coming. I'm running up the bleachers to try to catch it because I wanted to grab it. I was a kid.
Right.
Played ball. I was pretty good. That was way over 500 feet because I'm running up the bleachers further in, and the thing was blasted 100 feet at least over the fence. And I saw it, and I went to go catch it. So that it is true.
Yeah, I guess. I'm just saying. I don't know how guys today aren't hitting the ball further than guys back then. I just don't know how. I guess the bats were heavier because the pitchers didn't throw as hard. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know.
Well, maybe you see, Mac. Maybe he's just a special player.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not alone. Like you hear all the idea of guys hit the ball further. These mammoth home runs, right? Even Babe Ruth or
Reggie Jackson in the All-Star game.
Reggie Jackson in the All-Star game. That was one that went pretty far. No, but like all these these historic figures that.
Well, Reggie Jackson in the All-Star game, you should be able to prove it because it was on TV then.
Yeah.
You could look at it and probably see and all that stuff, Mm-hmm. But these things with Mantle, you don't have them on tape. I witnessed that because I was there and I ran after the ball, so I know for a fact, at least that time.
Yeah, but
so
but apparently like Josh Gibson hit them 500-600 feet. Like there's all these old time stories. Yeah, I mean, so I don't know, but I hear you. I'm sure maybe he did, Mario. I'm sure it went 500-600 feet. We'll see. I don't know.
I was interested if he caught the ball.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I think he would have led. I think he would have said he got it, but maybe. I wasn't that interested in it. I wasn't that. I have to admit though, I had a scary moment at the game the other night. We went to the Friday night game against the Astros, the one where they brought Devin Williams in the 8th inning of a tie game. It didn't go well. Oofa. Who used my loofah? I don't know. One of those weird things I say. Anyway, before the game, we met up with my guy Mitch in Fort Lee. We met him at the Hard Rock, and then we went to his seats, which are right on the right field, like front row right field, for batting practice. Before we went to our seats, I wasn't sitting with Mitch. I was with my wife and the kids, and we had seats somewhere else. But we met up with Mitch, and then we went to his seats just for batting practice. And I had a scary moment. My son is there with his glove, and I forgot who hit it. It was someone on the Astros. We didn't see Yankees. It was a right-handed hitter who hit an opposite field long fly ball to right field. And I was kind of tracking it, and it was off the end of, it was fading towards us. It was like coming from center field and working its way back towards us. And we were right there on the fence. And my son was like a couple feet over from me, and I couldn't reach it, and he reached out, and he missed it, and it went off the concrete wall. There's like the wall, it's like maybe 1.5 feet of concrete between the padding wall and where the seats are, and he's leaning over it. You could lean over if you've seen watching the games, but he's leaning, and the ball, he misses the ball, and it hits the concrete and bounces up, and I mean just missed my son's face. Like it bounced up and whizzed right by him. If that would have hit him in the mouth, we're talking bad news. Bad news. Scared the hell out of me.
I mean, I guess the one thing that would have been like, I guess a silver lining would have been is he doesn't have all his adult teeth yet, right?
That is true. He has some, but we would have left the game and had to go to the hospital. Like that
would have been, yeah.
It would have been
in the Bronx.
But just it would have been bad. He would have been hurt. It scared the hell out of me for a second. I was like, whew, man, we just dodged one. Because that thing landed like right next to him and ba-boom. And it bounced off 100 miles an hour off that concrete wall back up into the stands. And I mean, it just missed his face.
And whenever you're in one of those situations or you see one of those situations and you're sitting in the crowd, it's one of those where you go, oh man, that kid just, oof.
Yeah, I know. And it wasn't like if it was high enough and deep enough, I would have tried to really make sure, because I don't trust him trying to catch it. I would have made sure it didn't hit him in the face if he got underneath it. But it was the ricochet. I knew it wasn't quite going to reach us, but it was the ricochet that was like ba-boom and whizzed right by his head. It was terrifying. It's the last thing I need. Last thing he needs. Victor in Manhattan. What's up, Victor?
Hey, Chris. What's up?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
I don't know if 2004. Were you working on Mike and the Mad Dog yet?
No, I wasn't even. I wasn't even.
You were in college, right?
2004. Yes, I was. I was at. Yes, but
so I know you remember. They were in an uproar about A-Rod and oh my God, the Yankees overpaid and they're not getting back what they should. He wound up hitting 36 homers, driving in 106. They said that was a terrible year. The Yankees will never get what they paid for. He wound up having MVP seasons in 05 and 07.
Yep.
I keep reminding the Met fans about this because a lot of them, let's say you were born in 2000, like you guys were talking about before.
Yeah.
How I'm 41. 2005 to me was the other day.
I completely,
that was
it's
just the other
scary.
day. That's
I know.
20 years ago.
It's exactly how I feel. I know.
So my wife's 25. So I was talking to her
Look at
sister.
you.
They're in their mid-20s.
Mm-hmm.
They have no idea about 2004. Like,
yeah.
I was trying to explain to them 04, 05, 07, 09. They don't know anything about those years. And that was, to us, that was just the other day.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So I'm trying to remind them, dude, you have to wait this out. It's 15. It's a 15-year contract.
Of course. If you listen to me talk about Juan Soto, if you listen to me talk about Juan Soto last night, or even the Yankee signing, like, I have no doubt that Juan Soto is going to be a great Met. I even said it last night. He is probably he's going to go to the Hall of Fame because that's the kind of player he is, and he's going to the Hall of Fame in a Met jersey, and a Met hat. Like, I have no doubt. But I completely agree with you. He's going to have great moments. He's going to have years where he's clutch as hell, and hopefully he wins championships.
Whose side are you on? Whose side are you on in this bet? I made a bet with my father-in-law.
Okay.
I told him Juan Soto is going to wind up with more homers as a Met than Pete Alonso. Soto's going to hit. Let's say Soto hits 450 homers. He's going to hit like 400, 450 homers for the Mets. Let's say 400.
I don't know.
In 15 years. That's 30 a year for 13 years, let's say, right? That's 390 homers.
Yeah.
Alonso's gone. They're not signing Alonso.
Are you sure about that?
Let's say Alonso hits for 4 more years, let's say, right?
Yeah.
That's 120 homers. Let's say 30 a year. Let's say 40 a year. Let's give him 40, 160. Let's say he gets to 410.
Yeah.
Soto's going to hit over 410 in 15
I don't know.
years, bro?
I don't think so.
30 a year.
I don't think so. You got to assume he stays healthy every single year.
Remember,
you got to assume
DH.
the power's there. Like, I don't know. It's a tough one. I'm not saying it's a bad bet. It's a close bet. But before we get to the Pete Alonso, because you just said something interesting. But there's no doubt in my mind Juan Soto is going to be a great Met. I said it yesterday morning. This might be the worst year of Pete Alonso. This might be the worst year of Juan Soto's career as a Met, for all we know. But that doesn't change. Like, he's going to be great, but that doesn't change what he's doing this year. Like, he's got to be better this year. You can say till you're blue in the face that the next 14 years are going to be great, and I'm not going to argue with you. I'm really not. I agree. Juan Soto's a great player. And he's going to have a great year one of these years. He's going to be a clutch player. He's going to have big moments. But it's not right now. Both can be true. And I wouldn't even say, I heard Keith say the Yankees dodged a bullet. I wouldn't agree with that. I really wouldn't. I'd still wish, I would have hoped, I still would, if I can go back in time and convince Juan Soto to sign with the New York Yankees, I absolutely would. Would it have hurt the Yankees this year? At this point, I don't know. I felt pretty strongly about that a month ago, that it would have. That the Yankees would have been better off this year without Juan Soto than with him. This 1 year. I don't know about the next 10 or 15. Juan Soto's a great player. He got money coming off the books. Who knows what the economics of baseball are in 2 years? I want Juan Soto on my team. And if Judge eventually is going to age out of being a superstar, then I lean right into Juan Soto being the face of the franchise. I still would have wanted that as a Yankee fan. But none of that changes the fact that this dude just hasn't been clutch for the New York Mets this year. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. The guy has just... This series is a great example of Juan Soto this year. If you look at his series, he got 3 hits and 3 walks. He's on base 6 out of 14 times. He hits a home run, drives in a couple, scores a couple. He had a good series. But there were 2 key at-bats that they needed him to come through. And in both, he struck out. That's the bottom line. There were 2 key at-bats that they needed Juan Soto to come through. I think it was the 5th inning of the game the other night when they're down 9-6. He's got 2 runners on and 2 outs. They need him to come through right there. He doesn't. The next inning, Ozuna hits a home run to make it 5. Good night, the lights, to quote Mike Francesa. That's it. Last night, They blow the lead in the 8th. Helsley gives it up. In the bottom of the 8th, you got Francisco Lindor gets on. You need him to come through, and he strikes out on 3 pitches. That is what Juan Soto has been for this Met team. A very good player, someone who sets up innings, someone who gets on base, one of their best, if not the best, their best player this year. But in the biggest of moments, he ain't doing it. Pete Alonso has. Last night's a good example as well as Pete. Like, Pete's been struggling. I know he had a big night the other night on his record-breaking night, but like over the last month, who's been a better player? It's not even close. Juan Soto's been far better, but who's been more impactful? Even last night, who gets the big hit that gives them the lead? Pete Alonso. Now, Juan Soto got on base. Juan Soto stole second base. Juan Soto scored the run. All great. In the 8th inning, they needed him. He struck out on 3 pitches. The other night, down 3, 2 runners on, swings at a pitch at his eyes. It's unlike Juan Soto. And yet, that's what he's been all season long for the Mets. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back and take your calls all the way to 5 o'clock right here on The Fan.
Going on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Yankees head to St. Louis to meet up with the Cardinals. 8:15 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone.
That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey guys, if you're ready to pop the big question, discover why 5 generations have purchased their diamonds from H.L. Gross Jewelers of Garden City. Since 1910, the Gross family has been the place Long Island gets engaged, and where you'll find all the latest styles and rings and a huge selection of GIA-certified diamonds. Save yourself all the hassle and come to H.L. Gross, where you'll get the guaranteed best price, as well as the best education and guidance in picking out the perfect ring. H.L. Gross Jewelers, Long Island's premier bridal ring store at 840 Franklin Avenue in Garden City, or at hlgross.com.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We are proud to serve our country, to serve our local communities, to wear the uniform, to be a soldier, to serve abroad when and where duty calls. We are ready to stand with our brothers and sisters to defend, to serve, to fight. We're always ready, we're always there. We are the New York Army National Guard.
Sponsored by the New York Army National Guard.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club and counts Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document, and then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. We begin in Flushing, where the Mets took a 3-2 lead over the Braves to the 8th inning. Hell's Bells turned into a hellish situation.
The 0-1 pitch swung on, lined in the air to left center. Hustling as Mullins still going, won't get it. It's in for a hit. Eludes his grasp, goes to the wall. It'll tie the game. White around third, coming to the plate. He scores standing, and on at second with a double and a run batted in as the red-hot Michael Harris the second, and the Braves have tied it 3-3.
Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets Radio. Ozzie Albies followed with a go-ahead RBI double, and the Braves take the rubber game from the Mets, winning 4-3 at Citi Field. Brian Helsley allowed those 2 runs in the 8th inning. He took the loss. Kodai Senga, no decision. 2 runs, 5 hits, 7 strikeouts over 5 1/3. And through an interpreter, Senga takes us through his performance.
Yeah, I was able to throw all my pitches how I wanted to, manipulate them, and I think each pitch was up to the standard of competing with the hitter. And if I can continue this forward, I think I'll be able to string along some good outings.
Francisco Lindor homered in the game. The Mets have lost 13 of their last 15. Their lead over the Reds for the last National League wildcard spot down to a half a game. And up next for the Amazons, they will open up a series with the Mariners Friday night at Citi Field. The Yankees were off Thursday. They open up a series with the Cardinals in St. Louis Friday night. Football, Jets reportedly work out quarterback C.J. Beathard, Nathan Peterman. Basketball, Knicks open up their regular season October 22nd against the Cavs at the Garden. Nets open up October 22nd on the road in Charlotte. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
I wonder if I'm going to hear this. Bum-ba-dum. Now, is it done by an Italian artist? I'm sure it is. It's obviously a Italian song. Bum-ba-dum.
You mean the remixed version or the original?
No, well, the remix version.
I think if you go to the Yankee bar, you'll have yourself a good time listening
There's
to this.
no Yankee bar there. I'm not going to be able to watch baseball. I don't think they know what baseball is.
Mike Piazza brought baseball to Italy.
That's a good point. And Mike Piazza?
They know who Vinny Pasquantino is.
I doubt it. Oh, boy. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. And the weather's supposed to be beautiful, not supposed to be that hot, thankfully. About 87 to 89 degrees every day.
Woo.
Perfect.
Now, are you guys by the coast?
Yeah. My wife has done most of the planning, but yes, we're in Sicily. We're by Palermo. I'm flying into Palermo, and I think it's only like 25 minutes from the airport of Palermo. So, but her and her family have been planning it. Like, this is a Viviano thing. That's my wife's main name. This is her family trip. You know, I've been kind of on the outside, and I'm not used to it because we are such Disney people. We have become Disney people. And it's funny, too, because I've railed against Disney for years. Before I was a dad, I said two things, and I'm assuming no children are up at 305. I'm going to give a little warning here. If there are any if you have children with you who are listening, don't change the channel, but, you know.
Let's just keep it FCC sensitive.
Well, I'm definitely not going to curse. I'm going to relieve. I might say something that parents might not want me to say in front of certain children. Before I was a father, I always said these two things. One, I'm not going to Disney World every year. When I was a kid, we only went once. I was 12. Did nothing for me. It was okay. We had a decent enough time. But I don't know. We went like a whole big family thing. I don't have any real memories of it. It was cool.
12's a little old for Disney.
Yeah, I know. It was just
for the first time.
Right, yeah. So it was just And then the other thing I always said was, you know, I'm going to just tell my kids that, no, let me put it this way so no one's listening. No one might get mad. No, I buy you things at Christmas because I love you. And that's why, like, there's no magical, like, it's me because we love you. That's why.
Are you telling me there's no tooth fairy?
There's no, no, I'm not telling you that. I would never tell you that. But I always said I would do that. Like, it's, what's the big deal? Isn't it good? Like, why are we, telling them obvious untruths and then building some sort of narrative where they won't believe us in the future? Like, no, I did it because I love you. And because, we're celebrating the birth of Jesus. At least that's, we're Roman Catholic. We're celebrating this, and this is the custom, and we're buying you the gifts because we love you. And then, of course, we go to Disney every year, and I wouldn't dream of saying that to my children right now. So it's like, yeah, I'm a big phony. And we go every year. So, like, by this time, like, we're a couple days away. Now, I know what I'm having for lunch every day of the trip by now. Like, I know we're going here on Monday, we're going here on Tuesday, we have reservations for breakfast here, we have this on Thursday, we're going there on Friday. Like, I know the whole thing.
Mickey Waffles.
I know everywhere we're going. I know what we're having. I know what the menu is. I know what park we're going to. I know what pool days. I know when we're going to squeeze in mini golf. Like, I know everything. This trip, I have no idea. I know for a couple of days we're going to a different part. We're driving a little bit. I'm also driving a Fiat. Hopefully my fat ass fits in it. I mean, that would be... I'm nervous about getting in the damn car.
I think I'd be more nervous about maybe like scraping, like, you know what I mean? Like,
the
if I
roads
was
are
in
tight there. The roads are tight there. At least they do.
Tight place.
At least they do drive on the same side of the road. I don't have to add that. They don't drive on the left side of the road.
They're not.
No, I wasn't sure either, but no, they drive on the same side as we do.
Very interesting.
So that's a positive. I don't have to worry about that.
One last thing.
Forrest Gump, money, one less thing. No, but the thing we're concerned about now is how much luggage. We're there for a long time. We have 2 children, plus me and my wife. Like, how much luggage can we fit in the car from the airport to the place, considering it's a Fiat, considering there's 4 of us. Like, can you bring 2 big, large checked bags? Are they going to fit, like, in the trunk? Like, I don't know. Like, so it's that kind of thing. But then I know we're driving for a day or 2 to go do something else somewhere along the coast of Sicily, but I have no idea. I don't know what days it is. I've had my head buried in work. I haven't taken off since I took 1 day off around the 4th of July. I've worked every day of the summer. I was just doing the morning show. I've been kind of all around. So, like, I haven't really delved into the trip. My wife hasn't had just me to plan it with. She's had her sister. She's had her mother. Like, so it's not been us planning a vacation. She's been planning the vacation. I'm just like, what do you need? Where do I have to go? I got to go get an Italian driver's license. Okay, I'll go to AAA. Okay, we got to get the money exchanged. Okay.
Which way did he go?
Yeah, which way did he go, George? Like, that's what I've been doing. I've just been taking orders and getting ready, but I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know. And it's kind of, I think it's free flowing where I'm so used to the structured Disney trip that it's going to be fun to like kind of go there and just wing it a little bit. So I'm really looking forward to it. I have been to Italy before. I went to Rome.
Ooh.
We were, I had a great trip. I talked about it on the morning show. Me and my buddies went to Oktoberfest.
In Rome?
No. In Rome? No, I didn't go to Oktoberfest in Rome.
That almost defeats the purpose.
I went to Oktoberfest in Munich, Germany. And then I still haven't told the story on the overnights. I've told the story in the morning show how I saved a woman's life in Nuremberg, Germany. Saved a woman's life in Nuremberg, Germany. One day I'll tell the story on this air. Maybe it'll be today, depending on how the calls are. But we'll see. 888-808-1019. But we did Germany. We did Prague. We did.
That's Czech Republic or Czechia?
No. Prague is its own thing, I believe.
No, Prague's not a country.
No, is it a city in Czech? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Then we went to Salzburg, and I think that's Austria. I'm losing my mind. Prague is in Czech.
Prague is Czech Republic.
Yeah, Czech Republic. So we went to Prague, Salzburg, and then
Salzburg is Germany. Oh, no, you're right. It's Austria.
It's Austria. Yeah. And then we took a cruise from, I guess we flew into Rome, but we went Rome, Barcelona, Cannes, France, Marseille. So we did France, we did Spain, we did Italy on the Mediterranean cruise after Oktoberfest. That was a great trip.
You and the boys?
Me and the boys. Me and 2 buddies.
That's a good time.
That's a good time. We had a great time.
How old?
2013 or 12. 2012.
So, like 27?
27 or so. Right? When did I want to turn 30? 28, 29? Late 20s.
Age.
Late 20s. I had just started dating my wife. Like, literally, we met that October. Right? The wedding was October? Yeah, oh no, but then the next year, it doesn't matter. Yeah, 2012. And I just started dating my wife before we went. And so I've seen Rome, but I haven't seen Sicily. So I'm looking forward to it. It should be a great time. But yeah, no idea I have no idea what's coming. I don't know where we're staying. I don't know the city in which we're staying. I don't know the name of it. I think it's like the town outside of Palermo. I have no idea. I have no idea when we're going on our trip to the volcano. I have no idea.
Can I ask for one thing?
Can you ask for one thing?
One thing.
I mean, you can ask.
Let's see.
The Big Zoo's favor isn't going to be on the top of my list, though. I'll be honest with you. But please,
I think it should.
Okay.
My request from you, and if you want to include others, you're more than welcome to. I would love it.
Okay.
Can you give us one post a day, a la Moose in Disney World?
Yeah,
from Italy?
I think I will. I'll do something. I'll have a little fun, and I'll do Yankee stuff in the middle of the morning. It'll be fun. I'll sneak around and like do a Yankee video reaction or something. But
it'll be the middle of the night for us, but it'll be fun.
No, it'll be in the middle of the night for me.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? Like 4 o'clock in the morning of my time, I'll put out a video. But no, I think so. Maybe some street food. I'm sure everyone will get a kick out of that. Me eating street food in the middle of Palermo.
I want to see you in the volcano.
C-Mac versus the volcano. I could see it'll be the sequel to Joe versus the volcano.
Frying marshmallows.
Frying marshmallows, yeah. All right, enough of my own stuff. Let's get to you guys. 888-808-1019. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. What do you got going on there? What are you, operating machinery?
Yeah, I'm operating machinery to get the limo ready to go to Florida.
Oh, you're going to Florida?
Yeah, with 4 people.
Are you're taking 4 people to down to Florida yourself in a limo?
Yeah, Cape Canaveral.
That's a long drive in a limo.
Yeah, you know who the 4 people are? You can guess their names.
John, Paul, George, and Ringo?
George and John are not here.
Really? I didn't know. I didn't know that.
Come on, stop it! You're a Beatle fan.
I'm kidding.
You're as big a Beatle fan as I am.
I'm bigger.
There's one difference between me and you. I lived it.
I understand.
I lived the whole show.
I understand.
Nobody ever will touch them.
That's how I feel, but that's besides.
You know who said something about that?
Who said something about that?
Gallo.
What'd Gallo have to say?
Overrated.
Oh, my God.
And you know I went off on him, right?
As you should have, Stu. If I knew he said it, I would have went off on him. Tell him in all his Italian soccer shirts to go, sit on it and rotate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the 4 people are Devin, Aaron, Brian, and Hal.
Oh. Are you being sarcastic?
Down there and put them on a spaceship, a rocket ship, to the planet Uranus, and never to come back.
Yeah.
I could put a couple other people, which I told Zul about. I told Zul about it. 2 or 3 other people that I would like to see go bye-bye.
Yeah.
No, let's get back to baseball, please. The Mets and Yankees have the same record, and both seasons are going down the tube real quickly. And what do we have left? We have Jackson Dart to look forward to. And I don't know if he's going to play this year. I wouldn't play him unless the season went to hell.
Yeah.
And the Jets, the Jets look pretty good. Let's say this much. I hope on opening day they stick it to, what's his name?
Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, I don't know, Stu. If you heard me on The Morning with Willie, he's talking about how good Aaron Rodgers looks. I think, I got to be honest, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are the most fascinating team in the NFL this year, bar none. I really do. They went out and made moves to impact this year. They're not just coasting on the idea that they're the Pittsburgh Steelers and they'll find a way. They went out and got DK Metcalf. They brought in Aaron Rodgers. They traded for Ramsey. Like they gave Watt the contract. They are making moves to go win this year. And it's either going to blow up in their face or they're going to be the surprise team of the AFC. And I'm sorry, Jet fans, Stu, whoever else, I'm here for it. I am pulling for Aaron Rodgers. I am the biggest Aaron Rodgers fan. You have no idea. I hope the Pittsburgh Steelers win the whole damn thing. If it's not the Giants and it's not the Jets, I hope it's Pittsburgh. I'm a Steelers fan this year. I wanted him here. I wanted him with the Jets. Then I wanted him with the Giants. I still believe he's got one more year in him. I don't agree with everything he says. Hell, I don't agree with most of what he says, quite honestly. And all the nonsense he talks, all the things he says, how he views life and the world and everything else. He's an odd cat. He's different. But I find him fascinating. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen play the game. And I'm dying for one more year of Aaron Rodgers. And I hope it comes this year. And I know that's at the expense of the Jets week 1. So be it. I'm pulling for Aaron Rodgers. I hope this is a wild carpet ride out in Pittsburgh. I really do. And then, you mentioned the Giants. I mentioned Abdul Carter before, obviously. The one thing I like about what's going on with the Giants and Abdul Carter, I don't know if you noticed this so much. We talked about it a little bit. I think even CeeLo played the audio earlier in the week in the morning show. You can tell the veterans. Now, maybe it's just how they treat rookies in general. But the veterans are making a point to treat Abdul Carter a certain way. And with all the talk that's going on, all the praises that are being sung about him, all the Baldinger videos of the 6 plays and how he's dominated, and everybody else at every report is how unbelievable he is. Dexter Lawrence was asked about Burns, and Dexter Lawrence waxed poetic and said Burns can do anything. He's stronger than people give him credit for. He can bull rush. He's quick enough to get around. He is a threat. He's going to impact the game and this team in a major way. Burns is an incredible football player. Then he's asked about Abdul Carter. Well, we'll see about him. That was it. We'll see about him. Then I just saw a video where Abdul Carter is standing at the podium to address the media, and Burns walks over and is like, "Get out of here, young man." Like he was like, "My turn. Get the hell out of here," and brushed him aside. And like they're keeping this dude humble, and I love it. I love the veteran presence. You can't let this kid believe everything that's read about him. You can't let Abdul Carter in his head before he's ever played a game. This is the same guy who's asking for Lawrence Taylor's number. This is the same guy who asked Phil Simms for his number. This is a guy who wanted to be the number 1 pick in the draft, and, in another lifetime when quarterbacks weren't the entire NFL, he might have been. He was the 3rd pick in the draft. He's one of the most promising young prospects the Giants have had in forever. Everybody is gushing over his talent. And I love the fact that Dexter Lawrence and Burns are making sure that he understands, not yet. You haven't played a snap in the NFL. You are just another rookie here today. I love it. I think that's good for him. I think it's good for the team. I think Dexter Lawrence knows full well how special the kid looks. I think he knows full well. I don't think he's just saying we'll see because he hasn't seen yet. I think Dexter Lawrence knows damn well how special he is, but he doesn't want to say it publicly. And I think Burns coming over as the press conference is about to start with Abdul Carter, and he says, no, my turn. I'm here. I think that is all done intentionally. I think it's probably directive from the head coach. I think Brian Dable ordered the code red. And it's, hey, this kid needs to know that he hasn't done a damn thing. And not because he's acting like as if he did, but just the idea of, hey, he's no different than any other rookie. He's no different than any other kid drafted. He's got a ton to prove. And then he came out and made the statement that he wasn't going to cut his hair until he gets a sack. He apologized for looking gruffy, Abdul Carter, and he's not going to do it until he gets a sack. Like, I like the mentality that they have here. It's time to go to work. It's not time to, talk about how great you are. I think I'm excited. I have to admit, as a Giant fan, I'm excited. As a Jet fan, I'd be excited too, but I don't know why it's a different level of excitement necessarily. I don't know if it is a different level of excitement. You do have the young quarterback. I don't know how Jet fans feel about Justin Fields necessarily. I think there's hope that he could be better than he's been. There's hope that this coaching staff can, figure out a way, along with Braylon Allen, and it sounds like Allen's going to be the guy, right? I mean, Breece Hall is really, after that rookie season, has underachieved here. And it feels like Braylon Allen runs the ball and is that style of running back that they're going to ground and pound and be a nice complement to the flashy running of, unfortunately, Justin Fields, not Breece Hall. So I think the run game is going to be important. I think they have an opportunity to really be a functioning offense this way, and they're built on culture and beating the guy in front of you. That's what the Jets are going to be. And it's nice to have a competent head coach. And I'm sure there's a lot of enthusiasm and, a lot of excitement around the Jets. And there should be. But when you take into account a couple of things with the Giants, one, it feels like they have the chance to have a dominant unit. The Jets have a really good offensive line, has a chance to be a dominant unit. The Jets have had dominant defensive units, right? The front four might be... the defensive backfield, we'll see if they can be again. But on paper, the Giants have a chance to have a dominant pass rush. The Giants are finally done with Daniel Jones. I can't tell you the relief that is. I can't tell you the relief it is to be done with Daniel Jones. And it's not only because I don't think Daniel Jones is a great quarterback. That's not just it. It's that we're just done with it. We're done with, Brett and I arguing about it. At least we should be. We're done with is it the offensive line's fault? Did the organization ruin him? Is he capable of being better? Is it his fault? Is it the team's fault? Why doesn't you have more success with him? He did take you to a playoff game. It was forever with Daniel Jones that it needed to go away. And hopefully Neighbors is healthy. But I think they have good offensive weapons. And I think as long as Andrew Thomas is healthy, we're seeing now that Embo has really had a nice camp and a great opening preseason game against the Bills. And Luminor is a good tackle. We'll see if Evan Neal can transition and actually become just a productive player. Forget a Pro Bowl caliber guard or a really stud guard. Forget all that. Can he just be a productive player? Can he be someone who fits into the offensive line? Let's hope. And if the offensive line can block it up, and you can get down the field with Neighbors, and we know at least Russell Wilson can throw the ball down the field, and you got a run game with Tracy and Scatterboo, I feel like there's a chance to have a functioning offense with Brian Daboll, and the defense, while a little, young in the defensive backfield, they did go out and sign arguably the best cornerback in free agency in Adebo and the best safety in Holland. They've got a couple of young kids in, Drew Phillips particularly. And it's just, is that pass rush elite? And if it is, I feel like the Giants can really surprise some teams. And then you start the season on the road against two teams that, let's be honest, Washington's good. Washington was great last year. Jaden Daniels is an absolute superstar. But even if Terry McLaurin signs before the season starts, it's been an issue now through camp. And we'll see what that does to the team. And I'm not so sure they're so great. I don't know if Dan Quinn's that great a head coach in this league. And now you've had a second year to look at, Kingsbury and the quarterback's offense here a little bit. I don't hate the idea that the Giants start against the Commanders on the road. And then the Cowboys, same thing, the Micah Parsons issue, the Jerry Jones issue, their lack of success to try and get, it's a team that kicks the crap out of the Giants every time they play, but what would make you feel better than beating the Cowboys on the road to start the year? I just think that these two games are winnable, and if they get them, it could spur them to just a better season than people thought. And then even if they don't, you got the first round draft pick Jackson Dart ready to come in there and show us if he could develop, and week one preseason was great with him. Again, that doesn't mean much to me, but it's at least the start of something new. Both teams are in this new, shiny phase, which is something that is refreshing from this group. That was a little bit of NFL talk on the Fan, and we will take your calls on the baseball, on the football, 888-808-1019. NFL Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Right back with your calls next on the Fan.
This city lives and breathes sports. WFAN is where Yankees fans argue with Mets fans, and Giants fans debate Jets fans. Live, loud, and daily. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Connecticut's best value is at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-BITE-BACK.
They call me the closer because big or small, in court or out, I'm fighting to get the job done, to win, to get you every dollar you deserve.
D'Agostino and Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and will come to you. I've been there and I'll be there for you. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Whether you're heading out on a road trip or planning a weekend escape, make every mile unforgettable in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. From sporty SUVs and timeless sedans to cutting-edge hybrids, their expert team will help you find the perfect fit. Mercedes-Benz of Edison has over 400 new and certified pre-owned vehicles to choose from. And with flexible lease and finance offers, getting behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
In the shallow. All right. I like this movie. This is a good movie. Lady Gaga's Italian and from Long Island. That's right.
Local.
That was a good movie.
Great movie.
I liked it. Yeah, I did. I liked it a lot. There was what's the other song? There's a couple songs that were really good, too.
There's the one that you guys used on Carton and Roberts.
We did. That was the opening to the show, was that
the song that Bradley Cooper plays.
In the way, something in the Wayland, in the way, something way. It's like the first song on the soundtrack, too. It's like the opening song of the movie. It's like heavy guitar, and it's like... he's looking it up. And then... You got it?
Is it not Black Eyes?
No. Black Eyes is a different song. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's Black Eyes. I don't know. I thought it was a different song, and then it was like... What are the lyrics to Black Eyes?
Let's take a look. All right, I got the lyrics here. Black eyes open wide, it's time to testify. Those are the first two lines.
I don't think that's it. I got to look back and see it.
And I'm gone, sitting by the phone, and I'm all alone by the wayside.
By the wayside. But maybe it's called Black Eyes. By the Wayside. I thought that was the name of the song. It is Black Eyes. Okay. Because I just remember by the wayside. That's how I just remember. I don't know. But yes, Carton and Roberts, that was the opening song. That is right. I remember sitting in the upstairs when we first got together as a show the first time. We had the meeting, and it's, Craig, Evan, myself, and Tommy. And he was talking about the song, and we were talking about the show, and, I was crazy because it was November of 2020. So we still couldn't be near each other. There was talks about how me and Tommy couldn't be in the control room together. It was still right in the middle of it, which is crazy that we're going on. It's been going to go on 5 years now, or more than 5 years. It was April, right? March, April, February. That was a crazy time. 888-808-1019. Steve in Rockland. What's up, Steve?
Chris, you said something, and it dawned on me that if there's any coach that could get Aaron Rodgers to say how high when the coach said jump, it is Mike Tomlin. All right? That guy is going straight to Canton. All right? Yeah. And, I'm agree. That is intriguing.
I think the Steelers are as fascinating a team as the NFL has this year. I really do. I think Aaron Rodgers is one of the more fascinating people, good, bad, or indifferent, however you feel about him. And I know he's a little bit of a polarizing figure. I don't care. I just find him fascinating. I find his play excellent. And I'm wondering if he can get back to it. And I'm wondering about a coach who, as much as we could talk about Canton, and you're 100% right, he's one of the great coaches in the NFL, has been for a long time. He's a Hall of Fame coach. Absolutely. 2 Super Bowl championships, went to a third, whole bit. Totally agree with you. But it's been a long time. And they haven't won a playoff game in a long time. And they have not gotten good quarterback play since Roethlisberger retired. And, they roll with it, man. They stick with just what they do, and the Steelers' way is going to win them games, and that's it. And they don't go flashy. They don't go for the big move. And they brought in Metcalf. They brought in Ramsey. They've obviously brought in Rodgers. They've made moves here to try and go for it in a division with Lamar Jackson, in a division, with Joe Burrow. I can't wait to see him play Joe Burrow twice. I can't wait for Steelers Cincinnati. I think that's going to be a fascinating, I think it's going to be Steelers Ravens with Aaron Rodgers involved. The best rivalry arguably in the sport. You want to throw Aaron Rodgers on top of that? Yes, please. I can't wait.
And now my other question is, okay, what's the number if the Giants do surprise? Realistic.
I think 8 is a surprising season.
Oh! If the Giants would win 8 games, I'll tell you, boy, even though that's under 500, there would be a lot of rejoicing.
I would, absolutely. I think that's what I'm saying. 8. I think you could make a case 7 would be I think 7's a nice season. 8's a surprising season. Anything better than that's a shocker. I would say that, and I think they absolutely can. I think they absolutely can. In the NFL, We have seen it time and time again. I don't care what the schedule makers say. I don't care how we view the 49ers today. I don't care how we view the Chargers today, which, by the way, they lost Slater, their best offensive tackle, and they have a quarterback who never wins big games. So I don't know about the Chargers just yet. The 49ers fell on their face last year. I expect them to be good again. They've been a great program with a lot of talent, but I don't know. I don't know what Washington's going to be. I don't know what Dallas is going to be. We don't know. We could say the schedule's tough all we want. Once the game starts, we'll find out. And we have seen teams who are really good get off to bad starts, like the Cincinnati Bengals last year, and it ruins your season. And we have seen teams that we didn't think much of that get off to good starts, and it changes who you are. And I'm just telling you, I think if the Giants get off to a good start this year, which I don't think is crazy, against divisional opponents they know very well, who are going through issues and distractions and guys holding out, and, for a young quarterback to have his stud wide receiver holding out, that's not good. To have Micah Parsons, kind of the face of the team, along with Dak Prescott, holding out, calling out the organization and how they've handled the negotiations, demanding trades. That is not an easy thing to go through. Jerry Jones talking all kinds of nonsense. If they get off to a good start, I think they could surprise a hell of a lot. I just think they could. I think they could surprise some teams. And I still think with competent quarterback play that Brian Daboll is an offensive coach who can make it work. I don't think he was able to make it work with what he was given. He wasn't able to make it work outside of the 1 year where all he did was make Daniel Jones into a non-turnover. Daniel Jones was a turnover machine. He coached the turnovers out of him. The defense made some big plays. Turning over Lamar Jackson in the fourth quarter, down 10 points, and figure out ways to win. They got into the playoffs. And then Daniel Jones did play a great game against Minnesota. There's no doubt about that. Can't take it away from him. He was great against the Vikings, won them that game. But they ran the football with Saquon Barkley. They ran the football with Daniel Jones, and they stopped him from turning the ball over. They got off to a good start with a big surprise win in Tennessee that nobody saw coming. They showed balls by going for the 2-point conversion to win the game. And it kind of thrusted them into the best season they've had in, the last 15 years. The only good season they've had in the last 12. And I'm just saying, it might be another disastrous season, and we're looking at a new coach and a new GM and now a quarterback that was drafted by one group and now being coached by another. It might be a freaking disaster. I don't know. But I just have a weird feeling that this team is better than we think, and that the schedule and how difficult it is overrated, or at least, subject to the NFL season. And I think they have a chance to surprise people. I do. I'm higher on, and again, I admit it's probably a lot of it is that the Daniel Jones era is over. It's like a weight being lifted off your shoulders. As a Giant fan, it's just so refreshing to have that conversation be over. Not necessarily that I couldn't stand to look at Daniel Jones anymore, or that I thought he was so god-awful he was, tearing the team down. I didn't think he was good enough to really win with. But with a really good team around him, can he win 8, 9, 10 games and get into the playoffs? Absolutely. I don't think he's a disaster of a quarterback, but I don't think he's very good. And it just became a toxic conversation around him that I'm tired of, and I don't think it helped the team anymore. So the idea that we're through with that you got Jackson Dart on the team, that you got Abdul Carter on the team, that you've got a young, talented team, and you might have an elite pass rush, I just feel good about the Giants. And hopefully it lasts more than hopefully it's not, 35-10 at the end of the third quarter of game one, and you're like, oh boy. Eric and Ronkonkoma. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Steve, good morning.
Good morning to you, sir.
Since you're going away, I got 4 things real quick, if I may. First off, we have some friends of ours lives a couple blocks away that goes to Disney multiple times every year, which is I just can't see. That's crazy to me. Same park that often, but
We had gone 3 years in a row, so this is the first year in the last 4 that we won't be going, and I have done a complete 180 on it. I do enjoy going. We have a good time. The kids love it. The place is just immaculate, and the hotels are beautiful. The parks are amazing. So
expensive.
Well, yeah. I mean, we do drive down there to kind of offset. Try not to fly down there, but there's no doubt it's expensive. Yes.
Yeah. I know you talked about it late last week, early this week. I met my wife in a bowling alley. Our first day was bowling, right? And we're still married 26 years later.
There you go. Bowling builds relationships. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
That's it.
And you mentioned, you were saying something about your son almost got hit with the baseball or something.
Yeah.
Earlier?
So it was scary for us. It just bounced off. He was going for it, and I was kind of reaching for it too. We both kind of missed it, and it bounced off the concrete of that wall and bounced back up. Now, I mean, it didn't hit him, so everything's fine. But it came like that bounce back. I just remember and who knows? Maybe it wasn't as close as I feel like it was in my head. But that ball bounced off the concrete, 100 miles an hour, and I felt like it was close, a little too close for comfort. I got nervous for a second.
So, quick story: when I was in Little League, I played a lot of outfield, and my mom used to come to the games all the time, and father was working. So there was one game in particular where I'm out in right field, and like halfway through the game, all of a sudden, the other team's up, I'm in the outfield, and all of a sudden everyone's waving me in from the outfield. I'm like, what's going on? Apparently my mother was sitting just past the backstop, caught a foul ball line drive right off her jaw.
Oh, my God.
And you're talking, I mean, when we were kids, they were using the aluminum bats.
Yeah.
So
I think kids still use the aluminum.
Thankfully, thankfully nothing was broken, but I mean, she had the bruise on her jaw for weeks. I mean, was crazy. But and I had no idea from where my vantage point. I didn't know what had happened. So that and then final thing, let's let Aaron Rodgers be. Mystifying and everything after week 1. How about that? We don't need him being the most, interesting person, until after week 1.
Yeah, I'm with you, Eric. Look, I'll be rooting for the Jets week 1. I'm looking for a good Jets season, looking for a good Giants season. But I am fascinated by Aaron Rodgers, and I did want him here. I did want Aaron Rodgers back for another year with the Jets, and if it were up to me, he'd be the starting quarterback for the Giants, not Russell Wilson. But I don't think he wanted that. So I think he would have stayed with the Jets. I don't think he wanted to come to the Giants. But I think he's better than I think he's better than Justin Fields. I think he's going to have a better year than Justin Fields. I think the Jets would have had a better season with him than Justin Fields. And don't give me this whole, you got to build a culture here. You hired a culture coach. I was surprised. Even Willie Colon agreed with me. I was very happy to hear Willie Colon agree with me that it's not about bringing in, like, if you're going to hire a culture coach and someone who specializes in that and someone you're bringing here to build something and you believe in his ability to hold the room and hold men accountable and all that stuff and build a culture, well, why are you afraid to give him guys that you're worried about culture with? Like, you brought him in so you can have the talent and build the culture. What about Bill Belichick all those years? Right? Everyone said any, guy who just didn't fit in with an organization or had, problems, Randy Moss goes there and becomes the best version of himself. That's it. Anyone who struggled or had an issue, send him over to New England. The Patriots will turn him around. Like, if you're going to hire that kind of coach, why are we afraid of the idea that Aaron Rodgers is going to hold court in the back of the room while Aaron Glenn is talking in the front of the room? I thought this coach was beyond that. So, I would have brought him back. And we'll find out. And maybe this is all for naught, and he lasts 2 weeks before he gets hurt, and he can't play. Because as much as I'll wax poetic about him, and clearly he wasn't very good last year. He was better than most any other quarterback who's ever played for the Jets, but he wasn't Aaron Rodgers, and he's clearly, not only is it the idea that he gets hurt, it's that even just on typical bumps and bruises, like if he's got a sore knee, he struggled to play through that. I think that's fair in an NFL season. It's hard to imagine him not going through some bumps and bruises. But I do think he is going to be far better a full year removed from the surgery, from the Achilles injury, having a full season underneath his belt.
I think he's going to be far better this year than he was last year. I fully believe that. I believed that in the offseason when I wanted him to be the quarterback of the Jets. That was part of my talking point. I felt he was going to be better this year than he was last year. And maybe it was time to just move on. We'll see. But I don't think Justin Fields is very good. And I'm nervous that if they do have one of these first-year nice seasons where it works out and the culture change works and, the division falls back to them, or they just have a good year, and then all of a sudden you feel like you have to buy into Justin Fields, and now you give him a contract because he's going to, and someone was all over me on Twitter saying he's got a 2-year deal. Yeah. If he wins games for the New York Jets and plays well, he's going to want to rip that year up and he's want another contract. I can guarantee you that. He's going to want more money. If he wins 9 games with the Jets, he's going to be demanding more money next year. You bet. You just watch. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. Let's go to Tommy in Astoria. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Chris. How you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
It's funny, whenever I hear Gaga, I always think of when Mike, remember when Mike first came across Gaga when she was hitting it big and she used to wear the crazy outfits? You never get a chance to listen to that. It was classic.
I vaguely remember that.
Yeah.
Was he around when she did the Super Bowl too? I can't remember.
No, this is like before. Like when nobody knew who she was and she won some talent show. She had this crazy outfit on. And I think it was even before you, so he would ask like Colin Lewis, did you see this Gaga? And it's like classic. And this is before.
Yeah, I don't remember that. That might be before me because I don't remember the Gaga.
But she has some pipes. She really has some set of pipes.
Yeah, no, I like Lady Gaga. I like a lot of this. I like a lot of the songs, and I thought she was great in that. I thought she was great in that movie.
No, the album she
not
did,
so much. Not so much in the second Joker. Not her fault, but the movie sucked.
No. Yeah, I was talking about the match is just so depressing. Tomorrow night they're having this Beatles night.
I know that. Beatles night tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Oh, tonight, rather. Tonight.
Band, and Howie was talking about it. And it's really, it can't be overstated. And I never realized the significance of it. They came over in February of '64.
Yes.
It was just a few months after the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah.
And it really did pick up the spirits of the country. And whenever people talk about, like, the Beatles overrated, they don't understand. Aside from the music, there was 3 musical phenomenons in the 20th century America. You had Sinatra in the 40s, you had Elvis in the 50s, you had the Beatles when they came over in '64.
Mm-hmm.
They just transcended music and had an impact on the country.
Absolutely.
And that's what when people say they're overrated, I always said their music is actually underrated. If their music just stood alone, they would be great. When you throw everything else in, they're certainly not. I mean, I could talk about music all night because thinking about the Mets is just so depressing. I talked to you 3 weeks ago. Unfortunately, I haven't been right about this many things this year. I liked a lot of Stearns moves, but I pegged with Helsley. Sometimes you take a guy who's a closer and put him in the 8th inning. It just doesn't work. It's just a different kettle of fish, and it's just a hard adjustment. And he's been getting lit up. He's cost him a couple of games now.
No doubt. He didn't have a great, and thank you for the call, Tommy. He did not have a great series in Milwaukee, and last night he was brutal. And his fastball is being hit at a ridiculous clip compared to what it was earlier in the season and what it was last year. He's not been good. It's been a tough trade deadline for both teams. You look at the Yankees and the Mets. We thought both trade deadlines were excellent. I think both fan bases, even if you were pissed at the Yankees and hate Brian Cashman, and even if you wanted to wait to see how it played out, I think everyone felt like the Met fan I didn't know a single Met fan who wasn't happy or thrilled with the trade deadline. The Yankee fans are very much trepidatious about giving Brian Cashman any credit, but I even feel like the Cashman haters felt like it was a solid deadline. I mean, they brought in a bunch of players, and now look at it. They brought in Rosario, injured. They brought in Slater, injured. He's injured. So they're 2 right-handed bats off the bench, gone. We'll find. Hopefully Rosario will come back quickly. They bring in 3 relievers. Bednar, who's now their closer. Duvall, who's blown 2 games. And Bird, who they sent to the minors. And McMahon, who started out really well for the Yankees, has cooled off and hasn't hit in 2 weeks. So, and then you get to the Mets, obviously. Mullins has done next to nothing. And Rogers has been okay at best. He doesn't strike anybody out. He's been beat by soft contact in a couple of games and given up some runs. And Helsley's been awful. Like the trade deadlines, everyone loved them. They have not panned out, man.
It is unbelievable. Nothing works for these two teams. Nothing. It's amazing. And please don't let anybody tell you that the Beatles are overrated. It's absolute nonsense. One, yes, they completely shaped the 60s. Like, they were as influential in the 1960s as anything else, and it's one of those decades that shaped the culture of the country. So it's just that on that point, obvious. And then musically, I mean, they practically invented the album. Like, before the Beatles, like, yeah, they had albums, but it was like kind of a collection of songs that were designed to be singles that were put together. Like, you know, Sgt. Pepper changed so much. The Beatles, it's such, and every song is different. They don't even have like a real style outside of their early stuff. Like, I don't know how anyone could say that. It's crazy to me. My man Mitch, what's up, Mitch?
Yeah, Big Mac, how you doing? So here's a few things for you. Get a pen down. ABC Parking. I forgot to text it to you, but ABC Parking, that's where to go on when you go on Sunday for your parking, your trip.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's simple. You're welcome. Number two, you're talking, I don't know if you brought it up, but you're talking about the balls and everything. Like, even on Friday night when we were watching batting practice, with your son and we got hit with the ball, we're watching batting practice, remember?
Yes.
And he had it almost, and it bounced off the wall. My God, holy catfish. That would have been a long evening, but thank God he was okay, right? It was okay.
Yep, thankfully it was okay.
Okay, now getting to the Yankees again.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about the trades that they made and everything. I think the Yankees are okay, and I keep on telling everybody because I drive, I have a car service, and we talk about it. I think the Yankees are going to be fine. Let's win 2 out of 3 this weekend against the Cardinals. We'll pray what happens with the Astros, and after that, we get the Red Sox, and then we'll worry about the Blue Jays. Maybe we get lucky. We get 3 games behind. We get a great series in New York with Boston and the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays are not playing the same baseball as they're playing, 10 days ago. And, and the bullpen is not so good. I mean, we're going to get 2 guys back in the next couple of days. And Bender's our closer.
Bednar.
I'm fine with him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mitch. You're cutting in and out, and it's a little loud. Thank you for calling, though, bud. Look, the schedule here is, you've got the 3 against... You got the 3 against, I thought I had it up. There you go. You got the 3 against St. Louis, and then you head to Tampa for a quick 2. Tampa's dying on the vine. You got to win both those games. Then you get the big 4-game set against Boston, but then you get Washington, and you get the White Sox before going to the stretch that's really the dangerous part. So that you could break down the Yankee season kind of into 2 ways, right? Right now, it's kind of easy with a Boston mixed in. You got St. Louis, you got Tampa on the road, but still, St. Louis is 500 and Tampa Bay is falling apart. Then you get the 4 against Boston at home. Then you go to 2 last-place teams, Washington, and then on the road to the White Sox. So throughout the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 12, 16 games, you got 4 tough ones. In the next 16 games, you have 4 games against winning teams. That's it. 12 extremely winnable games and 4 against Boston. Then the beginning of September, that's the week right there before you have the last 2 weeks of the season. September starts with 3 in Houston, 3 at home against Toronto. Then you come home against Detroit, and then you go on the road against Boston. Houston, Toronto, Detroit, Boston. That's a tough stretch. Then you finish the season in Minnesota, Baltimore, come home for the White Sox, Baltimore. So, like, the last 2 weeks of the year, cake. The next 16 games, only 4 are tough. But there's that stretch of Houston, Toronto, Detroit, that the season, and Boston, that might dictate this entire season. So, I don't disagree with anything you just said. I like the bullpen. I do now, but they got to go out in there and do it. I like Weaver. I like Bednar. I think Doval has really good stuff. He's blown a couple games, but I think he's got good stuff. You're going to have Cruz coming back. I like Leiter a little bit. And despite yesterday's performance or the other day's performance, De Los Santos has been really good. I'm worried about the starting pitching. They need Max Fried to be Max Fried. Otherwise, this is all pointless. And hopefully Judge can get back into the outfield and this offense can get going. So I agree. Like the question we've been asking a couple times, who's better, the Yankees or the Mets? Right now, I would tell you the one unit that seems in real trouble between all of them is the Mets starting pitching. So, I mean, ask me right now, I think the Yankees are the better team. I've been saying the Mets for the last 2 months with the state of that starting rotation and the idea that Soto doesn't come up clutch. I actually think the Yankees are the better team. 888-808-1019. Quick break update. We'll come back, say good morning, and we'll take your final hour as we get to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show on this 5-hour midnight ride all the way to 5 a.m. Be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
The Yankees mashed in April and May. We have gotten to August. They suck for 2 months, but everybody points to stats that include April and May. That is not the Yankees we've seen of late. Stop it.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
We are moving now.
Electric bikes are everywhere. They are quiet and very fast. Teens ride them on the roads, in bike lanes, but also in places they should not be, like sidewalks and parks.
Look out!
When you ride, wear a helmet. Don't speed. Watch out for pedestrians and cars. New York State and your community have specific rules for electric bikes. Follow them. Go to trafficsafety.ny.gov for more info. A message brought to you by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
This
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my God. Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash. Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. We begin in Flushing, where the Mets took a 3-2 lead over the Braves to the 8th inning. Hell's Bells turned into a hellish situation.
The 0-1 pitch, swung on, lined in the air to left center, hustling as Mullins still going, won't get it. It's in for a hit, eludes his grasp, goes to the wall. It'll tie the game. White around third, coming to the plate. He scores standing, and on at second with a double and a run batted in as the red-hot Michael Harris the second, and the Braves have tied it 3-3.
Howie Rose on Odyssey Mets Radio. Ozzie Albies followed with a go-ahead RBI double, and the Braves take the rubber game from the Mets, winning 4-3 at Citi Field. Ryan Helsley allowed those 2 runs in the 8th inning. He took the loss. Kodai Senga, no decision. 2 runs, 5 hits, 7 strikeouts over 5 in the third. And through an interpreter, Senga takes us through his performance.
Yeah, I was able to throw all my pitches how I wanted to, manipulate them, and I think each pitch was up to the standard of competing with the hitter. And if I can continue this forward, I think I'll be able to string along some good outings.
Francisco Lindor homered in the game. The Mets have lost 13 of their last 15. Their lead over the Reds for the last National League wildcard spot down to a half a game. And up next for the Amazons, they will open up a series with the Mariners Friday night at Citi Field. The Yankees were off Thursday. They open up a series with the Cardinals in St. Louis Friday night. Football, Jets reportedly work out quarterback C.J. Beathard, Nathan Peterman. Basketball, Knicks open up their regular season October 22nd against the Cavs at the Garden. Nets open up October 22nd on the road in Charlotte. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, good morning! Call his wife in 407. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We got Big Zoo on the other side. One more hour of our 5-hour midnight ride as we take you to 5 o'clock and the warm-up show, 888-808-1019. And guess what? We're reacting to baseball loss. What a shocker. As I talked about on the morning show, the 2 teams haven't won on the same night outside of the game the other day since the 27th of July. So since the July 27th, there has been 2 nights where both the Yankees and Mets have won. And last night, thankfully, the Yankees couldn't lose because they were off. But the New York Mets continue to find ways to lose. I know it's cliche. I know we all say it. But that's the bottom line. The bottom line is last night, it wasn't the rotation that couldn't get out of the 4th inning. Right? The offense could have done more and had chances in the 8th and 9th, but it really wasn't even the offense. Yeah, 3 runs isn't that much. But, they came out. They took the lead. It was blown. They came back and took it again. And Ryan Helsley just can't pitch for the New York Mets. He was brutal in this game. They blow one that is just they allowed the Atlanta Braves to walk into their building, take 2 of 3, kill any momentum they might have been able to build off the Pete Alonso night, the home run, the big offense. coming back from a blown game by Holmes, who's been awful. They've blown leads of 5-0, 5-1, 6-0, and you're desperate. And what makes last night tough for the New York Mets is that they were desperate for a decent start, desperate to see their ace. And that's what he's supposed to be. Right? You wish they had better to call an ace. They don't. Kodai Senga is their most talented, most tried and true, most successful over the last 3 years starting pitcher. He's their most talented. He gets the most swings and misses. He's the guy. And you're dying for him to finally step up since coming back from the hamstring injury. Dying for him, someone, to give you a good starting performance. And although it's not perfection, he gives you 5 2/3. He ends up giving up 2 runs when Rogers comes in and gives up a little, humpback line drive for a base hit that scores the tying run at 2. But 5 2/3, 2 runs, that's the kind of starting performance you needed. Then you're looking for clutch hits, and immediately Lindor gets on, steals a base. Soto gets on, steals a base. You get a sacrifice fly. Then you get the base hit from Pete Alonso with 2 outs to give them the lead. The bullpen's all lined up. Helsley, who they traded for, the closer from St. Louis, comes in with his 100-mile-an-hour fastball and gets lit up again. They just continue to find ways to lose. They have now lost 13 of their last 15 games. It's amazing. You got what typically has let them down the last handful of, last month, right? It's been the offense not coming through in clutch moments. And Pete Alonso gives you the hit. It's the rotation not giving you enough innings. And although 5 2/3 isn't anything to write home about, it's far better than what they've been giving you. You get those answers. You take a lead against the lousy Braves, and you allow them to get back into that game. And Helsley kills you. And then the offense does nothing after that, including Juan Soto, who continues on a nightly basis, as great as he is. These 2 games, this series against Atlanta, is the perfect microcosm of what he's been for the Mets. You look at the series, he gets on base 6 times. 6 times in the series. He hits a home run, drives in a couple, scores, steals a base to get into scoring position with 2 outs so Pete Alonso can drive him in to take the lead. Like, he makes a mistake, and he actually dekes the runner at second on a double off the wall and then throws directly to second base instead of the cutoff man, which I have no idea why he did. Why go through the trouble of trying to deke him if you're not going to at least hit the cutoff man and give yourself a chance to make the play at first base? There's no chance Albies isn't getting the second on a ball off the wall. But ultimately, that's a pseudo nice defensive play. You wish he figured it out, but he steals bases. He gets on base. He hits home runs. Like, he had a good series. But there are 2 key at-bats in these last 2 games where he had a chance to have a moment. He had a chance down 3, 9-6, with 2 runners on to come through and get the Mets back into that game the other night. He doesn't. Ozuna hits the home run to make it 5, and that's it. Last night, 8th inning after blowing the lead, runner on. Lindor, who hit a home run in the game, is starting to break out of his funk, as well as Nimmo is starting to break out of his slump. Pete Alonso was good in this series. You have an opportunity in a big spot. 1 out, 1 on, to come through in the 8th after blowing it, and he strikes out on 3 pitches. I mean, it's been the same old same from this guy, man. He's a good, solid player. He's a great player. I shouldn't even say that. This year he's been this is the floor of Juan Soto. And that is pretty freaking spectacular to say. But that doesn't change the fact of what he's been in the biggest moments. And the fact of the matter is, this team, much like their New York counterpart, the New York Yankees, it's eerie how similar they are. When you take in the good start to the year, when you take into account that they started to flounder right at June 13th, when you take into account they both had 2, in my opinion and most opinions, 2 really good, impactful trade deadlines that haven't really worked. And the guys that Mullins has done nothing. Helsley continues to blow games. Rogers has been okay, but he's been giving up runs on soft contact. You turn to the Yankees, all their right-handed bats for the bench get hurt. Doval has blown games. Bird is in the minors. And even Ryan McMahon got off to a really good start, but he's cooled off. Like, good, positive impact to try and help this team down the stretch. Fail. And then you look at the idea that they just don't know how to win. And it's frustrating for the New York Mets, who last year felt like they didn't know how to lose after falling behind 11 games under 500. From that moment where, Lopez throws the glove into the stands, they have the team meeting, Lindor gets put in the leadoff spot, they take off. And they pitch better than anybody. They find ways to win. They find ways to, beat Milwaukee when they're down to their last 2 outs with Pete Alonso's home run off of Devin Williams. They find ways to beat the Phillies in the NLDS. They couldn't find a way to beat the Dodgers, but it's just like this team is night and day from what it was last year. The scrappy bunch that found ways to win. Mendoza, who led them. Now every Met fan is, practically screaming for his job. He's saying the same stuff Aaron Boone says after the postgame about how they're better than this and eventually it'll turn around and I have full confidence. They're calling up a young pitcher in McLean on Saturday to not only just make his major league debut, but to save the starting rotation. They've lost 13 of their last 15 games. And now the other thing, and this is the most glaring, dangerous, and surprising that they have in common, the Yankees and the Mets, is they are both only a half a game up out of being out of their respective playoff race. How is that possible? How is it possible? Neither of these teams know how to win. And last night it was on full display for the New York Mets. They allowed a dead Atlanta Brave team playing for absolutely nothing, without Acuna, just having one of their worst seasons ever when you take into expectations. And they walked into the building, came back from being down 5-0, or 5-1 rather, and then still found a way to lose. But they come back in that game, they fight to the end. They lose that game, the first game of the series. Then they're down 6-0. The Mets jump out to a 6-0 lead with Cookie Carrasco pitching for Atlanta and Peterson pitching for them. And Atlanta finds a way to fight back, have a 9-run inning and beat them. And then tonight they get to the bullpen. Just a team that hasn't beat anybody all year walks into Citi Field and finds a way to take 2 out of 3 in the most heartbreaking fashion you could possibly imagine. And now they'll welcome in Seattle, who's coming off a couple losses against Baltimore, but playing overall good baseball with a good starting pitching staff and a lineup that has some thump in it. I mean, this thing has to turn around quickly. They're a half a game up on the Reds. And it feels like this team's not going to make it to the end. It just feels like it. I don't know what's going to change. I don't know if it's the kids coming up. I don't know what is going to change this team. But I said it about the Yankees on Saturday when they damn near blew a game against the Astros they had no business losing. They don't know how to win. It's either going to be a bad pitch, a bad at-bat, a bad mistake in the field. Something is going to jump up and bite them. And last night it was Helsley. What will it be tomorrow? 888-808-1019. Let's get to your calls. Jesse in Queens. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, Chris, what's up? The Mets are 19-33 and since early June. So if they go in the last 40 games, if they go 10, they win 10 or 15 games, is there going to be a change or is it just going to leave
I wouldn't expect a change. I mean, what kind of change are you looking for? And they're not changing Stearns. You can forget that. And
I'm not talking about Stearns. Look, it's really bad. There's like no life. They're playing dead. The manager's saying the same thing over and over. I mean, if I'm Steve Cohen, as much as I'd rather not, you got to make a change sometimes. You might spark them, and, you just can't just.
They're not going to fire him mid-season. That's gone. They're not going to fire him now. They're not going to fire him in August.
All right. So
I just don't think so.
Season.
Well, they also could, turn it around. He's the same manager that dug them out of the 11-game under 500 hole they were in. He's that same manager. I know we want to blame the manager, and I can sense the Met fan making that turn. He was Boone's bench coach. He's saying the same things that Boone said in the postgame. I can sense it now. He's also the same manager that pulled them out of an 11-game under 500 start last year, and everybody was praising. Mendoza's made some bad decisions. Not pinch running for Marte made absolutely no sense. Allowing Clay Holmes to pitch to Olsen made no sense. But it's hard to just throw it at his feet. Again, what do you want to hear from your manager when he's 2-13? What do you want to hear from him? You want to see him throw things? You want to see him scream and say we suck? What do you want a manager who's lost 13 of the last 15 games to say? And I don't know what to do with this team. What did he do last night? He went to his club. Could you have gone? I'm sure I didn't hear all of Evan's. I heard a little bit of Evan's Rico, but I'm sure Evan was open to bringing in Diaz for 2. He always is. Could you have gone to Diaz there? I suppose. But you brought in this guy for this exact purpose. They're not going to fire him now. I doubt, even if they miss the playoffs, they fire him in the offseason. They just brought this dude in. They love Stearns. Stearns loves him. It's a working relationship. He also brought you out of the fire last year. I don't see it. I think the Yankees are much more obvious for a change than they are. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
Chris, just like Big Zoo, do me a favor when you go to Italy and you're around the locals, don't force that fake Italian accent. It's going to be embarrassing. You were talking about lying to your children. I have a 4 and a 6-year-old.
Yeah.
And I don't have the money like you have to go to Disney World, every year. So they think Adventureland in Farmingdale is Disney World until they get old enough. So I don't know if that's wrong.
You told them that's Disney World? No, that's fine. I think that's a harmless white lie.
Okay. I don't know where the lying is okay.
Yeah, it's a tough thing.
And that's got to be Disney World. I don't have $5,000 or $10,000 every year, Chris,
Okay.
And,
I got you. Thank you. I got you.
Chris, I can't let you get away with this. You're on a New York radio station.
Yes.
And Zoo agreed with me. After, first of all, Fleegs gave up on the Jets. He won't root for them anymore until they get rid of the
Again,
owner.
Can you just tell me what you think about one thing ever? Can you just tell me what you think? Can you just stop worrying about me getting away with things or Fleegs or how much money I have for summer vacations? Just tell me what you think about anything.
You're wrong about Aaron Rodgers praising him on a New York radio show.
I don't really give a damn what you think. Honestly, I don't care what you think about my opinion on a New York sports radio show. When you get into New York management in sports radio, then you can tell me what you think. All right? My goodness. Just tell me what you think once. Just once. Give me an opinion you have other than you don't like my opinion. Just once. Once. Man, oh man, you call up with the same stuff every time. You're just trying to get me. It's getting old, bro. I understand the dynamic. It's fun sometimes. I even let you go on with the whole money point. Great. If you think I'm filthy rich, go ahead and think it. But just call up with your opinion once. What do you think about Aaron Rodgers? Not the fact that I'm talking about Aaron Rodgers, who did play here and is relevant, and football, no matter what city we're talking about, is always relevant on this station. My God. I can wax poetic about whoever the hell I want to wax poetic about. Who do you want to wax poetic about? Do you, besides Daniel Jones, do you have any opinions ever? Ever about anything? Same thing. You and Eddie and Rockland, you just call up and you're looking to get me. You have no interest in actually talking sports. None. All you want to do is find out why I said the things I said. What do you think? That's part. I understand that I'm the host and it's about me and I open myself up to it because I talk about me a lot. I feel like you have to in this thing. It's a family here. But like just once you call up and tell me like an opinion that you have about something. And why the hell would I do a fake Italian accent? Who even suggested I would? I'm not going to go to Italy and put on a fake Italian accent. My goodness. Frankie in the Bronx. What's up, Frankie?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing? Disappointing Mets fan. And let me tell you something. As much as I think Mendoza has done a great job since the time he's been there, he has to blame. I think he lost the team. I think the players are not responding to him. Whatever philosophy he's using is not working. And, you know, he has a lot of blame too, but also Stern. Stern assembled this team. You know, we have the richest owner in baseball, and he should have addressed the pitching staff in the offseason. But they think they could make miracles out of all these low-level pitchers with the pitching lab because they worked last season. And, you know, it's a shame. And, if they don't make the playoff, Mendoza should be fired. It's unacceptable in the New York market. I'm so glad they're not making a playoff. I'm disgusted.
Yeah, Frankie, I don't blame you for being disgusted. I'm disgusted as a Yankee fan. I think every Met fan is disgusted. It's been a disgusting end of June, July, and August. There's no other way around it. It's absolutely disgusting. You're right. It's unacceptable. But, like, what? You want to hold the manager accountable for it? Okay. I don't know what changes. I thought he did a good job last year. You want to fire him? All right. Who are you going to bring in? And I don't disagree with you with Stearns. Now, for the first month and a half, 2 months of the season, he was shutting me up. I said the same thing heading into the offseason. Heading into the season in the offseason. I was saying the same thing. Go out and get a starting pitcher. Go get a starting pitcher. You go spend some money. And a lot of people, you know, responded to me with, well, this was it's a Band-Aid until the young kids can come up. Okay. Like, what are the odds that all three of these kids, like, you're going to build an entire rotation from in the minor league system? Now, I've been adamant about the idea that come the trade deadline or making moves, you can't trade pitching prospects if you're going to handle buying rotation the way they do. If you're going to rely on Griffin Cannings and Clay Holmes and Frankie Montas's and even, you know, Sean Manaea's, like if you're going to rely on that being the upper echelon of what you're willing to pay for, then you can't trade away starting pitching prospects because you need those starting pitching prospects to come up and fill your rotation. But do you think all three are going to be great? Like, you think you got three aces on your hand? Good luck. We've seen that before with the Mets and the Yankees. Like, you want to hope one of them really turns into a great starter. But, like, I agree. You're going to have to put some money into it at some point. But having said that, if they did Corbin Burns, we'd all be kicking him and killing him for buying on a pitcher who just had Tommy John surgery. So, like, I don't know. But you need some level of talent. Right now, the Mets are desperate for a lot of things with the way they're playing. But clearly, the most important thing that they would benefit the most from is a top-of-the-rotation starter, an ace. That would benefit them more than anything else. Just that guy that you know every fifth day is going to go out there and pitch extremely well and give you a great opportunity to go win a baseball game. They don't have that. They don't have that. And you could, you know, Griffin Canning got hurt. So it's a tough injury for them because he was pitching so well, but it's impossible, not unlikely, damn near impossible to continue to build the rotation the way they want to build it and have it sustainable forever. Like, at some point, you have all this money. At some point, you got to be willing to take the risk. And we'll see when and if they do. And we'll see if the calling up the young kids help. Jarvis in Harlem. What's up, Jarvis?
What's up? What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, Brett, I mean, like, call up and saying, like, oh, because Mike Freeman gave up beginning the Jeff, and like, what does he care? What does he care what Mike Freeman give him being a Jet fan, but that's his choice. This has nothing to do with you, Brett. So I don't know what he's talking about complaining for. So it's just ridiculous.
That's what he does. I mean, he's got to get on. He's got to get on us.
Brett being Brett. He's argue with you about the Yankees. They're talking about saying like, oh, Aaron Judge don't perform in the postseason. Oh, he's always struggling in the postseason. Like, yes,
Let's not make it about Brett though. That's what he wants. That's why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah. He's trying to get in your head or something like that. So,
Yeah, no, I get you. And thank you for the call, Jarvis. He is. That's what his shtick is. And sometimes I play into it like I did today and yelled at him. And sometimes I just ignore him. It depends on how I feel. I felt like yelling at him today. Because I'm just tired of him. Like, if he would have given me the shtick, that's fine. But then just like, he gave me the don't do the fake Italian voice like I would ever. Then he made the money issue, which was dumb and stupid, but he wanted to do it. Fine. I even let that happen. A lot of people just hung up on him then. But then he goes for number 3 with Fleegs. Then he goes for number 4 with like what I'm talking about instead of just having his own opinion. I still need, like, the whole point of the call is to discuss things, not to discuss what I've already discussed and how I discuss it and who I discuss it to. Call up with your own crap. And then I'll gladly shoot you down and call you a moron like you are with the Daniel Jones situation, Brett. Yet to declare, the dude's still trying to declare victory on Daniel Jones. It's, the next time we talk Daniel Jones, I bet you the first game Daniel Jones wins as a starting quarterback for the Colts, if that happens, and I think it will at some point, if not right away. Like, the first game he wins, the first time he has a good game, he's going to call me up and ask me when I'm ready to declare that I've lost the Daniel Jones argument. I'm waiting for it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. Back with your calls next.
Talk Yankees trades, Mets stats, Giants defense, and Jets prospects. All in one place. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At lendseek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Tune in to WFAN for your chance to win tickets to a live in-person conversation with Stephen Curry at Brooklyn Paramount on September 11th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. Accident victims, I understand how an accident can turn your world upside down. You're in pain. You need medical care. You can't work. You're struggling to pay your bills, and you don't have a clue what your rights are. So what do? Call the first law firm that pops up on the internet? Look for the best website? Or say, hey, find me a lawyer? The options are endless, but the answers are simple. Ask around, read reviews, and go with your gut. Great law firms build great reputations. I built Agostino & Associates one client at a time by doing the right thing for accident victims just like you. Our clients know my team cares, and we're going to fight to get you every dollar you deserve. So call me today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino Law. Bite back.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
The More to Move You summer sales event is on at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Don't miss exceptional offers on our most popular models. The versatile 2025 Mazda CX-5 is just $229 per month for 33 months. Or lease the rugged 2025 Mazda CX-50, now only $239 per month for 33 months. There's more to move you at Open Road Mazda of Morristown and Open Road Mazda of East Brunswick. Click, shop, we deliver. OpenRoadMazda.com. Must finance through Mazda Financial Services. See dealer for complete details.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS.
Infomercials. Remember when they used to sell the DVD box set of all those Dean Martin roasts? Those are the best. I haven't seen one of those in forever. Don Rickles, Frank Sinatra, obviously. Billy Crystal did an impression of Muhammad Ali once on them. It was good. Those roasts were good. You never actually pulled the trigger and bought it, but same thing with the one I did pull a trigger on and buy when I was, or my dad did, I guess, when I was a kid. Remember the Dick Clark box set of the the 1950s and 60s music box set collection? I think it was 1950. It was early rock and roll. It was 1955 to 1963. I think that's what it was. And each year had its own 8 or 9 song list. The first one was Rock Around the Clock, which is generally considered the first rock and roll song type. But those infomercials were classic. But 888-808-1019, McMonigle here with you, talking a lot of miserable baseball. We did mix in the football, as obviously this weekend we get Giants and Jets preseason game. We also started our new live chat and video on YouTube. So you can go to the WFAN YouTube page. You can watch me and Keith in the overnight and nights and overnights. Watch the show and comment. Still got 110 people holding on strong. I don't know if that's good or bad. I think it's fairly good for the first night at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Absolutely, pretty good.
People are hanging in. The chat's been fun.
Chat's been incredible.
There's a couple of Bretts in Long Island out there looking to make fun of me, but that's okay. I'm used to it. But for the most part, everyone seems to be having a good time. So
it's been great conversation.
It has been.
Chat.
It's been fun. I'll bring my laptop. I'll get more involved, and I got to get the login to join the chat. And it's a one and done for me for at least 2 weeks. I'll see you guys in a couple weeks, and we'll be doing it. But every night, you can check Keith and myself live on YouTube. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Don in Floral Park. What's up, Don?
Hey, Chris, I think you're terrific, man.
Oh, thanks.
I just started listening to you, and you're dynamite, man. I think when you sing, you're just great. So I
appreciate
can't believe you with all these schmagaggies. I tell you, you're funny, man. Listen,
I try to be. I try to inject a little bit of humor into it.
You're hilarious, bro. You're a pro. You're really great. I just want to say, back in 1986, after the Mets won, they let Ray Knight go because he didn't want to pay him $500,000. I believe. I forget. I think it was Frank Cashin didn't want to pay him, and then they went downhill. I feel the same way about Iglesias. They let Iglesias go, and they don't have that spark.
Yeah, we talked about it in the offseason. He's happened to be having a miserable season in San Diego, but you don't know how that would have went with the Mets, but he is having just a dreadful year with them. But, yeah, listen, I don't know, and I appreciate the call, Don, and all the compliments. I don't know if you can put it just on that. Teams are different. You can't have OMG be the theme of that team again. Like, there is no catching. You can't catch lightning in a bottle, like, twice. Like, it's just, like, you can't recreate, OMG. And you can't recreate what they were able to go through last year and all the different things, the grimace and the, playoff pumpkin and whatever else, the rally pimp or whatever else that was gone last year. Last year was its own unique year, and I would have been against having the OMG sign and all that stuff. I would have been against it. Now, him coming back, that would have been fine, I suppose. I wasn't against necessarily bringing the player back, but maybe he brought a spark, but it's on every individual team to find one. You can't just throw it at the feet of, they should have brought back Candelita. Like, that can't be it. This team has got to find its own self, and it hasn't been able to. It just hasn't been able to. And I don't know if the dynamic of Juan Soto has affected the room. That's a possibility. But there's something just missing with this team. And mainly, I'm sorry, I don't know. Like, I wish I could put it in a less cliched way. They don't know how to win. There are teams, and unfortunately, it feels like both of our teams, where you can sense it throughout the building, throughout the fan base, throughout the team. They're going to find a way to lose. Something's going to happen. Now, they have played some poor baseball as well, not to the same level of, kicking it around the way the Yankees have defensively, but we have seen key errors, whether it's, Beatty throwing the bunt away or, balls that should have been caught in Milwaukee by Mauricio. And we've seen different issues. There's no doubt about it. We've seen bad fielding. We've seen poor at bats. We've seen an offense that scores early, unable to tack on, which is important in winning games. We've seen bullpens blow it. We've seen having to go to the bullpen in the third and fourth inning on a regular basis. Like, we have seen every which way you can lose. Being thrown out at the plate, twice. Like, it's just whatever needs to happen for the Mets to lose, it's going to happen. And you can sense it coming. They've blown big leads. They haven't been able to hold on to it. Like, it's just, one way or another, they're going to find a way to lose. And the Juan Soto conversation's another conversation right now where he is just, and I feel like his inability to come through impacts the team. Like, they can't go get that ace. I've talked about what they need the most, the ace. They can't go get that player. He's not there. Unless, of course, McLean or Sproat or Tong come up and become that, which would be fantastic. But who could expect that? They're not going to get the ace they need. What you're waiting for is that big like, what they need more than anything is to be down 2 runs in the 8th or 9th and have Juan Soto hit a 3-run home run. They need that in the worst way. Like, I can't think of another way to spark this team. That's what they're in desperate need of. You want to look for something to build on? You want to look for a moment that could possibly change things? You're looking for a momentum turner? For me, that would be it. Be down a couple of runs in the 8th or 9th and have Juan Soto hit a big 3-run bomb to win you a baseball game. It could be on the road. It could be a walk-off home run at home. He needs that big moment. They're down. It's late. He comes through with the big home run. That's what they're in desperate need of. Lindor could do it too, because we know how he sparked the team last year. But that's what they're in need of. It's got to be, I almost feel like it has to be Soto, though. Like, they're in desperate need of Soto being clutch Soto. You can't just hope you sneak in and then expect to get it in October. Like, it's just, you can't do that. Tony in Paramus. What's up, Tony?
Hey, good morning. Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, good morning, sir. How are you?
My question is a three-parter, and then I'm going to hang up.
Okay.
At the start of the season, baseball season, who was considered the better coach between the Mets and the Yankees? Who's the biggest disappointment, and who has the better team? Thank you. Bye.
All right, look at that. Thank you. Goodbye. At the start, I don't care what anybody says. All right. Perception? I'm sure perception is that Mendoza was the better manager. They were 11 games under 500. He rallied them back. They went to the NLCS and lost. They even won one more game against the Dodgers than the Yankees did. Aaron Boone has been here for a bunch of years. Aaron Boone has won multiple divisions. Aaron Boone went to the World Series last year. I don't know how you could make the argument that going into the season, Aaron Boone wasn't the better manager. Not to say that it can't change quickly, but that's my opinion on it. Aaron Boone was and still is the better manager because he's been doing it for longer and he's had more success. Now, what was part two? I remember third being the best team. What was part two? Who's the bigger disappointment? Was that it? I think the better team, right? Who was going in had the better team. I think the Mets had the better team. I think that was the Mets had Juan Soto. The Mets had an offense that was like sixth in the league last year. Plus, they were adding Juan Soto. They had the best closer in the sport. Although the Yankees did add what we thought was going to be a good one in Devin Williams. I still think most people felt the Mets were the better team with Juan Soto. And now who's been the bigger disappointment? I would think the Mets. I think the Mets are the bigger disappointment. And I would tell you, and it's been a theme of the show, if ultimately both teams don't make the playoffs, which one's a bigger disappointment and which one's more embarrassing? I think it's the Mets, as crazy as that sounds. And you might think that's a Yankee shill deflection. Maybe it is. I'm not above the idea that I'm subconsciously doing it. But I honestly believe that the Mets, and especially the way the fans spiked the football after getting Juan Soto, it changed New York. Do you remember? You don't remember the narrative? It changed New York City baseball. Juan Soto chose the Mets because he chose the owner, and he chose Stearns over Cashman, and he chose the future of the organization, and he chose for greener pastures. The Mets are the better team. The Mets are the better franchise. The Mets have the richer owner who's going to continue to spend money. He went where the winning is more likely, the New York Mets. And every fan believed it with every fiber of their being. And if they turn around and blow what was a 5-game lead in the division to ultimately get knocked out of the playoffs by Terry Francona and the Cincinnati Reds, I would tell you that is even more disappointing than a team in the New York Yankees who went in not the favorite in the division, as everybody thought the Orioles were still the best team in the division. A team that was pivoting off of losing Juan Soto, a team that lost Garrett Cole, a team that didn't have Stanton for the whole year, or for half the year rather, didn't have Luis Gil. Like I would tell you, as ugly as it would be for the New York Yankees, and it would be ugly and embarrassing, I still think the Mets would take the cake on that. And because also, I think some Yankee fans are stupid enough to think it would be a positive. No Met fan hates David Stearns. No Met fan, is looking for wholesale changes inside the organization. No Met fan goes back 15 years talking about all the failures of the organization. Every single Yankee fan would view it as an opportunity to fire Boone and Cashman and think it's a positive. Or at least a lot of Yankee fans. So I honestly think it would be worse for the Mets not to make the playoffs than the Yankees, as crazy as that sounds, although it's horrible for both. And then if your question is who's the better team right now, I honestly think it's the Yankees, mainly because the Mets rotation is in free fall. Now, if in 2 weeks they call up both McLean, obviously they are on tomorrow, and they call up Sprout and they both pitch really well and stabilize the rotation, and Peterson goes 8 the next time, then maybe I'll have a different opinion. But right now, it feels like the one unit from both teams that is just non-functioning is the starting pitching for the New York Mets. The offense has been better for the Yankees, and the Mets have the worst unit, which is their starting pitching, and their bullpen acquisitions have failed them just as much as the Yankees have. So as crazy as it sounds, as ugly as it's been for the Yankees, I'd have to say right now, if I'm being honest and fair, I think the Yankees are just a little bit more stable than the Mets. Subject to change on a daily basis. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back rapid fire style and finish our 5-hour midnight ride as we take you to the warm-up show at 5 right here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Hello, Mr. Bear. My name is Eddie Schizzeri. What's your name? Okay, you don't want to share. That's fine. Anyway, I'm going to back away. And I'm a diabetic. I probably won't taste great.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors.
Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you.
They learn what is okay from the adults they see.
Mommy, are you on your phone?
If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices, Town Fair Tire. Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
With baseball in full swing, there's never a dull moment or a shortage of thrills in this league. The thrills are nothing new at Bay Ridge Mazda. Tired of that clunker you've been driving? Just bring it into Bay Ridge Mazda for up to $2,000 over book value all month long. The time is now to make a trade. Head over to the place where everybody wins, Bay Ridge Mazda, located on 4th Avenue and 90th Street, or buy your car direct at BayRidgeMazda.com and have it delivered to your door. That's Bay Ridge Mazda, 4th Avenue and 90th Street in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
I think Step Brothers.
You want to hear an interesting zoo fact?
An interesting zoo fact, okay.
My first favorite song.
Your first ever favorite song?
Yeah, when I was like 3 years old.
Yeah, I can see that. My son's first favorite song was probably My Way by Frank Sinatra, but it was really Seth MacFarlane as the voice of the mouse in Sing, where they have all the animals that have the singing contest. Matthew McConaughey is in the lead as the koala bear.
Bono in that?
Bono's in the second one. Bono plays like a lion who used to be a rock star in the second one. But the first one he's not in. The first one has Seth MacFarlane of Family Guy singing Frank Sinatra. And my son loved to do it. It was very funny. Regrets. I've had a few. I remember him singing it around the living room. They grow up so fast. 888-808-1019. All right, rapid fire styles. We take you all the way to 5 o'clock. Jeff in Fairview. What's up, Jeff?
Chris, have a great and safe vacation, first of all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully I will.
You will. Okay, well, I know you're not going to agree with me, but that's how we are, me and you.
That's okay.
Okay. Remember, you said that the Mets won't fire Mendoza during the season. You're probably right, but remember, the Phillies fired Girardi. Didn't they go to the World Series?
Yeah, they did it in like June, though. I just think it's late to do it now. And who are they going to go to?
I'm going Wally Backman. I don't care. I want him here. I know. I love Wally Backman. I want him here immediately.
Yes.
Immediately.
Yes. What? How could you go wrong? Woo! I couldn't go on summer vacation without a Wally Backman call. Thank goodness. That's right. Fire him. Bring in Wally Backman. Let's do it. He'll go in there and mix things up. Oh, my God. Yes. Yes. Wally Backman, baby. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. They're not going to fire him. They're not going to fire him mid-season. Bring in Wally Backman. I love it. Jimmy in Warren County. What's up, Jimmy?
What's up, C-Mac? How you doing?
I'm doing great, Jim. How are you?
I'm good. Two names in the Giants secondary that get me fired up.
Yes.
Tyler Nubin. Andrew Phillips.
Yep, I agree.
C-Mac, if you look back at that 2024 draft.
That's a good draft.
If those guys take the next step, Shane didn't miss.
No,
I think you bring in Javon Holland right there.
Yeah.
Tyler Nubin can flourish. Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to call you back. I think Tyler Nubin leads this team in picks this year, 5-6. I'm going out on a limb with that.
Okay.
He's a ball hawk, man.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be able to flourish.
He was him and Phillips were very good. Drew Phillips was like Pro Football Focus's top rookie defensive back. Like
he's a dog, too. He's coming up and hitting running backs. That Drew Phillips, he's a dog.
No, listen, I don't know why. But I am like super optimistic about this Giants season. I am. I really am. I don't disagree with you. I think the additions of Adebo and Holland, along with Nubin and Phillips, now Banks as the second corner, he's really been tough, and Flott, the linebacking core, okay, we'll see. The run game in the defensive front outside of Dexter Lawrence concerns me a little bit, making sure they can stop the run. But if they can get into third down, like that pass rush should be ferocious. If they can get after the quarterback and you're right, cause rush throws, I think they can get some picks in the defensive backfield. I think you could see turnovers and sacks. Like I have a feeling this defense can be something. I really do. And offensively, I like the weapons. If they can block, I like the weapons. I think with a quarterback and a better, game plan here, I wouldn't be surprised if Wan'Dale Robinson really jumps off the page this year. I think he could be a shifty running back, wide receiver, a slot wide receiver that can do a hell of a lot more than he's done so far. Obviously, Neighbors and his health is paramount, as well as Andrew Thomas. I mean, clearly the most important player. And we've compared the Mets and Yankees so much today. Let's just sort of end it. I'm going to take Richie and Queens real quick. But, like, the one thing that the Giants and Jets have in common that's so rare is that I don't think either team, the most important player is the quarterback. And that is very rare. Real quick, Richie and Queens. What's up, Richie?
Yeah, I'm a little excited about them, too. Hey, listen, the Yankees got a better shot of bringing back Martin before the Mets bring back Wally Backman.
Yeah.
I mean, really, Wally Backman.
Everyone loves Wally.
Yeah, I hadn't heard his name in a while.
No, I know, and I'm sorry, Richie, and thank you for the call. I don't think they're firing anyone. That's it for me. Thanks to Big Zoo. On the other side, thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. And thank you for watching on the WFAN YouTube page. We'll be doing that moving forward every night. For me, it's going to be a while, though, as I will talk to you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for our usual Saturdays. But here in the overnight, it's going to be a while. I'm going to go to Italy and reconnect with my roots. Now I'm going to have some fun with the family. So I'll catch you guys in a couple weeks. Everybody have a great, safe rest of your August, practically. Let's go Yankees. Let's go Mets. Again, I will talk to you tomorrow morning. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. WFAN, New York.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Sponsored by Primo Brands, the official water sponsor of MLB. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Peter Schwartz. This report brought to you by Ray Katina. Experience the power of 3. Visit bensfam.com. Another blown lead for the Mets. They fall to the Braves 4-3 at Citi Field. Ozzie Albies snapped the 3 all-time with an 8th-inning RBI double off loser Ryan Helsley, allowed 2 runs in the 8th inning. Manager Carlos Mendoza's team has lost 13 of their last 15.
Obviously, we're not playing well, but too much talent. We're going through a very tough time right now, but there's a lot of good players there, and we just gotta get through this. We can't be looking at the standing. We're not where we at. We haven't played well.
Francisco Lindor homered in the game. He said the Mets have to stick together.
You have the guys, like the coaching staff, that pushes every single day to be better and to believe that we're gonna get through this. And at the end of the day, like I said, we have to play for each other and fight for each other and understand that this situation sucks, but it's part of the journey.
Kodai Senga with a no decision, gave up 2 runs and 5 hits while striking out 7 over 5 in the third. Mets will open up a series with the Mariners Friday night at Citi Field. Yankees were off Thursday. They open a series against the Cardinals in St. Louis on Friday night. NFL, the Jets reportedly worked out quarterback C.J. Beathard and Nathan Peterman. NBA, the Knicks open up their regular season October 22nd against the Cavs in the Garden. Nets open up on the road October 22nd in Charlotte. And that's what's happening with Sports Flashes at the top of the hour. I'm Peter Schwartz.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
All right, we're going to try and make sure it doesn't suck. It's not Alan Jerry, it's Lepresti and Fliegelman again. It's supposed to be a freaking feel-good summer Friday, but I got to be honest. What are we doing here this morning? I mean, my God, the Mets are just sucking the life out of everything that's gone on here in this town so far this week, off the high of Pete Alonso the other night to what the debacle was on Wednesday and again last night. You head into the weekend with just absolutely nothing feeling good. And I'm going to be at Citi Field tonight, Fleeks. I'm not even a Met fan. And I'm going to the game with my family and another family. I'm going to trek out to Queens after going home after this morning shift and taking a nap. I'm going to sit in traffic on the way there, on the way back. If they don't play a good baseball game tonight, I might lose my freaking mind. Good morning.
Good morning, Sheila. Well, guess what? I have the same exact schedule for the day as you because I'm going home, taking the nap,
for a beer.
and headed back out. I plan on getting there early enough for the giveaway of a building that they closed in the kind of depressing fashion that they're playing with on the field right now.
How many are they giving away? My wife mentioned the giveaway. I don't know.
Usually
What's the
15,000.
number? No. I would say highly unlikely. You can enjoy yours. I don't know that the Lopresti family will be getting the Shea Stadium.
I'm getting there early enough to make sure I get it. They're having the Beatles tribute on the field.
I did know about that as well.
And thankfully, you know what? That Fab Four will give me probably something to enjoy on the night because this Mets. Listen, I told you yesterday. I thought the Tuesday night or Wednesday night's loss was the turning point for me of this team is not going to be all right. This team is not going to figure it out. It's embarrassing. It's a disgrace. Everybody that's putting on that uniform right now should be embarrassed. They're not playing to their talent level. They're not turning it around. Whatever that special it factor is, they don't have it right now. They look shell-shocked. They look scared. They're sad little puppy dogs with the tails between their legs. I'm sorry. This team, and I've watched some just terrible Mets teams in my life below 500 where, forget, August 15th. By this time, they've already punted. Season's over.
Sure.
Never competitive. This team, there is absolutely no reason for them to be in the kind of long stretch of losing that they are in.
And let me acknowledge that just 24 hours ago, give or take a couple of minutes, I sat here and I gave you the whole, it's a weird year in baseball. When push comes to shove, last weekend of the season, I'm sure the Mets and the Yankees will be right there. And I hate to change and waffle based on one night, one game, one bad performance, or I guess in this case, it's really two back-to-back. Or what is it, 12 out of 13 now, 13 out of 15? What's the number? I don't even know. But
13 out of 15.
I keep, it's been weeks, I'm like, all right, it's a bad stretch. They'll catch fire. The offense will be more consistent. The pitching staff will kind of maybe come back to being average. They were so good at the start. They've been so poor. And it just, the more and more you watch them night in, night out, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like the spark is never going to come. Now, the beauty of baseball is it could come at any point. It could come this weekend against the Mariners. It could come in the Little League Classic on Sunday. Who the hell knows? But they've given you absolutely no reason to believe. And all of a sudden, the manager now is starting to sound like Aaron Boone after the games because what else is he going to say? And you've got nothing to grab hold of right now. It's a total mess.
It is. And listen, and C-Mac's going to laugh. He's in control room right now. He's going to hear it. He knows I'm feeling this way. I'm done with Mendoza. He's another Boone stiff. Last year was
Get him out!
Enough. And now I'm not going to say something insane like to call it a his show and suggest Wally Backman should be the manager.
Yeah.
That's,
by the way, that's not the craziest manager suggestion that I've heard on these airwaves in the last 24 hours.
Well, it's not even the craziest. It's just because Mets fans have been calling that for the last 18 years.
Well, but it's still crazy. But yes, go ahead.
Right. I guess I'm just numb to it because people have been calling this station and saying that since before the iPhone existed. After the game, and I get it, there's only so much you can say, but I need a little bit more. I need somebody. I can't live in this world. This team, even Boone said it, that the team is not playing to their talent level. I need a little spark from somebody. If it's not going to come from these gutless players, which last year it didn't seem like they were, this year it feels like they are, then the manager has to step up and say just a little something. I'm not saying he has to call out and say, this player, we went to him, he stunk up the joint, he's hard, but just a little something of, I need these guys to dig deep and get their heads on straight and figure this out. You can still say, we have time to figure this out. We're still holding a playoff spot. You can say all of that. It is true. But then I don't think it's wrong for a manager or coach of any team to just ask for a little bit something publicly. I think it's okay to put a tiny bit of pressure on these guys. And if they're going to completely wilt under it, then that was probably going to happen anyway.
A little accountability for the fan base. And look, I get it. In this day and age, I'm sure stuff goes on behind closed doors we don't see, we're not privy to. But these players at some point have got to understand. When I say players, I'm not just talking about the Mets. I mean,
Brandon Nimmo's got to shut up.
This is across pro sports, especially in baseball, where these guys get paid a ton of money. They're guaranteed contracts. And, the reason they get paid as much as they do is because of the people that are showing up to the ballparks and the insane prices they're paying for beers and food and all the merchandise and all this crap. So if the fan base wants a little pound of flesh when you're not playing up to snuff, you got to deal with that, man. Be an adult, beyond being a professional. Like, this is not, we're not talking about the 11 and 12-year-olds that are playing the Little League World Series in Williamsport right now. Like, we get it. Those are kids. They're children. They're not fully developed from an emotional standpoint. But in this day and age where we got to protect these players and we can't, the manager will lose the clubhouse. God forbid he says anything publicly. It's just so ridiculous. It really is, because at the end of the day, the reason that these guys get paid as much as they do, and it applies to all sports and why the contracts have gotten insane and out of control, is because this has become big business, and that relies on fans going to the games and watching on television. Okay, this is not amateur sports. This is not high school sports. This is not your club travel team. You're not, your parents aren't paying $5,000 for you to be on the team. Like, this is what you're doing for a living. We all in our jobs are subject to criticism sometimes when we don't do our jobs, or heck, we might lose our job if we don't do our job the right way over and over and over again. So the idea that we've got to, treat everybody with kid gloves and be so careful, I'm so tired of hearing about that. I'm not saying that the managers need to go out there and embarrass their players and single them out night in and night out. But when you go through stretches like this, we're tired of hearing the same damn thing every single day. It's enough already.
I couldn't agree more with you. It's funny, just the idea, the thought that you're about to go watch this team. It's like I would have expected this reaction from you. You joked yesterday, you're Switzerland. Like, I would have expected this reaction from you if you were at either of the slop fests the last two nights. Yeah. Just knowing that you have to endure going to it later tonight is setting you off like this. We're not asking for a ton. Again, I'm not asking for Mendoza to say David Peterson just was god